Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Suping was barely visible, but he was wreaking havoc wherever he went. The Beast Kings fell into disarray. Some of them weren't as good at close-quarter combat. Suping's swift and elusive actions made it impossible for them to react in time, resulting in many of them ending up badly mauled or killed. Roar! A behemoth that looked like a tree was shouting. Its tree crown was made of flesh and blood, and below it were countless tentacles. There were many invisible traps around the Beast King. Suping would trigger the traps if he were to teleport to where the Beast King was, which could send him to a turbulent spatial area. Suping was able to tell that was their leader. He calmly readied his sword and slashed at the tree across the distance. Sincutter. He infused the sword with astral powers, and the vortices in his cells were spinning like crazy. Some Beast Kings tried to disrupt the ray of sword light before it reached the tree, but the attack was strong enough to sweep them away. The spatial traps around the tree were destroyed. The ray of sword light then disappeared into thin air. Bang! A deep cut appeared on the trunk of the tree. The edge of the cut was adorned with black flames. The arboreal Beast King's roots went deep underground, and they were sucking something as if there was blood down below. The cut was being healed, however, the dark flames would burn the newly grown flesh, and the cut became wider and wider. Blood and pus were oozing out. Without hesitation, Suping ran into the group of Beast Kings. PFF. 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 He would kill or wound a Beast King with each attack. The Beast Kings were in disorder due to the shock. Soon after, 7 or 8 Beast Kings had stopped breathing. The stronger ones only had one last breath left in them. Apart from Suping, no one else was making a sound. How marvelous. One man against all those Beast Kings, and he was winning. Most importantly, Suping wasn't relying on any battle pets. He had merged with one, but no other battle pets were assisting him. Who is this legendary battle pet warrior? Some battle pet warriors who didn't understand the legendary rank were perplexed. That day's battle had made them understand that legendary battle pet warriors could be very different. There was no doubt that Suping was one of the best legendary battle pet warriors. At the very least, he was the most powerful one they had ever seen. No one knew that Suping was still at the titled rank. Even Venerable the Blade was convinced that Suping had reached the legendary rank. As for the fact that he sensed Suping was at the titled rank, he still believed that Suping was somehow masking it. Combat strength was the most direct sign. The Beast Kings had been routed before anyone came back to their senses. The Beast Kings that had escaped from the deep caves were either dead or wounded. Suping didn't go after them. First, he killed the Beast Kings that he had just wounded, including the tree beast at the void state. Suping finished that tree with a second cut. Overwhelming. Suping was much more powerful than those Beast Kings. That was a fact. Suping didn't even know how strong his combat strength was. He just had a feeling that he might be able to hold his own against a star rank being. After all, he had combined the cut with the power of rules. That was something that only those at the star rank were able to do. Chapter 663. A Beast King at the Fate State. One man to change the situation. Suping's appearance had turned the tables. That was beyond anyone's view of legendary battle pet warriors. It turned out that a legendary battle pet warrior could be quite horrifying. That man was worthy of being called a legendary battle pet warrior. He was a legend. Whoosh! Suping didn't stop after killing those Beast Kings. He flew to the surrounding areas and discharged some bolts of lightning in the process, or launched sword attacks at the gathered wild beasts. Those wild beasts, intimidated by Suping's killing intent, started to run away. They gradually learned it was best not to stay together so that they wouldn't be killed together at once. The other battle pet warriors got their chance since the wild beasts were running in different directions. They charged at the wild beasts. The 5 legendary battle pet warriors were less burdened thanks to this effort. They could then go and fight the lone Beast Kings or give support to other battle pet warriors. As such, the situation gradually improved for the human side. Humans turned offense into offense while led by the legendary battle pet warriors. We did it. We're winning. Come on guys. Don't give those damn beasts a chance. Kill them all. Give me back my friends. Give me back my niece. The war correspondents spread the news. The battle pet warriors felt their morale improve. They had been suffering before that moment. They had to watch their partners die. They had to see their battle pets die, their companions, even when they ate and slept. It was then the time for revenge. It was a time for retaliation. The battle drums were beating. The sonic elephants were chanting at the same time. Those beasts were merely at the 8th rank, but their chanting could inspire the battle pet warriors' morale. A group of sonic elephants forming a wall and chanting together could greatly uplift the battle pet warriors' spirits. Of course, those chants would be useless when a dragon roared. That was how terrifying a dragon could be. As the sonic elephants chanted, the battle pet warriors shouted and charged forward, closing in on the wild beasts. The battle pet warriors advanced and progressively defeated the wild beasts under the leadership of the legendary battle pet warriors. Venerable the Blade was thrilled. He knew that calling Su Ping for help was the right choice. Su Ping was even more powerful than he had thought. Even without Lord Ni's help, Su Ping was strong enough to save a base city. Even though he was also at the legendary rank, Venerable the Blade could not help but admire Su Ping. He wondered how great his life would be if he could be like Su Ping. Whoosh! Su Ping ran through the battlefield and cleared a path. Many wild beasts were either killed or scared away. The battle pet warriors gazed at Su Ping with admiration and respect. They ran past the dead wild beasts and charged deeper into the cluster of enemies. They had to get their base city back. That was one of humanity's homes. Is that a passageway to the deep caves? Su Ping gazed at the place where the Beast Kings came from. It had at one point been the point with the largest number of Beast Kings. Only some advanced wild beasts remained in that area, including many 9th rank beasts, all because he had scared away or killed the Beast Kings. Beasts would usually be at higher ranks, except for the cubs, to survive inside the deep caves. More Beast Kings. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He detected the presence of Beast Kings in the deepest part of the passageway. There had to be several Beast Kings hiding inside. Whoosh! Su Ping dived down from the sky like a fighter plane. Bolts of lightning were flashing in the palm of his hands. He lifted his sword and a ray of sword light cut open a path through the throng of beasts, leaving behind many pieces of flesh and pools of blood. However, given the sheer number of wild beasts, more would move forward to fill in the gap. The white bones were gradually retracted and removed from his person. Su Ping's appearance was restored. Use undead enslaving. Su Ping ordered. The little skeleton stood by him tamely and its eye sockets were glistening in red. A profound mist of darkness oozed out from the little skeleton. What happened then alerted many people. The nearby war correspondents captured a close-up shot of Su Ping. Su Ping was the highlight everywhere. He was the person that could decide whether humans could win in the end. Is he the legendary battle pet warrior? Handsome indeed. Is that his battle pet? It's so small, and it looks just like any other skeleton. Is it actually a beast king? Look, the skeleton is about to do something. Under the eyes of many, the mist of darkness began to spread toward the wild beasts. Whenever the dark mist made contact, the wild beasts would cry and there would be a noise like bones clicking together. Many twisted beasts dashed out as the dark mist faded away. Those were all the beasts that Su Ping had killed. Those beasts no longer had a pulse, but their bodies were still warm. They could still bleed, but they no longer felt pain. The twisted creatures ran toward the other wild beasts. The entire horde of wild beasts descended into chaos. The enslaved wild beasts carried with them a dark element. They were even more powerful than when they were alive. Besides, those twisted creatures weren't afraid of dying. They soon caused a great number of casualties on the wild beasts' side. In the meantime, a door to the realm of the undead appeared behind the little skeleton. That was the little skeleton's most powerful skill. The pungent energy of death was being unleashed as the demonic door was opened. The battle pet warriors and wild beasts both felt a chill. It was as if the world would have been connected to an unspeakably horrifying place. Roar! Many skeletons dashed out from the door soon after. There were skeleton dragons with red eyes, fallen angels with dark wings, and some twisted creatures. The ancient wolf skeleton warriors charged forth with their spears, carrying a power from the past. The many wild beasts gathered in front of the passageway to the deep caves were crushed when the skeleton army struck. Many of the skeleton warriors were equal to beast kings. A rough estimate would be that there were over a dozen with beast king strength. The little skeleton could have summoned something even more terrifying if it were at a higher rank. Overwhelming. The wild beasts were falling like flies due to the skeleton warriors. The skeleton dragon, the fallen angels, and the other creatures were charging as if the area were deserted. Really, one man and one skeleton against all the wild beasts. No one was able to utter a single word. How terrifying. That person is a god of war. Take care of this place. I'll finish those that are still inside, Su Ping said to the little skeleton. The little skeleton nodded with a dull look. Suping teleported again and again. He soon reached the passageway into the deep caves. He could no longer see what the buildings around the passageway were once like. The blocks of cement and steel were turned upside down. More and more wild beasts were coming out, and some beast kings were hiding in some places, observing. The beast kings felt it as Suping moved closer. Soon after, some of the beast kings ran toward the deepest parts of the passageway. They were running away. They had surely felt the trail of killing Suping was leaving behind. The beast kings decided to run away since Suping was going their way. Suping raised his eyebrows. He decided not to chase the beast kings that were escaping. Killing all the wild beasts was too great of a task when done alone. Even when he finished off those wild beasts, there would always be more hiding in the deep caves. Boom. Suping wielded his sword. The ray of sword light landed on the ground and bang, the rocks rolled over and blocked the passageway. The wild beasts that were running toward the entrance were cut open. Those wild beasts had strong vitality, their remains were still wiggling after being halved. Some more correspondents hovering in the sky riding bird pets captured Suping on video as he blocked the passageway. They broadcast the scene all across the base cities. The other battle pet warriors were even more inspired. The passageway had been cut off. Those wild beasts were like rats in a hole. Finish them. The battle pet warriors were shouting loud enough to make the sky shake. The wild beasts that were about to break into the human city had been being slain. No more wild beasts came out from the collapsed passageway. The 9th rank beasts would have been able to shatter the boulders blocking the opening, but no wild beasts had made a move. The collapse was a signal. It was a signal of danger. Approaching the entrance would be dangerous. Even the beast kings had escaped and gone back to the deep caves. Without the beast kings to lead them, the lesser wild beasts that couldn't make it back to the passageway wandered close to the entrance, hesitating. Some of the more scheming beasts had turned around and escaped. Huh? Suping suddenly noticed something as he hovered in the sky. He gazed into the distance. Boom. The entire base city was shaking. This startled all the people who were fighting. The quake was so strong that some battle pet warriors fell to the ground. What is going on? Earthquake? The battle pet warriors who had a more acute sense suddenly narrowed their eyes. They were shaking, they felt something terrifying. Moo. There was a loud bellow, which resembled a mix between cow's moo and a dragon's roar. The center of the battleground had caved in. There was a team of hundreds of battle pet warriors that didn't have time to run away. A pile of dirt pushed them up and then something in the cave sucked them in. They were shouting in misery. The next second, a huge thing as massive as a mountain, covered with thick but soft dark fur got out from the cave. Fate State? Suping recognized that at once. He could not believe that there would be a beast at the Fate State, which would be on par with the other world Heavenly King. Still, it was still unclear which of the two was stronger. That being said, he was sure that this Beast King was leading this strike. If I hadn't made the trip over, this base city would have been doomed. I wonder how the other defense lines were doing. Suping's mind was weighed down. He didn't think the Xinjiang defense line was an exception. Humans would suffer if there was a Fate State Beast King on each defense line. While Suping was considering that possibility, the behemoth suddenly let out a shrill noise that turned all the surrounding buildings into dust. The high-pitched call echoed across the entire base city. The many battle pet warriors gazed into the distance with fear. Even some Beast King pets were frightened. As a matter of fact, they were the ones most afraid since they felt that the mountain-like Beast King was overpowering. Beast King pets were insignificant when compared to that monolithic beast. What is that thing? A Beast King at the Void State? No. The legendary battle pet warriors seemed to be wary and surprised. The Starburst Dragon didn't seem to be as intimidating. They felt as if a viper were licking the back of their necks, but they did not dare to move at all. Look. What is that? Humans. Humans and beasts. Is that Lord Ni? Soon enough, someone noticed that some figures were dangling on the vines. The legendary battle pet warriors focused their sights. They were appalled by what they saw. It was Lord Ni and the others who had fled with him. Many fragments of Beast King corpses were tangled in the vines. The Beast Kings had been torn to pieces, mostly leaving out their heads or internal organs, which made for a ghastly sight. Venerable the Blade was startled. He had thought that Lord Ni had run away. He didn't know that a Beast King had captured him. Ambush. Venerable the Blade felt his blood freeze. That Beast King had surely been hiding outside the base city. He would have been caught by the vines if he would have tried escaping with Lord Ni. Whoosh. Suping ran to the little skeleton. To be safe, the little skeleton also moved and closed the gap in the air, then merged with Suping. Since the wild beasts had been routed, the little skeleton no longer needed to babysit the area. Chapter 664 Charge. Suping looked like a devil while covered in bones. He moved forward without hesitation. Whoosh. Su Ping vanished on the spot. He was only 1,000 meters away from the mountain-like Beast King when he reappeared. The massive Beast King turned around, making the ground tremble. A pair of red eyes opened from within the vines. The Beast King fixed its glare on Su Ping. It had left that place for only a minute, but the situation had gone through a drastic change. The many Beast Kings that had attacked had either died or were wounded. That was unacceptable. Help. Suddenly, there came a weak call for help. The legendary battle pet warriors who were dangling in the air were still breathing. Whoosh. 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 Many legendary battle pet warriors hurried over to where Su Ping was. They had previously been unable to catch up with Su Ping as he was dashing around. That Beast King was the one leading the Beast Strike. They were worried that something could go wrong on Su Ping's side if he were to deal with the Beast King on his own. They knew full well that they would never win once Su Ping was defeated. They would lose all the advantages that they had just won if something happened to him. Sir. Mr. Su. We're here to help. Tell us what you need us to do. The legendary battle pet warriors, including Venerable the Blade, stood behind Su Ping. They were ready to receive his orders. Su Ping was more than qualified and capable enough to lead them. Is that Lord Ni? He's still alive. Great. Save Lord Ni and we will have better odds at winning. The legendary battle pet warriors were gladly surprised to see that Lord Ni was still alive. But Venerable the Blade didn't propose nor supported such a plan. He just gazed at Su Ping. He knew very well why Lord Ni and the others had disappeared. They could have worked together to defeat that terrifying Beast King if they hadn't escaped and waited for Su Ping to arrive. Many people would have been spared from dying. After all, the withdrawal of several legendary battle pet warriors had created quite a fair deal of trouble for the other battle pet warriors. Many had died or were injured in a matter of minutes. They're beyond saving. Su Ping darted a glance and said calmly, the Beast King is absorbing their astral powers. Their bones and organs would be ripped away if we tried to pull them free. On the other hand, staying there would only nourish the Beast King. The other legendary battle pet warriors fixed their gazes on the Beast King while openly surprised. They realized that Su Ping was telling the truth. The vines wrapped around Lord Ni and the others weren't made of hairs, but more like flesh and blood. There were finger-thick vine branches that had pierced into their bodies. Lord Ni appeared to be much skinnier than before. The legendary battle pet warriors standing with Su Ping felt overwhelmed by the outlook. Lord Ni was at the void state. It was a shame that such a legendary battle pet warrior couldn't be saved. Sir, what should we do? Sir, what do you think? The legendary battle pet warriors asked Su Ping anxiously. Su Ping answered calmly, it's easy. We kill them so that they can no longer provide energy to the Beast King. That will lessen our burden. The legendary battle pet warriors were stunned speechless. That wasn't what they were talking about. They were asking how they could save Lord Ni and the others. Sir, we would have to face this Beast King by ourselves if we killed them. A legendary battle pet warrior expressed his concern. Time was pressing. They had to make a decision. It's okay. I'm just glad they won't be able to distract us, Su Ping said. They also won't be wasted, either. You've seen that my battle pet can enslave the dead. When they die, my battle pet can enslave them and they would still be able to fight. 211 The legendary battle pet warriors looked at each other in speechless despair. They somehow felt Su Ping was smiling. Was it an illusion? How on earth could he smile when this Beast King was there? If it weren't for the fact that Su Ping had just made a great contribution by turning the tables, they would have never thought that Su Ping was doing that on purpose. They thought at first that Su Ping was trying to find more puppets for his battle pet. Venerable the Blade curled his lips. He knew that it was best not to offend that guy. Revenge is a dish best served hot. Wasn't it served cold? No one would want to eat a cold dish. Su Ping, what are you talking about? Someone shouted. In the distance, Lord Ni and the others had overheard the conversation. They were all legendary battle pet warriors and were able to hear across that distance, even though they were on their deathbeds. Those people were barely clinging to their lives. Then, when they heard Su Ping's words, it was as if they had just gotten a momentary surge of vitality. They had been so scared since there was nothing they could do. They could be saved, but Su Ping was claiming that they should be killed? They were legendary battle pet warriors. Oh? I see that you know my name. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and chuckled. They had researched him. Targeting the Longjiang base city was targeting him. We will remember your contributions. Go ahead and kill yourselves. Rest in peace, considering it would be helpful for us, Su Ping said. Lord Ni was so angry that he was going to cough out blood. He filed his teeth and widened his eyes. There were some things he could not say out loud. Su Ping was getting personal to get back at him because of Longjiang base city. There was a mutual understanding. You cannot kill me, I can save myself. I am at the void state, I have a vision and abilities you cannot imagine. You'll just have to distract the Beast King for us, Lord Ni suggested. He knew that begging would not work with Su King. Those able to reach the legendary rank had a strong will that would not yield to begging. He was saying those things to dissuade Su King into not killing him. Of course, he couldn't save himself at the moment, but he would rather die in the hands of the Beast King than of Su King's. Also, Lord Ni thought he would find a chance to get away once Su King was fully focused on fighting the wild beast. He had to create a chance. The Beast King did nothing other than stare at Su King coldly while the humans talked. It was waiting for something. Or, it was a confrontation of sorts. Su King chuckled. He wouldn't have been able to do it if he were a person who cherished his reputation. But he didn't care about the tower's reputation. Of course, he wouldn't allow for Lord Ni's trick to work. You're talking about the vision and abilities that someone at the Void State has. You wouldn't have had to wait for us to save you if you did have them, not to mention the fact that you cannot even save yourself. You're just nurturing the Beast King at this point. You're so scared of death, you don't even look like a legendary battle pet warrior. Given those circumstances, we can only help you end your life. Su King continued calmly, guys, join me. We'll have an even bigger problem if we let the Beast King take more of their astral powers. The other legendary battle pet warriors felt their hearts skipped a beat. As they looked at Su King and the trapped Lord Ni, they didn't doubt that the former was better than the latter in every way. They even felt Lord Ni had been too arrogant to suddenly talk about vision and abilities to Su King. They could not afford to let the tables turn again. None of them would survive if Su King was defeated. Got it. We will follow your lead. Lord Ni has made many contributions in his life. We will send him off to an honorable end. That is correct. The legendary battle pet warriors soon made their decisions. Lord Ni almost was angered to death. Honorable end? Nothing would be honorable once he reached the end. Su King, I am sorry. I was as blind as a bat and offended you. You have my sincere apologies. I'll agree to all your conditions if you can let bygones be bygones. Please. Lord Ni could not help but begin to beg. He knew he would die if he carried on his dignified ways. The only hope of survival was on Su King. Implications would no longer work. Lord Ni had to put everything on the table. You're sorry? Why are you sorry? I don't think I know you. Su King sounded surprised. Lord Ni squeezed out his answer. It was me who decided to exclude the Longjiang base city. You don't know me, but the one you killed at the tower was my buddy. I simply could not take it. I'm sorry. I have been at a legendary rank for 300 years and collected many treasures and coins during this time. I can give you everything. The other legendary battle pet warriors looked at Su King. It was only then that they learned about their feud. They began to wonder if there were other reasons for Su King to decide not to save Lord Ni. Maybe there was a chance of survival for Lord Ni after all, the legendary battle pet warriors thought. Su King grinned after he heard Lord Ni say his piece. Do it. Wait, what? The legendary battle pet warriors were surprised. Do it? No more arguments? Lord Ni has apologized, but Su King still wants to kill him? What? You're doubting my decision? This is nothing personal. Su King snorted. The other people remained silent. They had to rely on Su King. Besides, hearing what Lord Ni had confessed, they believed that he was indeed a sinner. Humans were at a critical time and they had to fight against the deep caves together. But Lord Ni was still thinking about internal strife. He was despicable. Su King paid no regard to what the legendary battle pet warriors were thinking. He gazed at the mountain-like Beast King. Su King had been observing the Beast King during the conversation. The two were feeling each other out. He felt that the Beast King was somewhat like the other world Heavenly King. But he was no longer as he was back then. He had merely been at the 7th rank when he fought the Heavenly King. Right then, he was at the peak of the 9th rank. Finish it. Su King's killing intent was rising. Roar. The mountain-like Beast King felt the change in Su King and let out a yell. Over 10 walls that were more than 100 meters tall came rushing towards Su King. In the meantime, space around Su King had been tampered with to prevent him from teleporting. Get out of here. Su King shouted. He stepped forward and punched out. The walls collapsed, a huge cloud of dust rose. Su King emerged from the cloud of dust, carrying the sword. Slash. Su King wielded his sword. The ray of sword light cut open the air and reached the mountain-like Beast King. Lord Ni and those dangling in the air were appalled. Su King's abilities were beyond their imagination. They had underestimated Su King. They then learned what death felt like as the ray of sword light reached them. They could not survive that. The onlooking legendary battle pet warriors were more regretful. They shouldn't have followed Lord Ni, he had royally messed up and they had to suffer for it. Sometimes, that was how it worked with parties and gangs. If you found a good group, you would live comfortable lives, but once you barked at the wrong tree, you would be doomed. Boom. There was a sound blast that stopped the ray of sword light. The mountain-like Beast King was furious. It shouted and the ground was shaking. The vines were dancing around, some dark marks were appearing in the air. Lord Ni and the others soon dried up. They shouted, but their voices were becoming so hoarse they were no longer able to utter a sound. Lord Ni wasn't doing any better. He was as weak as an insect when compared to the mountain-like Beast King. He was completely unable to fight back. Su Ping didn't pay any attention to their plight. Lord Ni and the other legendary battle pet warriors couldn't be saved. He would only make sure to remind the little skeleton to make use of those corpses. A good training partner. Su Ping didn't intend to kill the Beast King right away. There were some things he wanted to try out. Rules of thunder. Bolts of lightning danced around in Su Ping's hand, their energy was offending to the eyes. Su Ping was thinking about Heaven's test. Punishment by lightning. The bolts of lightning in Su Ping's hands dashed to the sky, sucking in all the turbulent energy. They grew in size before they crashed down. The entire battleground was lit up by the bolts of lightning. Even those at the other side of the base city could see them. The mountain-like Beast King bellowed. Its four limbs took root in the ground and many dirt walls rose quickly. The walls formed a huge hand that reached toward the bolts of lightning. Boom. The ground quaked as the hand conducted the bolt of lightning into the ground. Chapter 665 The Rock God Spear. The mountain-like Beast King was of the stone family and the skill was able to neutralize lightning. Su Ping raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't that surprised. The bolts of lightning flickered and fireballs came into being. Golden crow flames. The pure golden fire stood out from the flickering lightning bolts and turned the latter into a golden color. There was something unspeakable about the golden flames. The massive Beast King narrowed its eyes in surprise. The Beast King was at the fate state. It was quite able to distinguish different energies. The Beast King thought that the dancing golden fire in Su Ping's hand seemed to be beyond all comprehension. There was a mixture of different elements that shouldn't go together, but that human had managed to keep a balance between that energy mixture. The golden fire was making the Beast King panic. It gave an ominous feeling. The beast was certain that the fire was something that shouldn't be touched. Roar. The Beast King bellowed angrily. The ground turned inside out and many dark crystal walls rose from below. Some ghost faces were engraved on the walls. That was an advanced legendary rank skill, walls of ghost faces. The eyes on the ghosts' faces opened as if they had come to life when the golden fire and the lightning bolts smashed onto the walls. The ghost faces cried so miserably that people felt their blood freeze. Boom. The walls cracked, the golden fire could melt everything. The ghosts' faces were twisted. The mountain-like Beast King snarled and more crystal walls were created. Finally, the golden fire and lightning bolts were stopped after melting through roughly 8 walls. It is working. Su Ping was surprised. He didn't know that the golden crow's flames were that destructive. The walls had been built by a fate state skill. I heard that adult golden crows, like Dickian, can burn off the power of rules with their innate flames. Su Ping blinked. It was within reason that the golden crows had managed to survive for ages. That was enough to crush the confidence of many people cultivating hard. Right then, Su Ping noticed the ongoing battles from the corner of his eye. Even though humans were gaining the upper hand, many battle pet warriors were still dying. He could not waste any more time. Su Ping focused on the mountain-like Beast King. Sir, do you need us to help? The legendary battle pet warriors approached him. Su Ping thought of a perfect answer. Yes. Sir, what do we need to do? Go away. The legendary battle pet warriors were perplexed. What? Su Ping then sprung into action without saying anything else. Boom. The vortices inside his cells were spinning at full speed. The energy in the air was rushing over and a huge funnel appeared in front of him. The legendary battle pet warriors could simply not believe that. Absorbing energy? That is robbing energy. They also felt that even their astral powers were leaving them and moving toward Su Ping. Su Ping can rob our astral powers. The legendary battle pet warriors remembered what Su Ping had just said to them. They stepped away at once. They had to struggle in order to escape the funnel's pull. In a sense, they lost their astral powers to Su Ping. The Chaos Star Chart was one of the earliest rewards Su Ping got from the system. The ancient cultivation method was mysterious. Su Ping had been able to easily steal astral powers from Su Linayu, who cultivated in another room when he was a low-rank battle pet warrior. When he recently used the Chaos Star Chart in full strength, he could take over the astral powers in an area with a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Take this punch. Su Ping's eyes were glowing in a golden color. He was also mobilizing his divine energy. He didn't plan on using the Void Sword. That Beast King didn't deserve such a treatment. His training on the Celestial Star had also enabled him to make progress with the Fist of Exorcist as well. He had integrated the rules of thunder and fire into the second level of this skill, transforming it into the flaming thunder fist of his own creation. Phew. The astral powers were moving more violently around Su Ping, forming a tornado connecting heaven and earth. Two strands of energy that were purple and red respectively were entangled in the tornado. All the astral powers were gathering in Su Ping's hands and fists. The two strands of energy were also wrapped around Su Ping's fists. Boom. Su Ping threw a punch, the two strands of purple and red energy instantly rushed out. Space in front of his fist began to crack, the first level of space collapsed and so did the second. The fist then submerged into the spatial crack. The next second, in front of the mountain-like Beast King's space twisted. A gush of violent energy rushed out. The massive Beast King was appalled. This human is able to open the second level of space? The beast would have needed to muster a great amount of energy to do that. What a terrifying punch. Roar. The Beast King bellowed a fierce call, the entire base city shook. Profound energy from the ground was being drawn by the Beast King and entering its limbs and vines. Space around the Beast King was collapsing. All the vines were sucked into the turbulent currents of space. Bang. All of a sudden, a spear rose from the ground. It was a primitive stone spear covered in energy patterns, although it seemed to be man-made. The ancestor of that Beast King had once seen a god's weapon and committed that to memory. The ancestors passed down the memory to all generations. That skill was named Rock God Spear. It was a skill mastered by Beast Kings of the Stone family. It was a rare move which was more destructive than skills of the Thunder and Flame families. The primitive and ancient-looking spear tore the ground apart as it gradually came into being. The weapon was merely dozens of meters long, but it was as overwhelming as a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. Rock God Spear. Oh my god. The legendary stone skill. Isn't that only a legend? Is it actually real? That is real. That is just like the one I saw in the illustrated book. It is the Rock God Spear. I heard that this skill could even kill demons and gods alike. It can be used to target enemies hundreds of thousands of meters away. The legendary battle pet warriors were dumbstruck. Some of the better-informed titled warriors or those who had once stolen a chance to look at classified information of a higher degree had also recognized the skill. They never imagined they would see that skill on the blue planet. That was the strongest skill of the Stone family. While people had been dumbstruck by the skill, the space in front of the mountain-like Beast King was collapsing. In the meantime, a glaring fist surrounded by golden light whooshed out. That fist was thousands of meters large, although it seemed like a bug in front of the gargantuan Beast King, one that could be squashed to death with one stomp. Those who were already dumbstruck were completely speechless. That skill. They had never seen it before. They had never heard of anything like that. They even felt they could be easily beaten to death. Boom. The Rock God Spear that had yet to get a chance to reach its target collided with a golden fist. There was a loud noise, as if a nuclear bomb had been set off. Air was disrupted. The battle pet warriors who were standing too close felt that their faces and necks were bleeding. Dust swirled in the air and the ground caved in. The Rock God Spear became invisible in the cloud of dust. A fierce wind sprang up and blew the dust away. Someone saw that the dust color changed from yellow to pink and then red. Phew. Su Ping was panting. He used all the strength he could muster with that punch. That was the second strongest skill he had, other than the Void Sword. Su Ping was able to see the deepest parts of the dust cloud. Dead already? So, this is what I can do now. Su Ping mumbled to himself. Now there was still some breath of life, but it was faint. He had used all of his strength when he had fought the other world Heavenly King. Even the Inferno Dragon had opted to sacrifice itself, just so that he could make that beast flee. Back then he had a sense that the Heavenly King had not used its full energy, or else he wouldn't have defeated it that easily. He could have died. As for why the Heavenly King had decided to save energy, he didn't have a clue. But in this case, a Beast King as strong as the other world Heavenly King had been unable to stand a single punch. The rules of flames, thunder, and more. If I can integrate more rules into the skill, I will be able to display a greater power. Su Ping blinked. He felt a sense of emptiness. The vortices had become smaller, they were absorbing energy from the air, although feebly. The little skeleton was trying to collect energy for him as well. The dust was soon dispersed and the onlookers were finally able to see. All of them gasped. It was dead. The mountain-like Beast King had died. Its body was split as if something had crushed it. Its skin had exploded, its bones and organs had been squeezed out. Blood was everywhere and more was gushing out. What? The legendary battle pet warriors and Venerable the Blade looked at each other speechlessly. How terrifying. That was a Beast King that had captured Lord Ni. It had also used the Rock God Spear. Still, it had been killed by Su Ping, just like that. After a momentary silence, Venerable the Blade was the first who came back to his senses. He clenched his fists and shouted non-stop. He was excited. Thrilled. He was a man that would barely show his emotions, but he just couldn't contain his joy. The other legendary battle pet warriors were also ecstatic. The leader of the strike had been killed. They made it. They won. Not only had they successfully defended the Longjing base city, but the entire defense line. They saved more than 1 billion people. The titled warriors who were standing nearby were also chanting joyfully. Their spirits had been uplifted. They commanded their warriors to charge and to finish all the remaining wild beasts. A complete victory. The battle pet warriors were unstoppable. Even the healers were acting faster. That was the result of high morale. Su Ping was startled by the excited shouts of the legendary battle pet warriors close by. He darted them a glance and ordered grumpily, "Go and help them finish this." Those legendary battle pet warriors laughed. They obeyed his order and sprang into action. As they left, Venerable the Blade bowed at Su Ping and then went after the other legendary battle pet warriors. Su Ping stopped the murder with the little skeleton, even though he wasn't tired at all and its energy was still full. Su Ping told the skeleton to use the enslaving skill on the string of legendary battle pet warriors who were captured by the mountain-like beast king. Soon, the little skeleton shook its head at Su Ping. "I did not find them." Su Ping raised his eyebrows. "Did I punch them to pieces just now?" "Never mind. Call back their spirits," Su Ping said. Summoning the undead was one of the little skeleton's many skills. Enslaving would need corpses. But summoning could pull the dead people's spirits from the realm of the undead, under the premise that there would be a medium. Of course, the remaining energy and pieces of flesh would be the media. The little skeleton nodded. Its eye sockets began to glow red. Soon after, some virtual figures were pulled out from a swirl. The darkness around them suggested that they were about to turn into ghosts. "You bastard, you will suffer." After taking a look around, those virtual figures could ascertain the outcome. Lord Ni seemed so angry his eyes were red and his face was contorted. They didn't die because of the Beast King's vines. Su Ping had killed them. They died in Su Ping's hands. Hatred. They glared at Su Ping. Suddenly, one of the ghosts cried, "Look!" They turned around and saw the corpse of the mountain-like Beast King. Even as ghosts, they were stunned. They had struggled when that thing captured them. They tried fighting back but nothing worked. "Enslave them," Su Ping ordered casually. He was still able to control them, even if they were dead. If beasts would have gone to the Longjing base city and he weren't as powerful as he was, millions of people would have died. Not even death would be enough to atone for that crime. The little skeleton's eyes glowed. The ghosts felt a tremor, and then a dull look appeared in their faces. Darkness oozed out from their eyes and they grew in momentum. Chapter 666 Visitors from Another World. It's a shame that their battle pets are a complete waste. Su Ping shook his head. The ghosts of those legendary battle pet warriors could be enslaved. However, the contracts with their battle pets had ended the moment they died. The battle pets had been sent to an unknown destination, directly from the contract space. Maybe those former battle pets were sitting somewhere in a daze. Just make them do their job. Su Ping decided not to bother about those battle pets. The red glow in the little skeleton's eye sockets flickered. The ghosts of Lord Ni and the others cried out sharply and dashed toward the wild beasts. Having become the little skeleton's slaves, they had been enhanced by the skeleton's energy. Their strength grew. Apart from Lord Ni, the others were all at the ocean state. Also, since they had become ghosts, Su Ping could even sign contracts and make them his battle pets. But Su Ping would never do such a stupid thing. After all, their aptitude was poor. After the mountain-like Beast King died, the advantage of the human side was secured. Humans routed the wild beasts while led by the legendary battle pet warriors. Victory was at hand. Even the commanders and advisors had stepped out of their tents, brimming with smiles. The crisis ended. The Longjing base city and the Xinjiang defense line were safe. Half an hour later humans began to cheer once the last group of wild beasts cried and collapsed. It was over. They had won. Some of the battle pet warriors climbed massive heaps of corpses, planted their flags and shouted to celebrate their victory. Many battle pet warriors hugged each other with tears of joy. Other battle pet warriors went and saw to their wounded battle pets at once to comfort them. Some battle pet warriors were trying to find remains of their battle pets in the pools of blood and flesh. In that moment of victory, all the war correspondents turned their cameras to the person hovering in the air with many legendary battle pet warriors around him. People were able to see from the video capture that those legendary battle pet warriors treated that person with the utmost respect. The fact that the Longjing base city is safe is because of the powerful battle pet warrior covered in white bones. It is this bone-covered legendary battle pet warrior who saved the Longjing base city and the Xinjiang defense line. This man didn't show up at the convention before the battle. I think he was assigned here by the tower. We do not have information about his name and title yet. Many pieces of news were broadcasted around the world. Some people were calling other base cities from the Xinjiang defense line to tell them the good news. The base cities from the same defense line knew about Longjing's dire situation. The public was waiting anxiously to hear the updates. They would have to evacuate immediately once Longjing fell. Some of the neighboring base cities had already mobilized disabled and vulnerable people to the shelters when they heard about Longjing's crisis. After all, that was the first battle after the establishment of the defense line. The Longjing base city had gathered many legendary battle pet warriors. If they couldn't withstand the strike, the other base cities on the defensive line would surely be affected. But the tables were turned the moment Su Ping arrived. The war correspondents were live streaming the battle and people had been able to see some of the videos of Su Ping fighting after he arrived. The videos were blurry, but they could see the scale of destruction. Buildings shook and the ground trembled. That level of destruction had silenced all of those watching the live stream. Even the general public was stunned by what a single man could do. A legendary battle pet warrior. He was fearless, like a god. Su Ping would speak to the legendary battle pet warriors during intervals. The war correspondents were then able to capture close-up shots of Su Ping and the little skeleton standing next to him. Everyone saw the man that saved the Longjing base city. In another base city, an old man and his granddaughter were overwhelmed by disbelief as they stared at a screen on the street. They had seen that face before. They had stood very close to each other. The three had met on a train when they had gone to the Holy Light base city for the competition. He is at the legendary rank. The old man forced a bitter smile. He was Jizan Dang. He had fought against wild beasts on the train with Su Ping. Later on, he learned that Su Ping was a top trainer. But to his bigger astonishment, Su Ping was also a legendary battle pet warrior. A legendary battle pet warrior and a top trainer. Jikayua felt this was a huge blow to her confidence. Above the Longjing base city. Time for me to go back. Su Ping looked around. Things were calming down. The entrance to the passage leading to the deep caves had been blocked. The wild beasts were not trying to get out. Su Ping sensed that they had withdrawn. The Beast Kings had been the first to run away. They had gone back to the deep caves and Su Ping couldn't go after them because it was time and energy consuming. After all, the deep caves had a complicated terrain and a small 5 elements formation was still in operation. The formation was of little use, but what if he got carried away in a battle and destroyed what little remained of the formation? Maybe he would end up giving more freedom to the wild beasts. Sir. Whoosh. Whoosh. Apart from the legendary battle pet warriors, some of the local peak-titled warriors flew to meet Su Ping. They were the base city's tycoons, resourceful and well-connected. They could say one word and millions would lose their jobs. Those titled warriors stopped when they were dozens of meters away from Su Ping. They were holding him in great awe and veneration. The legendary battle pet warriors and Venerable the Blade stood around Su Ping. They were covered in wild beast's blood, panting with exhaustion but smiling. Su Ping nodded to them. He was about to say something when a person hurried over. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Another one at the void state. That person was at the peak of the void state, several times more powerful than Lord Ni. I am Ma Feng, Longjing Base City's Heaven Executor. Sir, thank you for your help. The man smiled. He had hips as strong as a bear's and a back as supple as a tiger's. He had a long beard, although his eyes were small, they would turn into slits when he smiled. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Ma Feng? What is a Heaven Executor? Su Ping asked calmly. He already had an idea. Before that battle, he would have been completely clueless and surprised. However, after learning about the Heaven Lock and the fact that both Longjing and Longjiang were part of the formation, Su Ping thought of the formation the moment that man said that he was a Heaven Executor. Since there was an active formation, it would be understandable for there to be some guards. Heaven Executor. Ma Feng looked at Su Ping, surprised that he hadn't yet heard about them. He knew that Su Ping had killed that mountain-like Beast King, his immediate assumption being that Su Ping was at a fate state. Those at such a state would surely enjoy high status in the tower, with access to confidential information. Well, that is a long story. Sir, just think of me as a guardian. Ma Feng smiled. Since Su Ping was ignorant of it, he decided to not be too direct about it. After all, his job was confidential, he didn't want to give any secrets away. Su Ping said a meaningful "oh," but he then understood that his guess was correct. I didn't see you just now. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Ma Feng explained in a hurry, Sir, please listen to me. Just now, 2 Void State Beast Kings were in the north and I was there. I didn't have a chance to deal with them quickly. I left this place to Niizeki. I didn't know. Is that so? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. A legendary battle pet warrior explained, Sir, I can prove it. Mr. Ma simply helped us distract 2 Beast Kings of the Void State. Otherwise, our defense would have been broken a long time ago. The others nodded. Su Ping calmed himself down. I will leave all matters to you. I have to go back in case the Longjiang base city is in crisis. You have to know that our defense is not as good as yours. Sir, you are leaving now? Sir, why don't you stay for the celebration? The legendary battle pet warriors were surprised. What? Do you think I should stay here and moan? Celebration? Look at those corpses. There's nothing to celebrate. Go and help repair the base city. All of you are legendary battle pet warriors from the tower. You should make greater contributions. After all, most of those base cities have to make contributions to the tower, and that is how you get your resources, Suping said grumpily. The legendary battle pet warriors were dumbstruck. Suping had become hostile again. They looked at each other speechlessly. Listen to him. Is Suping not a legendary battle pet warrior from the tower? Ma Feng was just as startled as anyone else. But he then understood why Suping didn't know about heaven executors. So, Suping is not from the tower. But his strength. Could it be that? Apart from Venerable the Blade and the other two who had met Suping in the tower, the others thought of another place. The Federation. The Interstellar Federation. Only there could people reach the Fate State. There were even those at the star rank, and people said that there were gods in the Interstellar Federation. They looked at Suping with a more ardent respect. If they could befriend Suping and manage to somehow connect with the Interstellar Federation, their future would be more promising than staying on the blue planet. The Interstellar Federation had more resources. Reaching the Fate State would be much easier compared to the blue planet. If they could reach the star rank, their life expectancy could grow to tens of thousand years, and they could even use some special means to prolong their lives even longer than that. They all desired immortality. Come now, go. Suping looked at those who stood around him. The changes in their expressions were fascinating. They had doubts, confusion, surprise, and then delight. How strange. He didn't bother to ask about that. He took his leave without delay, vanishing on the spot. Before he vanished completely, he left one sentence for Venerable the Blade. Brother Leng, come and help the Longjiang base city when you have time. Whoosh. Suping teleported. He reached a place full of lava at the battleground. That used to be a street in the base city, but the street had been melted and a lava pool had been formed. The Inferno Dragon was lounging in the pool. It was waiting for Suping. Suping went down and stood on one of the dragon's shoulders. Suping summoned the purple python and greenie from the base city through the bond of the contract, and he sent the little skeleton to the contract space to have some rest as well. As for the ghosts of Lord Ni and the others, since the little skeleton was not enslaving them, the ghosts were suckered into the realms of the undead. It was impossible to summon those ghosts without a medium. Of course, Suping did not plan on summoning them again. After all, the little skeleton could summon a lot of legendary rank creatures. He didn't need those weak things. Go home, Suping said. The Inferno Dragon flapped its wings and flew up from the lava pool. Lava dripped down from its wings. The dragon made a dash into the distance once it reached a certain altitude. The battle pet warriors gazed at the person and the dragon with fear and respect. The legendary battle pet warriors in the distance watched as Suping left. Many people held their gazes until Suping flew out of the Longjing base city. Many battle pet warriors raised their hands to salute Suping. He showed up without anyone knowing him. He left with countless people bidding him farewell. Tens of thousands of meters above the Longjing base city. The Longjing base city could barely be seen. Even the Xinjiang defense line and the North Pass mountain were as small as lines. The clouds were dimly discernible. That place was above the atmosphere. Countless stars were flickering in the sky. Suddenly, a massive spaceship quietly arrived close to the atmosphere. There was no sound in the vacuum of space. The ship was emitting exhaust fumes, but there was no sound. It was as if the vessel were a ghost. The next second, that spaceship bumped into the atmosphere. The skin of the spaceship had been forged with titanium and tungsten. The friction produced blazing sparks. Silence was broken the moment the spaceship entered the atmosphere. The engine was howling. Is this the blue planet? How ancient. I cannot believe that the astral power is this thin. Piss. Do you really think we're going to find some talents here? I heard that the highest rank is the Fate State. No one has ever reached the star rank. Reaching the Fate State is already good enough given the local environment. Let's go and find out if the information of those people they told us about is true. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that we're going through hard times recruiting, we wouldn't have had to come here. Several people were chatting in the spaceship. Chapter 667 Quota The crisis in the Longjing base city was not kept in secret within the Xinjiang defense line. The other defense lines were also paying attention. After all, that base city was of strategic importance. Once it fell, the entire Xinjiang defense line would collapse. It had been a critical battle with over 1 billion lives at stake. All parties were interested in its development. Once the Xinjiang defense line collapsed, the other two defense lines of the subcontinent district would also be affected. It could influence the entire world. Command center of the subcontinent district's Shenglong defense line. There were also Void State legendary warriors. Over a dozen legendary battle pet warriors had been appointed by the tower. The defense line connected 9 base cities. The people from surrounding base cities were mobilized to those 9 fortified base cities. Each settlement had a population of 1 billion. At the command center, people were stunned as they stared at the updates they had received. The videos were being played on a large LED screen. Legendary battle pet warriors died, wild beasts were going crazy. Fear, defeat, and turmoil. The situation changed the moment Suping entered the picture. What happened next astounded everyone. That guy. The punk who killed Legend Abyssal Ocean with one punch. He killed a Fate State Beast King. That. The legendary battle pet warriors were thinking. Some of them were purely shocked while others were planning. There was no doubt that Suping had a Fate State combat strength. In the tower, the master was the only one at the Fate State. When Suping paid them a visit and made a mess, many legendary battle pet warriors who had been outside that day were furious. They hoped that they could go back there and exact revenge. Still, the 12 Void State warriors in the tower had kept quiet about that matter. There were legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State that claimed they wanted to go and punish Suping. But later, something happened. They then decided not to bother about it. The tower had been shamed but decided not to make a big fuss about it. The legendary battle pet warriors had been smart enough to drop the matter. That day, they had finally understood why that person had been able to leave the tower safe and sound. Only the tower master could have fought against that young man. At the current moment, internal strife would not benefit humankind. Lord Ni deserved to die. I heard that the young man is from a place named Longjian Base City, and that he defeated the otherworld Heavenly King. However, Lord Ni excluded the base city from the defense line. He even told the base city to relocate. Lord Ni finally realized he went after the wrong person. I cannot believe he was making this mess. He was burning his own fingers. The Xinjiang defense line will be fine. I wonder if we're going to endure a similar strike here. The legendary battle pet warriors were worried. The Xinjiang defense line was lucky enough to have someone with Fate State combat strength to protect it. The Xinjiang defense line would be fine unless several Fate State Beast Kings came out from the deep caves at the same time and attacked them. But that was unlikely. We the people in the Xinglong defense line were the ones who should worry because they were all at the Void State and they only had one Heaven Executor hiding somewhere. They would face a lot of difficulties if they encountered Fate State Beast Kings. The legendary battle pet warriors felt their minds were laden with somber thoughts. Even they had to worry. After all, 5 legendary battle pet warriors had died in the Longjing base city, within a matter of hours. The people with whom they drank while at the tower had become corpses. Even Lord Ni had died. Who else would have the confidence to say that they could survive? In the 3rd defense line of the subcontinent district. Same as the others, there was only one Void State legendary warrior and over a dozen at the Ocean State. That person is getting more and more horrifying. They were also watching videos from the Longjing base city. They watched attentively. An old man wearing a cyan robe pulled a long face. Sitting next to him was a girl with watery eyes and snow-white skin. She held a sword while she sat there quietly, but there was something about her that stood out. That girl was not yet at the legendary rank, but the legendary battle pet warriors present were eyeing the girl with admiration and respect. The girl had an influential grandfather and she had been born with good talents that could guarantee her a promising future. When I first went to his store, he was such a weak punk that I could pinch him to death with 2 fingers. He wasn't even at the 7th rank. He would have died if it weren't for the golden-haired girl in his store. He robbed us of our legacy. The fact that he could reach this state must be because of that legacy. The old man's eyes were glowing with hatred. He clenched his fists. He was Yuan Tanjin. He had joined the tower years before, but he had been working all around the subcontinent district in the recent years. Many forces and base cities knew about him. He had built up a financial group and a strong faction by leveraging his legendary rank. They aided him by collecting information as well as treasures. Yuan Tanjin had been holding a grudge ever since he had almost gotten himself killed when he entered Suping's store. He just felt sorry that he couldn't get payback for it. He later found out that Suping had killed a legendary battle pet warrior during the Supremacy League, to later go to the tower and punch a Void State legendary warrior to death. Yuan Tanjin was becoming increasingly furious, but he wasn't brave enough to seek revenge. He could not believe that the current Suping was even able to kill Fate State Beast Kings. Suping was almost as good as the Tower Master. If Yuan Tanjin met Suping again, he was sure that he would not survive Suping's punch. If it weren't for the fact that the wild beasts were striking the globe and they had to strive toward the same goal, he thought that Suping would have probably made the trip to find and finish him. That punk. Yuan Tanjin filed his teeth. He didn't have the strength to kill Suping, he could only hopelessly watch him grow and develop. He felt powerless, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing that made him feel better was that his granddaughter was not letting him down. Suping had grabbed the legacy, but his granddaughter had also taken a share. His granddaughter had also acquired one of the slots to study at the top academy in the Interstellar Federation. She would soon be making the trip over. It would not be hard for her to reach the legendary rank while studying there. She might even go beyond the legendary rank in the future. Even if she wasn't fortunate enough to surpass the legendary rank, joining the academy would mean that she would have the chance to make many influential friends. That would become an invisible asset. Yuan Danshan's jealousy and anger faded away upon thinking about it. He turned around and looked at the girl. The girl was sitting there quietly. It was as if she weren't part of that world. But the fact was that she wasn't as calm as she appeared. Her fingers were strongly grasping the sword, and the knuckles were turning white. She glared at the person in the video. It was as if she wanted to pierce that man with her gaze. She felt a rush of troubling feelings and pain. She felt pain because of desperation. Yuan Linglu could not reconcile with the fact that Suping had become much more powerful since the last time she had seen him at the Longtai Mountain. She had reached the 9th rank and she could even fight against a legendary battle pet warrior. She was merely 19 years old. It was shocking enough for a person to reach the titled rank at the age of 19. She was a rare talent indeed. But she had still lost. She had been outclassed by Suping. Suping had killed legendary battle pet warriors as if they were nothing, and he had just slain a Fate State Beast King. Killing her would be child's play for him. Back in the day, she would have been on equal terms to fight against Suping for the legacy. But she was nothing compared to him at the moment. Why am I still lagging when I've been working so hard? Talent? For the first time, Yuan Linglu began to wonder. Ever since she was a kid, her grandfather had told her she was talented. She had always been better than her peers from the major families. She had kept the lead. She had gone to the Valiant Academy, skipping grades and graduating ahead of schedule with the highest grades. But she was losing nonetheless. Suddenly, she heard a gentle voice. Lulu. The girl looked at her grandpa's amiable face. This brought a lump to her throat. Don't overthink. You are amazing, Yuan Danshan comforted his granddaughter. If everything is in order, those people should be coming to fetch you soon. Your future is promising. Don't compare yourself to a punk like him. Yuan Linglu pressed her lips together. Can I do that? I don't have to compare myself to him because I can't win. She felt how her confidence was crushed. Yes, she could never compare to Suping. She could go to that academy and go beyond the legendary rank. However, there might be better chances for Suping. The girl lowered her head and whispered, I understand, Grandpa. Yuan Danshan felt his heart ache. His hatred against Suping grew. If it weren't for that young man, his granddaughter would continue to force ahead with nerves of steel. But Suping made a mess of things. I do hope that something can go wrong in his strike. Yuan Danshan thought. He didn't care about anyone on the blue planet, other than his granddaughter. If his granddaughter went to that academy along with his strength and a secret hideouts he had established, he believed he could live on, even if humans were defeated. The tower. The mountain range was covered in snow. The battles had disrupted the energy which had caused drastic weather changes. It was the month of July, but the snow had started in some places, while people were experiencing extremely high temperatures in other places. Many small hills were floating in the air of that mysterious realm. Each legendary battle pet warrior had claimed a hill for themselves and titled battle pet warriors would work for them on those hills. Many legendary battle pet warriors had left once war broke out, leaving several people behind to stay and guard the tower. There was a small cottage in the mountain hovering at the back. Sitting in front of the cottage was a tablet, a sword, and a chessboard. The tablet was covered in moss. The sword had been plunged into the ground and the blade was broken. The chessboard was covered in withered leaves and grass. There was a pair of trees by the cottage and a swing was hung between the two. A kid was sitting on the swing and laughing. A fair-skinned young man wearing a white robe was standing next to the swing. The young man was smiling while he looked at the kid. All of a sudden, an old voice came from the cottage. You two, come here. An old man with gray hair and simple clothes came out. He used a stick as an aid to move around. Grandpa. The young man stopped pushing the swing. The kid did a tumble to get off the swing and chuckled. Grandpa, today is the day we leave for that place, right? The old man smiled. Yes. They should be coming today to pick you up, if everything is according to plan. Great. The kid clapped his hands. The young man just smiled, but he was also looking forward to visiting that place. Zion, listen, the old man said to the youth, take care of your little brother once you get there. You'll get to see many people like you. You cannot be arrogant. I know, Grandpa. The young man nodded. Grandpa, the world is under attack and the formation is cracked. I believe many beasts have reached the fate state. Will we make it? Should we ask those people for help? The old man answered, "How kind of you, but that's not something you should be worrying about. I know what is going on in the deep caves. The wild beasts are trying to wipe out humanity to take over the blue planet, but they will never get away with it. And it's true that those people are coming. It would be the end of all the wild beasts if they lend us a hand." The young man nodded. "If one of them is at the star rank, him alone would be more than enough to solve our problem in the deep caves. They may even help in correcting all the hidden hazards that have been troubling us for years." The old man replied with silence. The kid was bored by the topic. "Grandpa, can you tell if they're coming or not?" "Don't worry. They will be here." The old man patted the kid's head, but the narrowed eyes suggested that he also had doubts. Boom. The magnificent spaceship plunged into the clouds. The devices were producing many datasets. The number of wild beasts on this planet is what you would expect on a deserted planet. "The same place, Mr. Fang?" "Yes. Let's pay a visit to the blue planet's leader." The spaceship turned around and flew across the ocean toward a snowy region. Chapter 668 Special Constitutions. Nice. Snow and wine go perfectly together. There was a small cube forged with spatial skills in the snowy area. Inside the cube was a rush cushion. An old man was sitting on it while enjoying himself. He was Legend the Drunken, the guardian of the tower. Even though he was just a doorkeeper, many of the tower's legendary warriors treated him with respect. He wasn't at the void state, but he did have strong combat abilities. Huh? While staring at the snow, Legend the Drunken sniffed with his reddish nose, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. A black dot was approaching in the distance. The black dot was getting closer and closer until the outline was revealed. It was a magnificent spaceship. The ships built on the blue planet could only traverse the oceans, but humans would seldom make the trip, given the fact that oceans were infested with wild beasts. Humans had even stopped making aircraft carriers. But then, a spaceship was about to arrive. That was something that couldn't have been made with the blue planet's available technology. "It's them." Legend the Drunken's eyes glowed, and the signs of inebriation disappeared from his face. The redness receded and all his leisure utensils vanished with the wave of a hand. He strode forward. Legend the Drunken was then ready to receive guests. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The noise made by the spaceship was sonorous and deafening. The spaceship stopped above the tower, the cabin door opened and two people came out. Both were at the legendary rank. Legend the Drunken narrowed his eyes. Those two were at the fate state. He felt as if he were seeing the master of the tower. The surrounding astral power was being compressed. That pressure was commonplace when a warrior stood in front of someone of higher rank. Those two could kill him easily. "Hey Red Nose, you're still the doorkeeper." The middle-aged man smiled at Legend the Drunken. Legend the Drunken answered with respect, "Mr. Zhu, you're teasing me. I have no other skills but keeping watch over the doors." "Sir, are you here to pick up those who were selected?" "Yes," the girl standing next to the middle-aged man answered coldly. She looked around with contempt, especially when she noticed the low density of astral powers floating around. The legendary battle pet warrior surnamed Zhu said, "Is your master here?" "Mr. Fang, our teacher, is here to look at the candidates. Tell your master to come out now." Legend the Drunken narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Fang? A teacher? Of that academy?" His heart was racing. He had heard some stories about that academy. It was said that those who could become teachers there should be at the star rank. It was for that very reason that the academy had established a name even in the scope of the Federation. I will tell him right away." Legend the Drunken was getting nervous. He took out his phone and was about to dial the number. "It's okay. We'll go see him." An indifferent voice came from the spaceship. With that said, the entrance was suddenly opened. The spaceship slowly went into the mysterious realm. The middle-aged man and the ice-cold girl gave Legend the Drunken one last glance but no longer spoke. They flew back and entered the spaceship. Legend the Drunken finally came back to his senses when the ship vanished. He didn't open the entrance but the spaceship still went inside. There had to be someone above the legendary rank on that spaceship. He immediately called the master and told him about this, just in case the latter would require time to be ready to receive such honorable guests. Inside the tower's mysterious realm, the spaceship's arrival alerted many legendary battle pet warriors. The tower's mysterious realm was of moderate size. The legendary warriors were capable enough to sense any situation across half of the mysterious realm. The spaceship had alerted those who had not yet gone to the battlefronts. Soon after, those of legendary rank came out and gazed at the huge spaceship. They saw some special symbols on the spaceship. That was the official language of the Federation. They had seen it before but didn't know how to read it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, there was a ripple in space. An old man with gray hair appeared in front of the spaceship. It was the old man from that cottage. He looked at the spaceship, yearning to get a taste of such power. But he stored away his flights of fancy and lowered his head. I am Goose Siping. It is my honor to meet you. 4 people at the Fate State came out from the spaceship. The old man narrowed his eyes. Then, a middle-aged man also stepped out from the spaceship. He had dashing eyebrows and deep eyes, something was intimidating about him. The middle-aged man walked on the void, step by step. He nodded to Goose Siping. So, you're the owner of this place? Not exactly. I just received the honor of being selected as their leader. Goose Siping tried his best to be humble. The middle-aged smiled with a little bit of contempt and continued, I come here on behalf of the Hyuga Academy, all in order to recruit some new students. I've already seen the information about the candidates and they do meet our standards, but I do wonder if their information is authentic. Goose Siping said at once, Sir, please trust me. I have personally gone through the information of those candidates and everything is authentic. But I don't know if something has happened to them during this time. 2 of the candidates are my grandsons and they do meet your requirements. Is that so? The middle-aged man looked around and suddenly said with a frown, Come over here. Space trembled. All of a sudden, 2 people were squeezed out of thin air from next to Goose Siping, the kid and the young man in the cottage. The 2 had a dull look in their faces. They then managed to calm down when they saw Goose Siping. Not bad. Bone age is 9 and the rank is 7th. There's a certain beast presence in him. I think he was born to have a beast constitution, although I cannot tell which rank his beast bloodline is. The middle-aged man seemed to be happy about the kid. That kid did have the qualities to be admitted in their academy. The kid could easily reach the Fate State once he was trained well. As for whether the kid could go beyond the Fate State, that would be up to luck. Goose Siping was overjoyed to hear that. My grandson is still young? Sir, I'm sorry for troubling you by looking after him. The middle-aged man remained silent. He was observing the young man. Bone age 16 and cultivation is at the peak of the 9th rank. There's a presence of ice in him. He was born with an ice constitution. I cannot tell which type of ice constitution he was born with. He's not bad. The middle-aged man nodded. The young man was also up to standard. If it was later confirmed that the young man's ice constitution was of the best kind, it would also be good for the academy. The young man was relieved. He looked at the huge spaceship and knew that those people were from the Interstellar Federation. He and his little brother would go with those people to a legendary place far, far away to study. It was said that the most powerful in that far-off place had already become gods. They could destroy an entire planet by lifting one of their hands. Are they your grandsons? He had a kinder expression when the middle-aged man turned to talk to Goose Siping again. After all, being able to have 2 grandsons like those 2 on that resourceless planet had surely not been easy. Their grandfather would also be honored if the 2 kids could perform well in the academy. Goose Siping smiled. Sir, thank you so much. Don't mention it. The middle-aged man said, What about the other candidates? Goose Siping answered at once, They are somewhere else. Sir, why don't you stay here for a couple of days? I will call them. Goose Siping then apologized, I'm sorry but there have been beast strikes all across our planet. The other candidates have gone with their families to fight against the wild beasts. It'll take some time to get them here. Sir, please forgive me. The middle-aged man understood what Goose Siping was implying. He was apologizing as if feeling sorry. But the fact was that he wanted them to help. However, the middle-aged man did not say it out loud. After all, life on that almost primitive planet wasn't easy. He also knew that people were suffering. Do they have phone numbers? I will call them and send someone to pick them up, the middle-aged man said. Goose Siping felt a bit embarrassed. I have their numbers but some places don't have a strong signal. If we call them one by one. Don't worry. Input all their numbers into one phone and I'll deal with the rest, the middle-aged man replied. Goose Siping was confused but he didn't dare to disobey. He entered the number of the candidate's guardians in his phone. Sir, those are the numbers. Okay. The middle-aged man captured the phone over and poured out some astral powers into the device. The phone trembled and 4 projections rose from the phone. Master? Master? The people showing up in the projections were surprised. They felt as if they would have cut through space and entered the tower's mysterious realm. Not only did they see Goose Siping, but also the middle-aged and the huge spaceship. Soon enough, the 4 came back to their senses, wide-eyed with excitement. They are from that place. Yuan Tanshin trembled. They had arrived. His granddaughter would go to that place. I am a teacher from the Hyuga Academy with the task of recruiting students, the middle-aged man said briefly. Tell me where you are and I'll send people to get you. They had recognized him even before the introduction. The 4 people immediately spoke and gave their location details. The middle-aged man hung up the call and threw the phone back to Goose Siping. Goose Siping was in a daze. Since when was my phone this powerful? The middle-aged man said calmly, I only manipulated some rules. Nothing strange about that. The middle-aged man then said to the others, "Go and find where they are. Get them here." "Okay." The four nodded. They entered the spaceship and soon came out after making preparations. They said their goodbyes to the middle-aged man and headed off. Shenglong Defense Line. Yuan Tanshan was seized with excitement once the call ended. He ignored the looks of astonishment from those around him and said to the girl, "Did you hear that? They're here. They are waiting at the tower." "I heard that." Yuan Linglu nodded. She didn't see that, but she did hear it. That famous academy from the Interstellar Federation was there to pick her up. She would finally tap into her full potential. Once she reached the fate state or the possibility of going beyond the legendary rank, the current crisis on the blue planet would mean nothing to her. "Grandpa, I will go and work hard. You have to take care of yourself," the girl said to Yuan Tanshan with determination. "Whatever happens, live on. Also, don't go and anger that person." Yuan Tanshan knew who she was referring to. The joy seemed to have been cut off by hatred. He nodded. "I know. I won't be that stupid. Let's wait till that person perishes on his own." Yuan Linglu remained silent. Perishing by himself? She didn't think so. She no longer had such a grand wish. On the contrary, she wished that person could live until she returned. A legendary battle pet warrior asked gingerly, "Lord Yuan, who was that?" Yuan Tanshan came back to his senses. He looked around and was barely able to hold back his smile. "He is from the Interstellar Federation. An academy is currently recruiting and my granddaughter has passed according to their standards. They're here and it just so happens that we're currently in crisis. I'll ask my granddaughter to tell them and see if they can help us get rid of those damn beasts." The many legendary battle pet warriors looked at each other speechlessly. Is he referring to the academy with abundantly qualified teachers? The legendary battle pet warriors gasped. They jealously looked at the quiet girl. They knew that the girl had been recruited by the academy, but it would only count until she got there. The letter of acceptance could be cancelled at any time. But the academy's teacher had actually made the trip. When the girl returned, she would become someone that all of them would look up to. It was also perfect timing for those people to arrive at the moment. It would be great if they could help in dealing with the wild beasts. Everyone was full of troubling feelings for a moment. The threat of the wild beasts would recede. But the bitterness from envy would persist. Yuan Tanshan was unable to mask his joy. Chapter 669 Increase Student Enrollment Longjiang Base City. Whoosh! A ball of fire was on the move. It arrived just outside the base city. The many guards recognized the dragon covered by the fireball at once. Some of the battle pet warriors had raised their hands in salute. Su Ping breathed in relief. "Good. The wild beasts haven't attacked us yet. Have you detected anything?" Su Ping sent a mental message to an old man at the titled rank. The latter had been gazing at Su Ping, wanting to say hi but afraid of coming off as offensive. The old man felt flattered that Su Ping was talking to him. He replied at once, "Mr. Su, we've already sent out guards to patrol the surrounding areas. Everything is fine at the moment." "Good." Su Ping nodded. He then flew straight toward his store. The people were excited as they watched him leave. They knew the young man riding a dragon would be their savior when the wild beasts crisis hits. Back to the store. Su Ping stored the Inferno Dragon. He saw that several titled battle pet warriors were talking by the Qin family building across the street. "How are the other defense lines doing? Have you heard anything?" Su Ping went over and asked. The Qin family elders moved to greet him. "Mr. Su, we've just heard from the Longjing base city. The strike has ended," one of the elders said passionately. "We've seen the video. Mr. Su, you are a hero. Longjing will be safe with you here. We will stop the wild beasts." Right. The other two elders agreed. Su Ping rolled his eyes. "I'm not here for honeyed words. I'm asking about the actual situation." The elder felt sorry after cozying up the wrong way. "A new report will arrive in another 2 hours. There have been some delays at times. After all, the wild beasts have destroyed many things, including stations in some of the base cities. But as of now, everything is fine." "Good." Finally, Su Ping got the answer he needed. He was speechless. That old man had to be one of the PR guys from the Qin family. Su Ping left at once. He would go and help if anything happened to the other defense lines. After all, if any of the defense lines were to collapse, it could harm the Xinjiang defense line and also the Longjiang base city. He couldn't have watched them fall and remain idle, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to give aid to the Longjing base city. "Mr. Su, have a good day." The Qin family elders bowed. Su Ping went back to his store. He decided not to go to the cultivation sites after much deliberation. Judging from what had happened to the Longjing base city, he could tell that things were difficult. A group of wild beasts led by beast kings would have the capability of reaching the detection radius of a base city within half a day. Longjiang had yet to detect any wild beasts for the moment, but some wild beasts might have started gathering outside. If he were to leave for a cultivation site, even for just one day, it would be too late. Suping dialed a number. Z. Mr. Su. The call was quickly answered. Z Jinshui sounded thrilled as he took the call. I saw your video in the Longjing base city. Mr. Su, how heroic of you. I'm very happy that you're a resident of our Longjing base city. Mr. Su, if we can get over this peacefully, I will gladly step down and leave the mayor post to you. Suping said grumpily, I'm busy with my store, I don't have time to be a mayor. Back to business, I have to say that strike was unusual. Longjing was just a start, and there was only one Beast King at the Fate State. That is nothing. There will be more of them. Nothing? Z Jinshui was confused. He wasn't at the legendary rank, but his mayor status allowed him to have a clear idea about the distinction between different states of the legendary rank. A legendary battle pet warrior at the Fate State could be the ruler of the Blue Planet. The 4 heavenly kings that had been wreaking havoc on the Blue Planet for over 1,000 years were at the Fate State. 12 warriors in the tower were at the Void State, only one was at the Fate State, or at least that was the information known to the public. There had been a Fate State Beast King during the battle waged in the Longjing base city. Still, Suping had just claimed that it was nothing. What would be something? Z Jinshui calmed himself down. He trusted Suping. He knew that Suping was a mysterious man. It wasn't surprising that the young man had access to other sources of information. If the battle in Longjing was nothing, then, the scale of the next beast strike would be astonishing. Z Jinshui expressed his concern. Mr. Su, are the wild beasts from the deep caves really that terrifying? Of course. After all, those wild beasts have been contained in the deep caves for a long time. The environment is harsh and the law of the jungle is the only law there. There are more Beast Kings at the Fate State than you think. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see 10 Fate State beasts at the same time, Suping said. He wasn't trying to intimidate Z Jinshui. He was stating a fact. He had not planned on hiding that information from Z Jinshui. He was the mayor and he would have to be mentally prepared so that his people wouldn't fall victim to panic. 10. Z Jinshui felt his mind was blank. Suping had overestimated Z Jinshui's strength of mind. He felt his heart had stopped beating when he heard the number. 10 such Beast Kings were like 10 masters of the tower. 10 times stronger than the tower? Z Jinshui felt a chill running down his spine and his hand was trembling. He could not even imagine how grave the disaster would be. Suping said hello several times as the silence was prolonged. Eventually, Suping said, Z, don't overthink this. Either way, the Longjing base city will survive. Maybe the base city won't last till the very end, but humanity will manage to hang on. Some of us will survive. Z Jinshui remained silent for a long time. Suping didn't try to comfort him, he had to process this news. If he couldn't even handle the information, who could tell what would happen when the information became a fact? I called you because I want you to contact me whenever something goes wrong in the other defense lines. I will go and help if I'm able. Helping others is helping ourselves. Suping circled back to his original intention. Z Jinshui finally came back to his senses. I see. Will do. Okay. Suping hung up the call. He then went to see Joanna, who was cultivating in the nursing pen, and asked her to teach him the Heaven Lock. Suping sat down in the nursing pen to absorb anima and compress his vortices. The tower. The floating mountains had been moved from their original spots to clear out a path. There was a spaceship at the end. In front of the spaceship was Gusiping's hill. The place was merely decorated by the cottage, which was the sole construction. There were a dozen people standing before the cottage at the moment, including Gusiping, his 2 grandsons, those from the Hyuga Academy, as well as other legendary battle pet warriors and young people. Are they the other 4 candidates? The middle-aged man glanced over to include the 4 young people. They were standing with their respective families. Even though the 4 were blessed talents on the Blue Planet, they were actually quite nervous. They were only pretending to be calm. Bone age is 19 and she's at the peak of the 9th rank. I have also detected the power of thunder and lightning in her, the middle-aged man said to a girl holding a sword. The sword-wielding girl looked quiet and pretty. She was Yuan Linglu qualified. She can be admitted. The middle-aged man nodded. The girl and the old man standing behind her felt relieved. The old man smiled, but he was trying hard to keep his joy in check. The middle-aged man moved to the next young person. Bone age is 18 and at the 9th rank, close to the peak of the 9th rank. There's a presence of undead energy. Good. Bone age is 14, intermediate stage of the 9th rank. There's an insect beast energy. I wonder how good it is. Bone age is 22 and at the peak of the 9th rank. The astral powers in you are profound. The middle-aged man was interested in the last young person. He did not feel any inborn skills in the young man, but the abundance of astral powers was astonishing. That young man's storage of astral powers was close to the ocean state. It wasn't easy to compress astral powers to such a level. You do have a special constitution, but I think it has to do with astral powers. The middle-aged squinted. The young man was nervous, but he faked a smile. Sir, you have good eyes. I indeed have richer astral powers compared with the other battle pet warriors. I already had astral powers close to the second rank when I awoke. The middle-aged man nodded. That was not surprising good. You're all qualified, the middle-aged man said. They were all relieved. To be able to be admitted to the Hyuga Academy meant they would have a promising future ahead of them. I cannot believe that we found this many good students here. A lady with red hair smiled. The other middle-aged man said, I know that this planet is almost primitive, but there are humans here. This trip was not a waste. All 6 candidates are qualified. We didn't waste money on this trip. An aloof girl crossed her arms in front of her chest. Yuan Danshan, Goosiping, and the others smiled happily. Have you left out anyone else? The teacher asked. All eyes were on Goosiping. Goosiping said in a hurry, Mr. Fang, we have global competition every few years. Apart from the Elite League, we also have the Supremacy League. Both are competitions intended to pick the talented. Anyone who has some talent will stand out, unless they don't care about such events at all. But that is rare. After all, the rewards for the 2 events are quite lavish. Say that some people would never take part in any competition, they would still have to go and study in some academies. All the top academies are actually managed by the tower. We would make note of all the promising students, and I would always show up and straight off recruit those who meet your requirements. I don't think I have missed anyone. Is that so? The middle-aged man nodded. Since we're here, I believe it would be a good idea to recruit more students. We will take anyone who meets our requirements. He looked at the legendary battle pet warriors standing behind Yuan Linglu and said, some of the talents do come from a prominent background and some might be unable to use the potential inside them, they can be ignored. Apart from the 4, go and collect information of all the talented young people under the age of 22. I will look at their information myself. Goosiping was surprised. Well. Sure. Right away. Goosiping didn't dare to refuse. He summoned some legendary battle pet warriors that were close and told them to get the job done. The tower kept records of all the talented young people around the world. They had a team and designated people to collect such information. Study records of all the top academies and logs kept at some mysterious realms, and some special locations were on record as well. Yuan Linglu thought of a person. She bit her lips and clenched her fingers even tighter. Behind her, Yuan Danshan felt the smile froze in his face. A glint of hatred passed across his eyes, but he hid it well. Talents around the world? Some legendary battle pet warriors managed to remain calm while others could not. Soon after, the legendary battle pet warriors returned with a thick pile of documents. Master, sir, these are all the files we have. Here are people that we know are under 22 years of age, and these here, we have just heard about some of their stories. We don't know their names or ages, a legendary battle pet warrior reported. Goosiping nodded. He signaled the legendary battle pet warrior to directly hand over the files to Mr. Fang. The middle-aged man remained silent and idle. Still, the files flew to him and automatically turned, page by page. The first few files were student records, and the information was quite detailed, including the students' ages and family background, among others. Chapter 670 Indifference. Not bad indeed. Mr. Fang browsed through the files and nodded. Some of those students were as good as the already selected candidates, but he wasn't sure if they all had special constitutions. If they did, they accomplish greater things in the future. That was why the Academy would favor candidates with an innate special constitution. They weren't just trying to aid their students to reach the Fate State. They strove to have students who could go beyond a legendary rank, reach the star rank, and explore the universe. In the scope of the Interstellar Federation, anyone unable to explore the universe remaining trapped within a planet would be deemed as one without a future. Find those people for me. I have to check myself, the middle-aged teacher said. Several places flew out from the files. Goosiping, Yuan Danshan, and the other legendary battle pet warriors saw the names. Some of them got their attention, but they didn't say anything against it. Goosiping immediately sent someone to contact the selected students. Soon, the middle-aged teacher had finished reading through the files collected by different academies and had then started to look at the information recorded in mysterious realms. Some visitors of those mysterious realms were odd in their own right, but their information wasn't as detailed. The scholar browsed through the files quietly, picking out several pages every now and then. This is interesting. The ones at the 9th rank can usually reach the 10th level of the Dragon Bone Tower at most, but this person went all the way to the 12th level. The strength of his spirit is good. He broke the record. The middle-aged teacher looked at Yuan Linglu and asked with interest, "Do you know the person who broke the record just as you did?" Yuan Linglu looked a bit paler. She gripped her sword tighter. She was about to say yes when she felt her grandpa send her a subtle signal with a change in his breath. She realized something: if Su Ping joined them, given his qualities, he would surely be picked as a student. That is, unless his bone age was over 22, or else he wouldn't be chosen. Su Ping would be treated as one of the star students, even by that academy's standards. She would never have a chance to catch up if this were to happen. After 2 seconds of silence, Yuan Linglu lowered her head and said, "Sir, I'm sorry but I don't know him." The middle-aged teacher stared at her for a while. He eventually turned over to Gu Saiping and said, "Go and find out more about him. I will test him personally if his age is below the limit." Gu Saiping darted a look at the file and answered with a straight face, "Of course. This one is good. He has explored a mysterious realm in the deep ocean. Those who venture into those places are usually at the ocean state. He hasn't reached the legendary rank yet but he still went there. Interesting. Find him as well." The mature scholar teacher picked out more files. He soon finished reading all the records and picked out 13 files in total. 8 were described from academic records around the world. "Go and get them as soon as possible," the middle-aged teacher ordered. Gu Saiping nodded. He gave the files to the legendary battle pet warriors who had been waiting by his side and told them what to do. Then, Gu Saiping gingerly offered a suggestion. "Sir, those people are spread all over the world. It won't be easy for us to find them soon. After all, they had not applied previously, so we didn't protect them specifically. Some of them might not even be in the world of the living anymore. Don't worry about that. Just do what you can." The middle-aged teacher sounded casual. Gu Saiping nodded. He thought of an idea. "Sir, you must be exhausted after such a long trip. Why don't you stay here for a couple of days to rest for a bit? We have some local delicacies that we can offer. I also have a jar of vintage wine that I've been keeping in reserve for 100 years. The wine is made with precious herbs. One drink is enough to refine both bones and flesh of an average person, extending their lifespan up to 100 years without getting sick. If we drink this wine, we can accumulate astral powers and have a better power of understanding." The ones at the Fate State were intrigued. Accumulating astral powers and improving the power of understanding? Anything that could improve their powers of understanding had to be cherished. Besides, when something worked on humans, it would usually work on battle pets as well. The middle-aged wearing a curly beard licked his lips and said with eagerness, "Mr. Fang, how about we?" The middle-aged teacher shook his head. "You drunkard, wine will get you in trouble sooner or later. Alas, now that Mr. Gu is kind enough to extend us the invitation, we will stay here for a couple of days. We can walk around and look at this planet related to humanity's origin." The Blue Planet was the Interstellar Federation's starting point. Humans had the Blue Planet as a springboard, then later went to explore the universe. However, as the exploration covered more grounds later on, humans reached many different planets. Many of those planets were habitable. Technology also made it possible for humans to settle down on formerly inhabitable planets. Humans began to live and thrive on those newly discovered planets and regarded those planets as their home. After a long time, the Blue Planet where it all began became less important. It was just like sometimes people didn't mind the origin of their families. Time could erase everything. A few people would miss their origin but that would not mean anything practical in real life. "Mr. Fang, thank you." Gu Saiping expressed his appreciation. He had kept that wine in storage for 100 years. Other legendary battle pet warriors would at times ask him about that wine but he was always reluctant to share. Since he was currently sharing, he had to say thank you this time. He was grateful that those from the Interstellar Federation even wanted to stay. That was how important they were. The middle-aged man with the curly beard scratched his head and smiled fatuously. He looked quite innocent but his friends knew that he was anything but. The Blue Planet is suffering a disaster rarely seen in hundreds of years. "Mr. Fang, it might be difficult when you move around. What if the wild beasts hurt you?" Gu Saiping said while lowering his voice. "It's okay. I will simply kill them." He didn't forget to make a joke. "As long as you're okay with that." Gu Saiping smiled fawningly. Of course, he would be okay with that. Since the teacher dropped the conversation at that point, Gu Saiping decided to continue. "Mr. Fang, I have a presumptuous request. We have detected at least 8 Beast Kings at the Fate State. I was wondering." Before he could finish, the middle-aged teacher's smile disappeared and waved Gu Saiping to stop. "We're here for our academy. I've seen information regarding that strike and I understand your suffering. However, we have our rules and we cannot interfere with the business of other planets. I'm sorry but I cannot help you." His direct refusal stunned Gu Saiping and the others. Yuan Linglu was worried, thinking that her grandfather would possibly meet misfortune. After all, there were many Fate State Beast Kings and the Master of the Tower had just said they had found at least 8. She was freaked out. A person's image suddenly flashed past her mind. She wondered if he could survive. Mr. Fang, this strike is unprecedented. The entire human race might be wiped out from the blue planet, turning the place into a beastland planet going if you don't help. The blue planet is our origin. Do you really want to see the blue planet fall? We have over 7 billion people. Goosiping said at once. The other legendary battle pet warriors were getting anxious. The candidates would leave for the academy but they would still have to stay. No one wanted to stay for that. But this teacher was at the star rank. He could pinch those at the fate state to death with 2 fingers. If he was able to help, the beast strike would be solved soon. The casualties would be fewer. The blue planet could keep on developing technology and after hundreds of years, they might be able to make spaceships to connect with the Interstellar Federation. The trip to the Interstellar Federation could be dangerous, but at the very least the blue planet would no longer be an abandoned planet. Once they connected with the Interstellar Federation, the people from the blue planet would have the chance to visit other planets. They would grow and that would benefit the blue planet. In the future, the blue planet would officially be accepted into the Interstellar Federation. That was the ideal future. The middle-aged teacher and the other people with him wore long faces and frowned. Mr. Gu, I'm being perfectly clear. Are you threatening me? The middle-aged teacher glared at Goosiping. Goosiping felt his blood freeze in fear. No, that's not my intent. I was only feeling sorry about those innocent people. Everyone has a fate and every planet has its due course to run. If you cannot survive here, it would mean that the planet is not suitable for humans. The middle-aged teacher went on, if it weren't for the fact that we did not want to miss out on any talent, we would have been gone by now. We would not have stayed. Goosiping nodded. Yes, right, yes. Don't mention this again. We can use this time as a reminder, gather all your items as soon as possible. We're willing to stay for one more day, you should consider this a great chance for you. You should all feel honored since we're willing to make the trip to the blue planet to find candidates. This kind of problem would never be an issue worth mentioning, especially if they can make something of themselves in the future. The middle-aged teacher turned to Yuan Linglu and the other candidates. Your hometown is under attack, and if you want to save it, study hard when you get to the academy. The competition there is much more intense than you can imagine, and you'll have a lot more to learn. Yes, the ways which frightened you are primitive. You're like cave people when it comes to training your battle pets, said the lady with the red hair. They held contempt against the people living on the blue planet. They didn't think much of Goosiping, even though he was also at the fate state, any one of them could have easily finished him. They had heard about that primitive planet's ways, battle pet warriors would stay at the back while their battle pets fought for them. What a stupid way of fighting. Battle pet warriors? They had to be capable enough without their battle pets, they would even have to be stronger than their battle pets. Otherwise, relying on issuing orders to their battle pets would never be done in a sustainable fashion. After all, when reaching a certain rank and when the battle pets were mature enough, contract alone would not be enough to contain their battle pets. If a battle pet warrior didn't have enough strength, the battle pet could outright exit the contract space and devour their master at any time. Yuan Linglu and the other candidates decided to keep quiet out of fear. All right. Go and do your thing. The middle-aged teacher flew back to the spaceship. The others went with him. The mature teacher with a curly beard reminded Goosiping with a chuckle, well, don't forget about your vintage wine, huh? Goosiping forced a smile. Of course not. After boarding the spaceship, the aircraft flew up and hovered above the hill that Goosiping had claimed as a home. Anyone at any place in the mysterious realm would have the chance to see that hovering spaceship. Some legendary battle pet warriors were unhappy about that demonstration of power, but decided not to say anything. They didn't let anything show. Goosiping said to Yuan Tanshan and the others, you can go back now. Your kids can stay here, we need more people on deck across the world. Go. Yuan Tanshan and the others said their goodbyes and left right away. Yuan Linglu clenched her fingers. She wondered if that would be the last time she ever saw her grandpa. She couldn't understand why that teacher simply wouldn't help when he could. Their talk about not interfering in other planets. She was no fool, that was an excuse. If that wasn't an excuse, Goosiping wouldn't have been so wary of that teacher. She was sure that said teacher could easily slap a person to death if provoked. He could kill any human but he wouldn't kill the beasts. Why? She hid all the hatred inwardly. She promised herself she would cultivate well and try to return as soon as possible. Goosiping looked at the young people, he could clearly see the anger and hatred they were hiding. He heaved a sigh inwardly. An idea popped up in his mind, the teacher was probably trying to inspire them. As for whether that inspiration would get them to hate him, he did not mind. However, for the teacher to even use a planet's survival as stimulation, just so that a few talents would grow. Life was cheap. Maybe the people from the blue planet were like cavemen to those visitors. They might even see those local people as part of their kind. They were looking at the local people as humans looked at apes. They would never feel sorry for the blue planet. Chapter 671. Get him here. The people in the tower got busy after Yuan Tanshin and the others left. They combed through the files and dug out other records to find those people on their archives. That person. Gu Saiping blinked. There was one file that got his attention. He had to. According to the information he received, he knew that the person was able to kill Fate State beasts. He had made a mess at the tower once, killing a Void State warrior with one punch. He went into the corridor but returned safely. He had just killed the Beast King at the Fate State. Gu Saiping also knew that person's age. He wasn't even 22 years old. Such a combat strength was appalling when considering his age. Even Gu Saiping would feel worried. Once that person showed up, the teacher would surely like him. He would certainly take him to the Hyuga Academy. That person has secrets, Gu Saiping thought. He contacted a legendary battle pet warrior in charge of intelligence and whispered something to him. The legendary battle pet warrior was surprised by the message he heard. The look on Gu Saiping's face told him what the intention was. The legendary battle pet warrior nodded. The look on Gu Saiping's face meant more than what his words implied. In the meantime, somewhere deep in the ocean, two massive things crawled around. Many ugly and twisted ocean beasts swam in the perimeter. They patrolled, but never daring to approach those two. Heavenly King of Good and Evil, the Lord sent a message just now. We were told to abort the plan and hold our horses, one of the huge things said. That being was like a mountain. There was a conch shell on its back. Several dark strips that were dozens of meters thick were wiggling about. They were like the beast's tails, or extremely long appendages. Why? The other figure said. Its voice was calm and void of all emotion. That was a beast that looked like a dragon with wings and sharp claws. The beast opened its eyes slowly, showing an impassive pair of golden eyes. I heard that some people are coming from the sky above our head, from the lair of the humans. Those people are stronger than us. Our Lord told us to wait until they left, the first huge thing said. Really? The Heavenly King of Good and Evil looked at the sky through the ocean. The starry sky. That was the place they had been longing to reach since they became intelligent. I understand, it said. Good. I have another job to do. See you, the first huge thing said. Its body became blurry, it tore open a crack in the ocean and teleported away. Half a day later many people flew between the tower and clairvoyance to relay information. The trip between the two places was extremely dangerous. There were flocks of beasts in the air. One of the titled battle pet warriors didn't avoid one of those flocks in time and got killed. As the intelligence unit of the tower and clairvoyance cooperated, more and more students identified in the files were sent to the tower. Some were picked up by legendary battle pet warriors, others by titled battle pet warriors. You're quick. Gu Saiping invited the middle-aged teacher out from the spaceship. The latter looked at the 8 young people standing in front of the cottage. He had selected 13 but merely 8 were standing there. Is that all? The middle-aged teacher asked while knowing the answer. Gu Saiping explained at once, Sir, we have yet to locate the others. We've checked and 2 of the 13 are already over the age of 30. The middle-aged teacher nodded but said nothing. He gave the 8 people a once-over. Huh? He started from the left. The second person in line piqued his interest. The middle-aged teacher put on a smile. A good one, I almost missed you. There's a mysterious and hidden presence of sword might in your astral powers. You have an inborn sword constitution. Good. What is your name? The young man was surprised. He first looked at Gu Saiping before he answered, flattered. I am Ftani. Ftani? Good. You are qualified. Come with me. The middle-aged teacher smiled. Go with you? Ftani was perplexed. He had a certain idea of what was going on. When he was asked to go there, the titled battle pet warrior had already briefed him about the situation. A teacher from one of the best academies in the Interstellar Federation was there to recruit students, and the teacher was actually at the star rank. If he could go and study in that academy, he would reach the legendary rank or even beyond. He would make a name in the universe. Right then the chance was really in front of him. He was there and he got picked. Going with him? The first thing Ftani thought of was his family, his parents, and his younger sister. Would I never be able to see them again? Ftani wondered. Are you worried about your family? The middle-aged teacher smiled at Ftani. The blue planet is in crisis and you must have seen what the beasts can do. The only thing in the world that can last is power, and without power, you cannot protect anyone. You can come back after you graduate, or sooner if you display an outstanding performance. You'll be able to help your hometown by then. You may even be able to relocate your family to Sylvie. Think about this. Do you want to stay with your family as a weak person, or do you want to become stronger so you can open up a better path for your family? The 6 people standing by Ftani's left-hand side were intrigued. The one standing on his right side was jealous and disappointed. The teacher went directly to Ftani. So, the first person was not up to standard. But that person didn't stop hoping. Maybe the teacher had just seen Ftani first. Ftani was thinking. He had seen the beast strikes. The images of destruction were all over the news. Some war correspondents were broadcasting when some beasts killed them and the broadcasting was interrupted. The tragedy was a common occurrence. He saw people being torn apart by beasts. He watched. He was angry and his blood was boiling, but he knew there was nothing he could do. There were many beast kings. Even legendary battle pet warriors had died and he wasn't even at the legendary rank. There truly nothing he could do. I'll go. Ftani made up his mind. The teacher is right. Becoming more powerful is the only way out. But he just hoped that his family could hang on until he returned. If he stayed and the beasts knocked on his door, he would have to hide and move from place to place or perish with his family. That was not what he wanted. Yes. The middle-aged teacher smiled. He wasn't surprised by the answer. He moved on to the next candidate. Everyone whom he gazed at would become nervous and full of anticipation. But as the teacher looked away, those skipped would feel disappointed. Another one. The middle-aged teacher's eyes glowed when he saw the fifth in line. Good one. Inborn beast constitution not fully awakened. You have good potential. A girl with golden hair and white skin was thrilled and overjoyed. The middle-aged teacher asked her name and whether she was willing to go. She said yes without hesitation. Soon, all 8 candidates had been checked. The middle-aged teacher shook his head, feeling sorry. But the thought that he did discover 2 more talents left a smile on his face again. Good. Come along, you two. The other 6 wore a white and bloodless complexion. Both of you, listen to Mr. Fang and behave when you get there, Goosiping said to Ftani and the girl. Ftani had been told the man was the master. He nodded at once. The girl with the golden hair nodded happily. I cannot believe that this primitive planet would have 8 qualified candidates. This rate is higher than in some habitable planets. The lady with red hair exclaimed. I think they were inspired because of all the disasters, the ice lady commented. The middle-aged fellow with a curly beard laughed and added, our trip was more than worthwhile. We have 8 candidates, it will be even better if any one of them has top-level constitutions. We will see how lucky we are. Goosiping, Ftani, and the other legendary battle pet warriors were full of questions. There were different constitution levels. Those people had just heard about the existence of special constitutions. Those with special constitutions, when inspired, could master many inherent skills and strengths. For example, many legendary battle pet warriors knew about Yuan Linglu's Thunder Constitution. After all, her grandpa was a famous legendary Void State warrior and he never hid his training of his granddaughter. Yuan Linglu was born with the resistance to thunder, thanks to her constitution. Her mastery of thunder skills was better than that of similar ranked peers. Battle pet warriors with special constitutions could also train faster than the other battle pet warriors. Of course, there were few and far between in the entire world who had special constitutions. The known ratio was about 1 to 1 billion. As for whether people with special constitutions were never found, the answer was yes. Awakening constitutions wouldn't necessarily guarantee a smooth cultivation, either. Sometimes, certain special constitutions would hinder cultivation at the initial stage. Some people had hidden special constitutions, so they would never get a chance to awaken them. They could be born in normal families, get a normal job, and never become battle pet warriors. They might even excel their peers in certain ways, but that was it. We are done here. Time to go, she middle-aged scholar. Goosiping said at once, Mr. Fang, why don't you stay here for a couple of days? I haven't properly entertained you. Well, Mr. Fang, why don't we stay for the wine? The bearded middle-aged man scratched his head. The middle-aged teacher rolled his eyes. Go ahead and stay if you want. The curly bearded man waved his hand. No, no. He said to Goosiping, well, Mr. Goo, how about you give me that wine so we can enjoy it on the way? Goosiping twitched his lips. How shameless. He's leaving, but he's still asking for the wine. Such a waste of wine. Okay. Even though he hated the fellow, Goosiping smiled and agreed. The bearded man laughed and said, Mr. Goo, how generous of you. To hell with you. Goosiping curled his lips. The middle-aged man didn't even mention returning his favor by killing some beasts. He could tell that the bearded fellow was shameless. He didn't seem to mind in the slightest. After all, they might never see each other again. Go and get my wine, Goosiping said to a man by his side. The legendary battle pet warrior said yes and left at once. You, go ahead and enter the spaceship, the middle-aged teacher said to Yuan Linglu, Ftani, and the other candidates. Yuan Linglu looked at the spaceship. She flew and entered the vessel with mixed feelings. Ftani stayed at the back and he didn't see that person, which was surprising. He asked the middle-aged teacher gingerly, "Sir, is it just the 8 of us?" "Yes." Ftani was curious. "Sir, there's a person who is more talented than I am. But I didn't see him here." "Is that so?" The middle-aged teacher raised his eyebrows. "We have a strict standard and the age limit is 22. The candidates also have to have special constitutions. Does that person meet the requirements?" "He is younger than 22, although I don't know about his constitution. But he is 10 times stronger than I am," Ftani said. "Really?" The middle-aged man stared at him. "Are you sure about this?" "Yes. I've seen with my own eyes. I heard he has even killed legendary battle pet warriors." Ftani answered with respect. "Legendary battle pet warriors?" The middle-aged teacher repeated. The legendary rank was a term people used on the Blue Planet. People in the Federation mainly said Void State or Ocean State. After all, the people in those states shouldn't be legends. Also, killing those at the Ocean State while being below the age of 22 was rare, but it wasn't a big deal. "What is that man's name?" the teacher asked. "Suking," Ftani said. Yuan Linglu, who was about to reach the cabin door, came to a sudden stop. Turning pale, she turned around. Gu Siping was also turning pale. "Suking?" the middle-aged teacher asked Gu Siping, "Has that person been here? Do you have his information? Get him here." Chapter 672 Fury. Gu Siping didn't say a thing. He looked at Ftani in disappointment. He had thought of every scenario, but he never considered that one of those kids would talk about that person. If he could choose, he would have ignored Ftani, who had just created a huge trouble for him. Ftani looked at Gu Siping. He smiled and lowered his head, putting on an expression that said, "Sir, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do." Gu Siping was not in the mood to get mad at the young man. "We've tried to contact that person but failed," Gu Siping said to the middle-aged teacher. "You failed? Do you know that man's address?" The middle-aged teacher raised his eyebrows. Gu Siping looked at Ftani, afraid that he would offer an astonishing remark again. Gu Siping suddenly realized that the person had visited the Valiant Academy, but he and Ftani shouldn't have been on good terms since Suping had broken Ftani's record. Ftani should hate Suping. Why would he bring up Suping's name? He is grooming his enemy. "I know his address. I'll send someone to fetch him," Gu Siping said. "Sure." The middle-aged teacher nodded and looked at the time. "But hurry." "I don't have time." Gu Siping nodded. He found a legendary battle pet warrior and told him what to do. "Go and look for Suping's address. Hurry up." When he said hurry up, Gu Siping gave the legendary battle pet warrior a meaningful glance. The legendary battle pet warrior understood that glance and nodded. After the legendary battle pet warrior left, Gu Siping turned around and said to the middle-aged teacher, "Mr. Fang, please wait. He'll be here soon." "Okay." Yuan Linglu bit her lips while standing in front of the cabin door. "Will I see him in a moment?" Would she have to go to the Hyuga Academy with him and study with him? She remembered the videos she had seen. He had killed a Fate State Beast King of and saved a base city. What a hero. If they had to study in the same academy, she believed she would be defeated by him again. She hated to admit that, but reason told her it was bound to happen. "Mr. Gu, the wine." The bearded middle-aged man stuck his head out of the door and grinned at Gu Siping. Gu Siping. Longjian Base City. Pixie Pet Store. Suping and Joanna were in the pet room. Suping was sitting in the nursing pen, cultivating while Joanna told him about the Heaven Lock. She broke down the structure, type, construction, and other formation details. Due to the time limit, Joanna was unable to offer an extensive review of all formations. She had to focus on the Heaven Lock. Even if Suping managed to could learn it, he would only know this one formation. He would still be quite ignorant of other formations. "I see." Suping nodded but was still confused. He would often ask questions when he got confused. He didn't feel ashamed to ask. "Wait. I have to call Zi Jinshui to get some updates." Suping came back to his senses after sensing the passage of time. Now and then, he would call Zi Jinshui to see how the base city was doing. A lot of base stations in the barren areas had been destroyed. He was no longer able to see the news of other continents. However, the subcontinent district had 3 defense lines and each one had more than 10 base cities to work on the communication. They could send and receive continental news. "Z, it's me. Mr. Su, no updates from other defense lines. The wild beasts seem to have stopped. It has been quiet." Zi Jinshui went straight to the point. "Is that so? Half a day has passed and nothing?" Suping frowned. He received the same answer several times. The defense lines were safe and there was no sign of wild beasts. It was as if they would have vanished from the subcontinent district. That was good news, but Suping was unhappy. If anything, he was worried. Something was wrong. Can you call the other continents? Su Ping asked. Zi Jinshui said, I've tried. Mr. Su, the Xinjiang defense line has accepted us thanks to your heroic deed of saving the Longjing base city. We can use their intelligence unit as well. However, we still can't get information from other continents. Some legendary battle pet warriors have been talking about going to the other continents to have a look, but they have not concluded yet. After all, we cannot afford to let legendary battle pet warriors leave their posts for nothing. Tell anyone who wants to go that they have approval. I'm suddenly feeling uneasy. If the wild beasts went to other continents, those places may have already fallen, Su Ping said. Zi Jinshui forced a bitter smile. He had the same worry. After all, communication with the other continents had been lost and the subcontinent district had been too quiet to be normal. Should we wait for a bit longer? I have discussed this with the Xinjiang defense line. We're going to have more guards out there, patrolling a larger area. We will be more at ease if they manage to find traces of beasts, Zi Jinshui said. At first, he became fearful whenever he saw a beast. At the moment, even the lack of beasts left him on edge. Su Ping nodded. After the call ended, Su Ping thought for a while and shook his head. Anyway, he couldn't have gone over to help if the other continents had fallen or were in crisis. After all, he could not have gone to another continent but came back within a few hours as he did with Longjing base city. Even if traveled at full speed, it would have taken him 5 to 6 hours to make a round trip to another continent. Many things could go wrong at that time. Let's continue, Su Ping said to Joanna. Mastering the heaven lock as soon as possible would mean solving things earlier. If he was then able to consume the accumulated astral powers, he might have a chance to break through and reach the legendary rank. As long as he had enough astral powers, whether the heavens test would came to him or not, he would reach the legendary rank. Okay. Joanna nodded. The teaching continued. Only 2 hours had passed, when suddenly, Su Ping's phone rang. Su Ping was losing himself in the lesson when the ring alerted him. He picked it up. The call was from Zi Jinshui. Anything? Su Ping answered at once. Mr. Su, a legendary battle pet warrior from the tower just came to ask for your address. I couldn't say no to him. I think he is going to see you. Be careful, Zi Jinshui cautioned Su Ping. The tension in Su Ping's mind was gone. A legendary battle pet warrior from the tower? He raised his eyebrows. Why would they come here now? To make peace and to seek cooperation? While he pondered over this, Su Ping left the nursing pen and went to the storefront. He barely reached the store's entrance when a person arrived. He was not flying any faster than a titled battle pet warrior, but the richness of his astral powers suggested that he was definitely at the ocean state. Whoosh! The rugged-looking legendary warrior landed outside the store. He saw Su Ping and walked up the stairs. You must be Mr. Su Ping. What do you need me for? Su Ping came straight to the point. The middle-aged man wasn't happy, given that Su Ping was occupying a commanding position by standing higher on the staircase. Since he was a legendary battle pet warrior, he had often held high positions in society. Not even the master of the tower would boss around the way Su Ping did. Here's the thing. Mr. Su, you were given a cherished chance because of your talents. It has to do with a famous academy in the Interstellar Federation. They like you for your talents and want you to go over for an interview. You will enjoy a blooming future if you can be admitted. The middle-aged man hid his unhappiness and smiled brilliantly. Prior to that visit, he had seen confidential information about Su Ping that the tower had collected. That young man was a monster. The master of the tower implied that he should stall for time. However, what if the teachers from the Hueco Academy wanted to wait for him? What if they liked Su Ping and took him to the academy? If that were the case, getting on Su Ping's bad side would not be a smart move. The best way was to please both the master and Su Ping. That was what Tech was all about. The Interstellar Federation? A famous academy? Su Ping was surprised. He thought the tower was approaching him to improve their relations, or to talk about cooperating to solve the problems of the deep caves. What was this about the Interstellar Federation and the academy? He knew about the Interstellar Federation. The blue planet was marginalized. There were countless powerful warriors on the main planets of the Interstellar Federation. The fact that an academy from the Interstellar Federation was there to recruit students when the blue planet was suffering was a good thing. What are the people from the academy like? Is any one of them at the Fate State? Su Ping asked at once. The middle-aged man was surprised by that question. Mr. Su, you see, the academy is top-notch and I heard that the weakest of those people from that academy is at the Fate State. One of them is at the star rank. He can travel across the universe without relying on any external help. The star rank? Su Ping's eyes glowed. One at the star rank? This was like getting charcoal in snowy weather. What bad luck for the wild beasts. Great. We're going to survive the strike with a person at the star rank. What a timely help. Ha, ha. Su Ping couldn't help but burst into laughter. He could always stay within his store and survive in case of a full-scale wild beast strike. However, the population around the world was large. He could save some, but he couldn't save all of them. Still, things would be different if a star-rank warrior could help. Such a powerhouse could go straight to the wild beast's lair and turn it upside down. The middle-aged legendary battle pet warrior was taken aback by the laughter. The main point wasn't about that person's rank, but the perfectly good chance offered. However, Su Ping seemed to have missed the point. He was worried about the global situation. The legendary battle pet warrior blushed at the thought. He felt ashamed of himself. If it were him, he would have been so thrilled that he would have forgotten about any crisis. Mr. Su, they are here merely to recruit students. They won't interfere with our business. The wild beasts. We'll have to deal with them on our own, the middle-aged man said, unveiled frustration. He was loyal to the master of the tower, but he was also a citizen of the Blue Planet. He didn't have a chance to go to that academy. He had to stay on the Blue Planet and he would live or perish with it. According to the information he had seen, he knew that this round of strikes came at full force. They had found 8 wild beasts at the Fate State. He wasn't even sure he could survive the strike. What? Su Ping's smile froze on his face. What? They wouldn't interfere? Su Ping stared at the man. What the hell is that? Anyone at the star rank from the Interstellar Federation could have cleared out the wild beasts on the Blue Planet and humans would once again be the owners of the Blue Planet. But the Interstellar Federation decided not to do so. Well, they had marginalized that planet and it was okay in the olden days. But finally, they could have helped in solving the problem. And yet, that man said that they would not interfere? Do they not know about the beast strike? Do they think we have a solution? Do they not know how many people we have? Su Ping threw out several questions in a row and pierced the middle-aged man with his eyes. The middle-aged man was stunned by Su Ping's fury. He eventually forced a bitter smile. Our master has mentioned this and he begged them for help, but they said they had their rules. What rules? Su Ping flew into a rage. Rules could never be more important than lives. He wasn't talking about a single man's life, but billions of lives. What kind of regulations or rules could be more important than that? He didn't think any rules would be broken, either. No negative impact would result from offering a bit of help. Su Ping held down his rage and asked, they said they wouldn't interfere, huh? So, can you reach your master on your phone? They are still in your mysterious realm, right? The middle-aged man saw that something was off in Su Ping's tone. Mr. Su, what? What are you thinking about? I am thinking of bullshitting. Su Ping snarled. Let's see if he doesn't get angry and comes over to kill me if I give him all the bullshitting he could hope for. He said he wouldn't interfere, right? Since he can't kill beasts, he can't kill a human, either. The middle-aged man widened his eyes. What? That man was at the star rank, for crying out loud. Cursing at a star rank warrior? Also, judging by the look on Su Ping's face, the man could tell that Su Ping wasn't joking around. This young man is indeed a crazy one. He challenged the dignity of the tower, and this day he wants to hurl verbal abuse at someone with star rank cultivation. Still, this time, Su Ping was going out of his mind because of the wild beasts, because of the innocent lives around the world. The middle-aged man suddenly had a hard time looking into Su Ping's eyes. He wasn't the heroic sort, while no one else on the Blue Planet was as heroic as Su Ping was. Even the master of the tower had to be obsequious with that Mr. Fang at the star rank. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man once again looked at Su Ping and said, Mr. Su, don't give in to your impulses. I know that you're a heroic and generous man. Truth be told, I am ashamed by all this. However, that man is at the star rank and he'll kill someone if he gets angry. I think you should go to that academy. Sir, given your talents, I believe that you will soon come back a stronger man and you'll save the Blue Planet. He had added respect in his remarks. A crappy academy with a crappy teacher, I won't go there. Su Ping pulled a long face. Can't you contact your master? Give me your phone. Let's find out if that man can break his own rules. The middle-aged man stepped backward and said with complicated emotions, Mr. Su, don't give me such a hard time. I don't have a phone, and I wouldn't let you do that. I think you should go to that academy, for the sake of our Blue Planet. Even if you refuse in the end, I still don't want to see you do such a suicidal thing. He didn't like Su Ping at first. After all, Su Ping had shamed all the legendary battle pet warriors of the tower. However, at the moment, the middle-aged man felt so ashamed that he had dragged his feet on his way over. Suicidal? Huh, let's see about that. I will let you see how he's going to die if he dares to come after me. Su Ping sneered. The middle-aged man forced a bitter smile. Su Ping was indeed arrogant, and lunatic to boot. Chapter 673 Departure. Hurry up and give me your phone. I know you have one. Su Ping waved his hand impatiently. He could not let a chance slip by. Once those people left, given the scale of the strike, people around the world would be plunged into an abyss of misery. He would curse so hard that those people would have to go after him, and he would leverage the system's strength to keep them inside the store and force them to help. I really don't have a phone. The middle-aged man stepped back even further. Mr. Su, the data communication stations in the barren areas have been destroyed and I cannot reach the mysterious realm. I would have made the call for you if I could. Is that so? Su Ping frowned. He was unable to tell whether the man was telling the truth or not. Do you have space swallowers? Well, I only came here to take you to the interview, so I didn't bring them. Su Ping pulled a long face. Then go back and tell that man that he'll have to come here and meet me in person. Tell him that I don't care about that crappy academy. Tell him that I'm waiting for him here. He'll be a coward if he doesn't show up. The middle-aged man was speechless. He had no doubt that he would be the first person to die if he did deliver that message. Well. And if you don't tell this message to that man before they leave, I will go to the tower to find you and take your life. Su Ping threatened the man. At first he wanted to persuade the man by saying that it was a matter of billions of lives. However, that legendary battle pet warrior. Maybe it was prejudice, but apart from Li Yuan and his other comrades, the Deep Caves, Su Ping didn't care about and did not trust the other legendary battle pet warriors of the tower. He believed that a death threat would work better with them. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. The little bit of friendly feeling he had just nurtured for Su Ping disappeared. People would often say that the gap between a genius and a lunatic is small. This guy here is definitely a lunatic. It wasn't that he was making those people leave. He thought he was trying to protect Su Ping. After listening to Su Ping's words, if he were the teacher, he would have gone there at once to slap Su Ping to death. He didn't want to deliver the message because he would hate to see Su Ping die over that. Mr. Su, I will deliver the message, but I think they're in a hurry, so they don't have much time. I don't think they'll come here because of the provocation. The middle-aged man was trying to leave a way out for himself. Mess delivering the message? No way. Nah. Not in a lifetime. No time? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He gave it some thought, then said, it would take less than an hour for someone at the star rank to get here from the tower. He can make it with that time, right? So, I think he'll make it if I get more passionate in that message. The middle-aged man didn't know how to react. He did know he was about to lose his mind. This guy here is trying to catch up with death. Why insist on challenging someone at the star rank? Well, Mr. Su Ping cut him off and grabbed his shoulders. You will have to repeat my message, word for word. Anyway, take out your phone to record it so you can play it back to them. I worry that you won't be able to remember everything that I'm going to say. After all, sometimes guessing doesn't come out right if you miss out on a letter. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. Still, threatened by Su Ping, he had no other choice but to dig out his phone. He put the phone on record. Su Ping cleared his throat, took a deep breath and went. And a 10-minute series of very good and pleasant comments ensued. The middle-aged man. His hands were trembling. He thought that Su Ping had surely been brought up in a dirty ditch. Those dirty words. The man just felt lucky that he wasn't the target of such abuse. Otherwise, he believed his heart would implode. Su Ping went on for 10 minutes without so much as taking another deep breath. I think that'll do. Su Ping finally stopped. He thought about it. From that person's ancestor to the women in his life, to the academy and the future, he made sure he commented about everything. If that person remained calm and left directly after listening, then perhaps. He really was in a hurry. All right, you can go back. Do hurry. Su Ping patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and said, remember that you must play this to them because it's related to billions of people's lives, yours included, of course. If he doesn't come, you will come here and I'll see what to do. The middle-aged man was shivering. This 10-minute recording of curses had to do with the lives of billions of people? If it weren't for the fact that he knew what the recording was, he would have thought that Su Ping was recording the launch codes of some super nuclear weapons. I understand. The middle-aged man looked at Su Ping and suggested, Mr. Su. Don't you want to think it over? What? I wasn't comprehensive enough? Su Ping wondered. Never mind. The middle-aged man turned around and left. A few seconds later, he turned back and said, Mr. Su, if that man doesn't come here, please show me some mercy. With that said, he flew away quickly. Su Ping frowned. He still had some concerns, so he called Zi Jinshui. Mr. Su, everything is normal. It's not about this. Su Ping cut Zi Jinshui off. Do you know the commander-in-chief of the Xinjiang defense line? Can you call him? Ask him if they have any space swallowers, and to hand me some if they do. I have to contact the tower. The tower? Zi Jinshui was startled. What is it? Nothing. Just afraid that someone won't be able to deliver my message, Su Ping said. What message? It's a long story. Well, I'll take care of it. Su Ping was more relieved after making that call. He would have gone to the tower and ridiculed that man in person if he didn't have to rely on the store to contain a star-rank warrior. Zijin Shui called him back a few minutes later. Mr. Su, I just called Mr. Liu who is in charge. He said that they had one space swallower but it died with Lord Ni in the Longjing base city when he did. They're applying to get more from the tower and the new one's on their way. It will take some time. Su Ping cursed inwardly. This damn luck. He wished he could make that Lord Ni come back to life so he could destroy him all over again. He sure was good enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil things, Su Ping said to himself. Z, think about it and ask that Mr. Liu to find another way. See if you can borrow one from the other defense lines. Hurry. I want it within 2 hours. Okay. Will do. Su Ping sounded angry. Zijin Shui thought the matter had to be serious. I hope my threat will work. Su Ping gazed at the sky with worry. In the meantime, the recording that could save billions of lives was flying toward the tower. At the tower, the huge spaceship was still in the air, which was stressful for the legendary and titled battle pet warriors. Whoosh! A person reached the hovering hill under the spaceship. You're back. Gu Saiping frowned, but he soon wore a natural look. This man returned. Sooner than I expected. He looked at the man with a meaningful glance but asked with a smile, why did you come back alone? Where's that kid? The middle-aged man noticed the coldness in Gu Saiping's eyes. The man felt sorry for himself. Gu Saiping was going to blame him and Su Ping was a lunatic. What a bad day for him. Well, sir, Mr. Su said that he wouldn't want to leave the blue planet. The middle-aged man lowered his head and answered with respect. What? Gu Saiping was pleased to hear that but he pulled a long face and snorted. Didn't you tell him that the Academy is famous across the Interstellar Federation? It's a place countless people yearn to enter. Once he graduates from the Academy, he would have a chance to reach the Fate State easily. He could even go beyond the Fate State and explore the universe. Why did he say no? How dare he say no? The middle-aged man curled his lips. He knew that Gu Saiping was deliberately saying those things for the sake of those from the Hueco Academy. But what a clever way to butter them up. Sir, I told him this, but he said he didn't want to leave the blue planet, and that he was happy here. He refused to come to the interview. The middle-aged man lowered his head even more so that no one could see the look on his face. Gu Saiping acted as if angry. How stupid. Does he really think he can be proud? Everyone here is better than him. The middle-aged man curled his lips. He knew that Gu Saiping was saying those words to belittle Su Ping, and also to discourage the teachers about selecting him. After all, he knew that master very well after having stayed in the tower long enough. Never mind. The teacher called Mr. Fang said to the middle-aged man indifferently, I wouldn't want such a fool. I just feel sorry that we've wasted time. I hope I don't see another condescending person when I come here the next time. Gu Saiping heard the implied meaning. Although gloating, he still answered gingerly, Mr. Fang, please forgive me. Some kids are like this, sometimes they are full of themselves. Don't be mad because of them. A great man will not be disturbed by the unimportant. The teacher Mr. Fang turned around. I'm glad you understand what I mean. Goodbye and good luck to you. I hope you can survive the strike. With that said, he stepped into the spaceship. The others followed him. The cabin door closed. Yuan Linglu and the others found their seats. They remained seated while they waited, all this time without moving around. But they did hear every bit of the conversation. Ftani was surprised. Su Ping wasn't coming to the interview? He couldn't understand why. On the other hand, Yuan Linglu was visibly relaxed. He didn't come. So, he's going to stay here on the blue planet. Does he not care about the academy that scouted us? Yuan Linglu grinned and slightly shook her head. In the end, that person still had a narrow mind. He thought he was so good. But no one could reach the higher levels on the barren blue planet. No one. Environments were critical. Those who lived in barren areas were less refined than those living in base cities. That was how important the environment was. Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye. I'll be stronger than you when I come back. Yuan Linglu gazed at the view outside the window. She was excited since she had been granted the chance to go to a place she had yearned for. She felt sad because she was leaving the blue planet where she grew up. Still, she was sure that she would soar to the sky and shine radiantly like that spaceship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spaceship flew away, out of the mysterious realm. The seal protecting that place was ineffective to a person at the star rank. Gu Saiping and the other legendary and titled battle pet warriors followed the spaceship till it vanished from the mysterious realm. Many legendary and titled battle pet warriors seemed to be disappointed and frustrated. They knew that the only ones who could save the blue planet had left, just like that. They left without showing neither mercy nor hesitation. Many people were scared, realizing how weak they were. The middle-aged man gazed into the distance and exclaimed, "They left." He didn't produce the recording of that fine message in the end. He wanted to protect Su Ping because he didn't want to see him die. At the same time, he was afraid he was going to get killed. After all, those words were too passionate. They were so passionate he was worried that the teacher would not only slap him to death, he would also deal with the other legendary battle pet warriors. After all, he could very likely do that. "Did you see him?" Gu Saiping checked the surroundings. He asked after he made sure that no one was trying to spy on them. He looked into the middle-aged man's eyes. The middle-aged man knew what Gu Saiping was thinking about. The former forced a bitter smile. "Sir, I did meet him, but something happened on the way and I got delayed. That person was indeed unwilling to come even though I told him everything. He did not care about that." "That seems reasonable." Gu Saiping nodded. "He will pay the price." Gu Saiping squinted his eyes. "Sir, they left now. What should we do now?" The middle-aged man didn't want to think about it anymore. He had been moved when Su Ping's first reaction was the relief since the strike could be averted. The wild beasts from the deep caves are everywhere in the world. "Can we succeed by ourselves?" he asked. Chapter 674 Immoral. Can they succeed? That was the same question the rest of the legendary untitled battle pet warriors would want to ask. That person could have saved the blue planet with a wave of his hand, but he left. They had been unable to persuade him. Could they help themselves? "It's okay. Do not worry." Gu Saiping stayed calm. "I knew about the deep caves. Those wild beasts could have had a future if they would have stayed in the deep caves. But, since they've decided to dig their own graves, we're going to take this chance to destroy them once and for all." The others were dumbstruck. Destroy them? Who would destroy who? The entire world was in danger at the moment. 8 Fate State beasts from the deep caves had been accounted for thus far. How could Gu Saiping boast in this situation? They wondered if he indeed had other means or whether he was merely trying to comfort them. This disaster which has plagued us for 1,000 years should end. Gu Saiping crossed his arms behind his back and said, "I wouldn't have let them leave just like this if I didn't have another solution. The right time has not come yet. Do your jobs as planned and keep the wild beasts occupied. The world is big and there are some places that we cannot reach. Give them up. Do not waste our resources." They all stood there, dumbstruck. His composure somehow helped them feel at ease. Deep down, they had always trusted that they did have a solution. Some people remembered how Gu Saiping had received those people from the Hueco Academy. Gu Saiping was quite humble and respectful, but he would have been humbler if they indeed had no other solution to the crisis. After all, Gu Saiping had to deal with the wild beasts from the deep caves as well. He was the one most exposed to danger as a matter of fact, since he would be the main target. Also, they thought of the many treasures that Gu Saiping had. He never mentioned his intriguing artifacts while he was begging. Evie would have given up those artifacts if he were at the end of his wits, just to get a chance for the man at the star rank to lend a hand. How sophisticated of him. They could not understand how their master was going to solve the problem. Using his battle pets? A person at the Fate State could sign a contract with 13 battle pets, but it was unlikely that he would have more than 3 or 4 of such battle pets. There were 8 wild beasts at the Fate State from the deep caves. They could not see through him nor understand him, but they had to trust him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spaceship was traveling tens of thousands of meters above the ground. "Mr. Fang, the messenger lied to us. We wasted so much time. Why didn't you point it out?" said the auburn-haired lady. Mr. Fang shared his view. "Those are the deep-rooted bad habits we find when we contact cave people. They are weak, but they like fighting each other. There are more qualified kids on this planet, but they would not get a chance. They thought that this chance was only for the few, while we're actually offering this chance to all of them. Many people dream about going to our academy. Sometimes a planet would be named after a kid, when 1 or 2 of their scions were selected by our academy. But not on this planet. They don't have a sense of shared honor." The lady with red hair heaved a sigh. It's hard for people who don't come from a strong background to move up in life, and that applies to all corners of the universe. Sometimes, there are people with chances, but others can swoop down and snatch them. What a shame. That's life. You should know that the middle-aged man carried the scent of another person. He did go to see that kid and the kid did say no. I don't think those people in the tower would dare to force anyone to say no. Not just yet, the middle-aged teacher added. Or he's so blind he actually refused us. I don't need to interview such ignorant folk. With that said, the teacher closed his eyes. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when we arrive in Sylvie. Okay. Longjiang Base City. Pixie Pet Store. Zijinshui called Su Ping and he sounded happy. Mr. Su, we managed to borrow space swallowers from the Shenglong defense line and someone is coming meet you. He should arrive in no time. Su Ping was learning the Heaven Lock formation from Joanna when he received the call. Some time has passed since I requested them. I wonder if I can make it. Su Ping looked at the time after he hung up. It had been 2 hours since that middle-aged man had left. He heaved a sigh and went to the door. Soon after, a legendary battle pet warrior at the Ocean State arrived. Whoosh! It was a short, old man with a mole on his cheek. He stood in front of the store. Out of reflex, he saw the 2 dragon statues waiting on the sides of the staircase. He felt that they were 2 genuine dragons trapped in a rock shell. A fat, purple-haired rat was crawling by the foot of one dragon. The old man seemed to be surprised by the animal. This lightning rat is at the 6th rank? You must be here to hand me the space swallowers. Su Ping's voice came from inside the store. The old man was startled. He saw a person coming out from the store. He turned pale when he saw Su Ping's face. He was there when Su Ping killed 2 legendary battle pet warriors at the tower. This vicious man. The old man cupped his fists and said fearfully, "You must be Mr. Su. I have the space swallowers. Do you intend to contact the tower?" "Yes." "Give them to me," Su Ping said. The old man reached his hand into his sleeve pocket and took out a boneless bug with delicate movements. "Mr. Su, space swallowers are quite rare. Please treat this one with care. I'll help you contact the tower so you can talk to them directly." The old man set up a soundproof barrier to cover both Su Ping and himself. In the meantime, the space swallower began to wiggle. A small swirl appeared in the air. "Yes. Who's there?" A hoarse voice was heard. The old man replied, "Sir, I am Zhu Zhuang, currently deployed to cover the Longjiang base city from the Xinjiang defense line. I'm with Mr. Su. He said he needed to tell you something important." "Su Ping?" Gu Saiping, who was just going back to his cottage after saying goodbye to the others, came to a sudden stop. "Weren't you in the Shenglong defense line? What are you doing in the Xinjiang defense line? What does he have to say? Can't he use some other means for this?" Zhu Zhuang felt he was in a pickle. He also complained about this, but Su Ping was a man of violence. Su Ping had killed a Fate State beast not long before, and the video went viral across the 3 defense lines. Zhu Zhuang had also seen that video as well. When only considering combat strength alone, Su Ping was as good as the master of the tower. "You're the master? I heard that some people from the Interstellar Federation came here to recruit students. Where are they?" Su Ping asked coldly. "What? I thought you turned them down. Now you feel regret?" Gu Saiping raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Unfortunately for you, they have already left. It is too late to regret. Alas, young man, sometimes you can't be too proud of yourself. You have to get rid of your arrogance, okay?" He was implying something else. Su Ping had gone to the tower and refused to join them. Since he was otherwise occupied, Gu Saiping didn't come out to stop him and he didn't even care about that young man. Su Ping's talent was scary, but that was it. He could always be eliminated. They left? Su Ping pulled a long face and clenched his fingers. "The legendary battle pet warrior, did he play you the message that he helped me record?" "What? What message? What recording?" Gu Saiping frowned. "Since when was there a recording?" Su Ping took a deep breath in. "That person didn't submit the recording. That man might have just said that I refused to go to the interview. Damn it." Su Ping was furious. If only that man would have played that recording, he believed that those people wouldn't leave just like that, unless they were really in a hurry to go somewhere. Stupid. Stupid. Su Ping could even anticipate what the middle-aged man was thinking, and the thought couldn't be forgiven. Because the price would be the sacrifice of billions of lives. Countless families would be broken. That teacher is at the star rank, he could have saved the blue planet from the wild beasts. You, the leader of the tower, simply allowed them to leave. Su Ping was transferring all his anger to the master of the tower. He believed that the man had dropped the ball. He was the leader of the world. He was the one who was constantly showered with respect and admiration. Being such a critical time, he could have resorted to kneeling and begging to make that person stay at all costs. He could have offered some benefits. The tower had gathered many treasures over the years. There had to be something that those people from the Federation would find intriguing enough so that they would stay. If nothing worked, the only explanation would be that those people were as hard as the nether millstone. Huh? Gu Saiping raised his eyebrows. He knew that the young man was arrogant, but he never expected that Su Ping would be bold enough to scold him. That was the first time since he began his work as a master of the tower, to have someone speaking to him with that tone. Of course, except for those from the Interstellar Federation. Are you teaching me a lesson? Gu Saiping asked. Yes, damn right I'm teaching you a lesson. Su Ping snarled and said, I would have taught the hell out of you. If only I had known that you were this incapable. You. Goosiping widened his eyes. The old man standing in front of Suping was dumbstruck. Suping just swore in front of the master of the tower. Is that man nuts? There was no way that he could undo what he just did. He and the master of the tower would share a deep-seated hatred. The old man knew that Suping could be arrogant, but he didn't know he was a lunatic. Young man, listen to me, I suggest you behave according to the circumstances. Goosiping bit his teeth to keep down his anger. He managed to swallow back a not-so-pleasant talk. After all, he was a man of high status. Hurling abuse just like Suping would definitely not be presentable. He could end up becoming the butt of a joke. You piece of trash. Suping kept on. He never stopped. He would not stop since he had started the thing. A piece of trash. That master of the tower was good for nothing. Finally, someone who could save the blue planet had paid them a visit. He was there but he let them go. What was he thinking? Money, girls, treasures. He should have asked those people to help even at the cost of gifting all the resources and treasures from the blue planet. After all, the recent beast strike was no trivial matter. Roughly estimating, there were over a dozen beast kings at the Fate State around the world, but Suping could only protect Longjiang and help the other defense lines of the subcontinent district. As for the other continents, there were people there, too, even though their skin colors could be different. This master of the tower can only stay on one continent. But what about the other continents? That was a massive disaster that history would never forget. You Humphrey. Goosiping was livid with rage. Suping simply kept going. This young man has a dirty mouth. Zhuang, leave that place and don't get involved with this person again, Goosiping said to Zhuang. Shouting abuses at Suping would be pointless. Goosiping just wanted to end that irritating conversation. Yes, sir. Zhuang didn't know what to say for a second. He then glanced at Suping. This young man is scary. I'm not done yet. Either you shit or you get off the pot. Suping was trying to say more things, but the swirl in space began to shrink down. The contact broke. Suping snorted and heaved a sigh. He had cursed the master of the tower but he was not feeling any better. You may go back, Suping said to the old man. No one else was there to help, since those from the Interstellar Federation had already left. He had to try his best to protect as many people around him as possible in the strike. He didn't know how many he could save. He wasn't even sure he could protect Longjiang as it was. Okay. Zhuang exhaled in relief after Suping went back into the store. He was glad since the young man didn't vent his anger on him. Zhuang stored the space swallower carefully and flew away without making much noise. Let's continue with the lesson, Suping said to Joanna. Joanna nodded. Don't worry so much. Either way, you'll be perfectly safe on the streets, at least. I'll eliminate those beasts for you if they get here. Suping forced a bitter smile. How many people would die if only the streets would remain safe? How many people would die? How many would survive? After a conversation between the subcontinent district and Goosiping, half a day later, in the dead of night, a shocking piece of news reached the master intelligence station of the subcontinent district. Many frontline workers who were there had been struck speechless after reading the news. Chapter 675 Destruction. A deadly silence prevailed in the intelligence station. The well-trained frontline workers, people with strong psychological endurance, were in great panic. The Nordic continent had been destroyed. An entire continent was destroyed. The 2 to 3 billion people in all its base cities had become food for the wild beasts. Only a few legendary battle pet warriors and some of the more powerful titled battle pet warriors had managed to escape. The others were gone. The base cities had become lairs for the wild beasts. No one would have believed such news, were it not for the fact that the source of information couldn't be faked. The silence lasted for a long time. The leader of the intelligence station, one at the peak of the titled rank, was the one who came back to his senses first after their stupor. Tell the tower right away. Also, send this information to the legendary battle pet warriors of the 3 defense lines directly. Use the secret channel for emergency communication. Call them directly and do not tell anyone else. The entire subcontinent district would fall into chaos once a shocking piece of news of such magnitude was revealed to the public. The general public would lose all hope, they would be capable of unthinkable things, and when they became desperate, the frontline workers then snapped out of their shock. Although pale from the scare, they began to comply with the orders and relayed the information. The head office of the 3 defense lines of the subcontinent district received the news in no time. The legendary battle pet warriors were struck dumb after they saw the content. One continent was destroyed. It was gone, quietly. They had heard nothing that could have forewarned them of this. They didn't even receive any calls for help. It turned out that destruction could befall them faster than they thought. So, would this be the end of humanity? At the Zuyang defense line, an old lady at the legendary rank was standing in a pavilion. She gazed into the deep night sky. It was so deep and dark it was suffocating. Those wild beasts gathered at the Nordic. An old man with gray hair was sitting in his study in the office at the Shenlong defense line. He was Yuan Tanshan, the commander-in-chief of the Shenlong defense line. He had learned from the master of the tower that the number of beasts at the Fate State was 8. He knew that the strike was large in scale. And yet, the strike was even more intimidating than he had expected. He remembered that the Nordic continent used to have 3 legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State in command. However, the news said that only one of them had escaped, the other 2 had passed away. The one who got out went back to get treatment in the tower. However, once the other continents collapsed one by one, the tower would eventually have to face the strike as well. Where could they go to by then? I think I have to think of a backup plan. I cannot just sit here and wait for death. I am just glad that she has left and the academy has come in time. It's just that. Yuan Tanshan felt sorry and happy at the same time. He was happy that his granddaughter had left the hellish place the blue planet was. At the same time he felt sorry because the people from the academy could have saved them easily but they ignored the crisis. He had been unable to beg them to help, because they could end up getting impatient. He might have been killed by them before the beasts even got to him. A hideout? I think that mysterious realm will do, Yuan Tanshan thought. The blue planet was not a large one, but there were many spatial fractures in the barren areas. Some of the spatial fractures would lead to lost worlds and mysterious realms. Those mysterious realms were spacious. He could easily find a place to hide. The Nordic continent is gone. At the Xinjiang defense line, a middle-aged legendary battle pet warrior fell to his chair. He had just heard the message. The entire Nordic continent was gone. There was a dull look on his face. Many thoughts flashed past his eyes in a single second, but he reacted fast enough. He thought of a man. I have to tell him. He knew that the young man was the true protector of the Xinjiang defense line. That young man deserved to know this important news. Longjiang Base City. Pixie Pet Store. Suping poured some water for Joanna and asked with a chuckle, so, you and me, alone in a room in the middle of the night. And yet we're talking about formations. Do you think people will buy this? Joanna grabbed the mug and rolled her eyes. I cannot understand how you can make jokes at this time. It's your home planet that is suffering. No matter how dear the situation is, I cannot lose the ability to make jokes. It won't get any worse, Suping replied with a smile. Joanna drank the water. I think you'll be able to master the knowledge in 2 days, based on your progress. You'll manage to learn it in 3 days. I am a good teacher. Huh, you don't say. Beep. Suping received a call. The smile vanished from his face. Mr. Su. Zi Jinshui's voice was trembling. I just heard this. Something happened. What happened? Somehow, Suping thought of what he had seen in the depths of the deep caves. The Nordic continent is gone. Zi Jinshui broke the news to him. The entire continent is gone. I heard that only 2 or 3 legendary battle pet warriors were able to get out. All the base cities are gone. They were occupied by the wild beasts. Suping was livid. Why was he not surprised? He knew it would happen. He knew that based on the wild beasts he had seen in the deep caves, that global beast strike would be critical. I see, Suping said with a heavy mind. He thought of those people from the Federation who had left during the day. He clenched his fists and rage was coming back to him. However, he didn't vent his anger this time. The Nordic continent was dominated the moment those people left. That was not a coincidence. Suping would never underestimate the intelligence of wild beasts. Some beast kings that had been cultivating for hundreds of years could be as scheming as humans. He even suspected that the wild beasts were also able to get information from humans. Mr. Su, the legendary battle pet warrior in charge of the Xinjiang defense line is coming to see you. Zi Jinshui's fear was relieved by a small degree. Suping had said only a few words, but somehow, the sound of Suping's voice had calmed him down. I will tell the guards to keep an eye on the barren area. Mr. Su, this time. We will get through this. Before Zi Jinshui could finish, Suping had cut him off with a confident attitude. Confidence was what he needed. As well as determination. They would lose all hope if they allowed themselves to suffer mental breakdowns before the battle. Suping's words dispersed all the confusion and fear in Zi Jinshui's mind. He took a deep breath and said, I cannot believe I have to be comforted by you at this hour. Mr. Su, I feel mortified, but I know what I should do. Whatever happens, I will be there with everyone and we will fight till the last second. Yes. Suping nodded. He hung up and looked outside the store. A legendary battle pet warrior was flying toward him through the night sky. Soon enough, that legendary battle pet warrior arrived at the store. It was Mr. Liu, the one in charge of the Xinjiang defense line. Mr. Su. Suping nodded. The mayor told me. This is not a joking matter. The deep caves have been quiet for years and many vicious beasts have come into being. There are far more beast kings at the Fate State than you can imagine. You must pay attention to all the information. You won't even have time to ask for help if you don't make preparations for when the wild beasts arrive. Mr. Lu looked rugged. The composure that the young man assumed boosted his confidence. Mr. Lu then promised, "I'll make sure of that. I won't worry now that you know about this, Mr. Su. You can call me directly if you think of anything. Here's my number." Okay. Su Ping saved Mr. Lu's number in his phone. After some deliberation, Su Ping suggested, "I would suggest reorganizing the base cities along the defensive line. The smaller the area is, the easier it'll be for us to protect the people." Mr. Lu replied, "I will find a way. I know that most people would be unwilling to leave their homes, but these are desperate times. They have to obey." Su Ping nodded. The general public didn't know the severity of the matter just yet. They knew that the strike was serious and the ensuing disaster was grave, but they didn't know that the entire world was suffering. Once people knew that, their panic could lead to something worse. Mr. Lu left and Su Ping went back inside. "We don't have enough legendary battle pet warriors. I wish we had a way to make titled battle pet warriors reach the legendary rank directly." Su Ping heaved a sigh. Joanne heard that. "There are ways. It's just that the price is heavy." "What?" Su Ping was surprised. "Of course, the legendary rank is not a big deal. That is just the first step to leave the mortal life form for us gods. The difficult thing is to reach the star rank." Joanna then said, "There are several fruits that I know of which can help a creature evolve from the mortal form." "What?" Su Ping blinked. Knowledge was power. Joanna was well informed and he could never compare to her. After all, she was from the demigod burial and her original self was a god. "Do you have any such fruits?" Su Ping asked at once. Joanna rolled her eyes at him. "You're using me again. You're the wealthy lady, well, a goddess." Su Ping grinned. "Hear me out." Joanna snorted. "Of those fruits, apart from one that is called the original test fruit, the others have side effects. However, the original test fruit is extremely rare. The other fruits can help a person break free from the mortal form, but since the person would skip heaven's test and would have to suffer the side effects, the person's talent would plummet and would be weaker compared with others of the same rank. Of course, for people in wealthy families who don't have the least bit of talent, taking such fruits is okay. But other than those people, rarely would anyone do this." Su Ping was startled. "Do you have an original test fruit?" "No," Joanna answered quickly. She gave him a glance through the corner of her eye. "I would have given it to you if I had any." Su Ping felt a spread of warmth in his heart. She sounded angry but her answer was gentle. "How about the other fruits?" Su Ping said, "It's okay that they have side effects. I can fetch some people at the titled rank, those who can't reach the legendary rank on their own because of lacking potential. As such, those fruits would be priceless for them." "That is true." Joanna nodded. "But I only have 2. After all, they don't have any use to me, so I didn't think of collecting them." "That's good enough," Su Ping said at once. Good enough. He could help 2 people reach the legendary rank. He didn't care about those 2 people's combat strength. He cared about the fact that legendary battle pet warriors could establish contracts with more and better battle pets. A legendary battle pet warrior at the Ocean State could have battle pets at the Void State. 11 of them. He could allocate 22 Void State Beast Kings if he could get 2 fruits. The 2 legendary battle pet warriors would be like carriers of battle pets. Su Ping would ask the 2 to sign contracts with new battle pets so that the battle pets could go and fight. That would be 22 battle pets at the Void State. It was equal to 22 legendary battle pet warriors at the Void State. Sure. Joanna did not refuse. She didn't need the fruits anyway. Besides, she had recently been seeing herself as part of Su Ping's family. Joanna cautioned him, "I suggest you give someone else the fruits. They won't be good for you." Seeing the excitement in Su Ping's eyes, she was worried he would get carried away. Su Ping was startled. "Why is that?" "This fruit is used to break the barrier. Using this fruit to reach the legendary rank would not bring you benefits. Your potential will be limited. That kind of fruit is only helpful to those that are weak to being with," Joanna explained. Su Ping nodded. "I understand." He wasn't planning on eating that fruit. That was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow and it wouldn't be worthwhile. "Should we go and get them now?" "Yes, please." Su Ping nodded. He asked the system to send them to the demigod burial. Half an hour later, a swirl opened up. Su Ping and Joanna went back to the store. Half a day in the demigod burial, but only half an hour in real life. "Have you thought about who you want to give the fruits to?" Joanna asked Su Ping. Su Ping replied, "Not yet. They would have to be people that I trust." He had to give the fruits to those he could confide in. But there weren't many titled warriors he could trust. He knew Kenshuhai, but he thought the man had great potential. He would be able to reach the legendary rank by himself when the time was right. Giving him the fruit would not benefit him. Chapter 676 Full-on Strike. In the meantime, hanging in the night sky was a bright moon. Somewhere in the sea, waves were running high and glistening under the moonlight. The water was dark. There could be countless beasts hiding under the surface. Bang, bang, bang. Water splashed. 3 massive creatures reached the surface. A creature appeared. It was 4 to 5 meters tall with a slim figure. The creature looked like a human, but it had scales and spikes on its body, and its arms were sharp and long like reaping hooks. The creature looked down at the 3 beasts in the ocean from that height and announced the order. Blood Shark, we've dug out the tunnel heading to the land. The order from our lord is to move out tonight. One of the 3 beasts with a crooked back replied in a hoarse voice. Why the rush? Rush? The slim creature squinted its silvery eyes and said, we've waited for 1,000 years, we cannot allow another second to slip by without doing anything. War is here. Our armies in the north have already begun taking action. We must capture and kill all those obnoxious, straight-walking little things before they can react. The 3 beasts looked at each other, but none of them said a thing. Eventually, the beast with the crooked back, that was the blood shark, answered, I understand. I'll summon my people right away. The slim creature gave them one last glance and nodded. Do hurry. The creature had nothing else to say, it faded away into thin air. One of the 3 beasts asked in a low voice after that creature vanished, Brother, do you think we should listen to that guy? The blood shark answered. I heard that even the Ocean Emperor has sworn allegiance to that lord, so we will have to at some point. That guy. You can tell that he's close to the heavens rank, as we call it. I don't think the 3 of us can win against him, not even working together. Those things from the deep caves are more vicious than we are. The mentioning of the Ocean Emperor silenced the other 2 beasts. The Ocean Emperor. It was the ruler of the ocean, acknowledged by all the beasts in the ocean. Still, the Ocean Emperor would always keep a low profile while living in the depths of the ocean. Given the aquatic beast's nature, the Ocean Emperor, as well as the other beasts in the water, they never cared about a sorry little piece of land above the water. There was more water than land on this planet, after all. The ocean was their home, a place they lived in and loved to stay in. They did not care about the harsh environment on the land. They never liked staying on land, and as such, they had never bothered to invade the land. Buzzing. Since they had reached an agreement, the blood shark's gills suddenly trembled. A sonic wave was spread across the ocean. The water began to tumble in an instant. Many creatures made their way to where Suping was from a distance. Those beasts were all gigantic, most of them had fins which had evolved into their reaping hooks. Each one of those beasts could have easily bitten through a ship and swallowed it. In an age with astral pets, the blue planet's ocean was off limits to humans. No one would conduct any trade over the ocean. Only a small number of fishermen would take the risk and hunt nearby the beach. After all, some low-rank ocean beasts were quite delicious, and the rich people enjoyed such meat. Eating such meat was a representation of their high status. Plop. The blood shark rolled around and smashed the water with its tail. A wave that was hundreds of meters high emerged. Taking the lead, the blood shark swam toward its destination. Following the blood shark closely were 2 huge shadows. Behind them are beasts of various sizes. The wilder beasts in the ocean were swimming around gaily. That army of ocean beasts was charging toward a continent. The tower. Even though it was the night, the mysterious realm was still as bright as day. There was a source of light in the sky. The energy source was unknown, but the light source did manage to keep darkness away from the mysterious realm. Sir. 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 Many emergency reports were delivered into the mysterious realm. Many titled battle pet warriors were running around, and sometimes, they would bump into each other. Inside a hall on one of the floating hills, Goosiping was brooding in his seat with a clouded face. That was his office. The cottage was just a place for his closed-door cultivation. A map was being projected midair. There were several other legendary battle pet warriors sitting next to him, as well as some titled battle pet warriors waiting on them. The glow from the map shone on all their faces, lighting up their frustrated looks. One of the legendary battle pet warriors reported with a grave tone, the Nordic continent has collapsed. The West Ocean continent is on the verge of falling. I just heard that 5 beast kings at the Fate State are leading the charge to the West Ocean continent. There's another thing. Ocean beasts are also getting involved. One of the continents had been marked red on the floating map. As to the other 4 continents, 2 of them were halfway marked in red. Only their continent and the Roaring Thunder continent remain safe at the moment. Damn those ocean beasts. That Ocean Emperor has broken its promise. The Ocean Emperor signed a contract with us, agreeing that it would never invade the land. How could it allow its minions to help those monsters from the deep caves? The other legendary battle pet warriors were livid with rage. Humans and ocean beasts would rarely have conflicts. The two groups lived in separate environments and they didn't share many interests. Even if humans wanted to give a piece of land to the ocean beasts, they would be unwilling to go there. It was the same with humans. Even though the water was there, no human was interested in entering the water for no particular reason. Besides, the ruler of the beasts in the Ocean Emperor, had signed an agreement with the first master of the tower. The agreement stipulated that the two sides would never invade each other's places and it worked both ways. The agreement had been in effect for 1,000 years. It seemed that the agreement had been abandoned. When a chance of attaining power emerged, the limitations of an agreement could be put aside. When a wall is about to collapse, everybody is eager to give it a push. Everybody hits a man when he's down. Beasts are beasts at the end of the day. They don't honor their promises. One of the legendary battle pet warriors snarled and clenched his fists. Another legendary warrior asked the master of the tower. The West Ocean continent is asking for help. Sir, what should we do? The master of the tower had told them that they didn't have to worry, back when those people from the Interstellar Federation took their leave. He had also said that the beasts were digging their own graves. However, those beasts had proved him wrong in less than one day. First of all, the Nordic continent had collapsed, faster than anyone could have expected. Then, the West Ocean continent was being attacked. They had sent over a flurry of messages requesting help. That night had been peaceful for the subcontinent district and the Roaring Thunder continent. On the contrary, the other continents were in an abyss of suffering. People were crying. The legendary battle pet warriors looked at their master of the tower. They did not like what he had said before. They didn't know whether he truly had a way out or if he was just bragging. Goosiping didn't look happy, either. He didn't know that those beasts would arrive that soon, and on such a scale. He gazed at the legendary battle pet warriors. He knew that people's morale would plummet if he could not help with the situation in the West Ocean continent. After all, they had already lost one continent. No matter what he said, he would never be able to convince anyone again if the West Ocean continent had to be abandoned as well. I will personally head to the West Ocean continent. You will send people to the other continents with the intention of bringing as many people as possible to the subcontinent district. Goosiping then commanded, the world is too big and we don't have enough legendary battle pet warriors. There are too many beast kings from the deep caves. I can kill Fate State beast kings, but I cannot be in two places at the same time. I can save one continent but not one more. We must gather everyone. It just so happens that our head office is here and we have the best group of people that the world can aspire to get. Go and tell those in the Roaring Thunder continent to come here as well. This will be the place where we and the beasts will have our final battle. The legendary battle pet warriors looked at each other. They were still unhappy. They lived in a large world with a few legendary battle pet warriors but many beast kings. That was the problem. But they knew that it was too late for relocating. Each continent would, to say the very least, have a population of over 1 billion. The Roaring Thunder continent had the smallest population, but they still had 1 billion people. 1 billion. Not 10. Those people couldn't leave just like that. There was an ocean between the Roaring Thunder continent and where they were. The migration would have to be handled in the air. However, there would be wild beasts in the sky. The journey would also be long. Not even a titled warrior would have the courage to fly across the ocean. A titled warrior could only take care of a few people. It would take the titled battle pet warriors more than half a day to make a trip to the Roaring Thunder continent and back. Let's say each titled battle pet warrior would summon all their flying pets to transport the people. Few of them could arrive in one day. That wasn't a feasible plan when the population was 1 billion. Legendary battle pet warriors would not make the relocation any easier. The number of legendary battle pet warriors was small. They couldn't have mobilized tens of thousands to migrate in one trip. Goosiping knew what they were thinking. He added, I'll ask my vulture to help you. It will create space tunnels across the ocean so that people can come over. Go and help relocate the Dragon Swamp continent. Call them and get them ready. The vulture? The legendary battle pet warriors seemed to be happier. The vulture was Goosiping's battle pet. The vulture was at the Fate State and its understanding of spatial rules was better than theirs. Go and do your job. Save as many as you can. Goosiping stood up. The legendary battle pet warriors knew that was the only way at the moment. They stood up as well. Sir, wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go to the West Ocean continent without taking the vulture? Yes, sir. If. Goosiping shook his head. I know what I'm doing. I can deal with 5 beast kings at the Fate State. With that said, he strode forward and vanished from the hall. The other legendary battle pet warriors looked at each other with worry. The problem of the West Ocean continent had a solution, but that wasn't the end of the strike. Even beasts from the ocean were involved. They knew that the number of beast kings in the ocean was in the hundreds. There could be more that they didn't know anything about. Also, Would the 4 heavenly kings be taking part in the strike? Each heavenly king was as powerful as the master of the tower. Goosiping had once fought against one of the 4 heavenly kings. He had barely claimed an advantage. Back then he had cut off the beast king's tail, but it got away in the end. If the 4 heavenly kings were to attack together, it would be too horrifying to even think about it. In the meantime, Longjiang Base City. Pixie Pet Store. Su King was counting his battle pets. He had 2 fruits and he already had an idea of who to give those fruits to, but the difficult thing was to select the battle pets. Qin Zhuang has 1 beast king and he can sign 10 more beast kings in total, but he already has other battle pets. I have to fully equip him. I will ask how many battle pets he can put aside for the time being. Kama Su Ping said to himself. He saw that he had several beast kings and 3 were at the void state. The chain ghost had been prepared for Venerable the Blade. Speaking of that fellow, Su Ping realized that he was also a candidate to become a battle pet carrier. So, if I can get 40 void state beast kings, I could still sell them all. Su Ping said. 40. That was a big number. Chapter 677 Employee Mission. I'll have to capture beast kings in the cultivation sites. But I don't have time. What if as soon as I leave? Su Ping was worried. He was afraid that the wild beasts would arrive the moment he entered a cultivation site. No one could contact him when he was in the cultivation site. He thought about it for a while with a frown. Eventually, Su Ping decided that he would go to a cultivation site to find battle pets first. War was coming sooner or later. Staying there worrying about it would be useless. If the wild beasts came, so be it. But he chose to leave the little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon and the other battle pets there. If the base city was attacked while he was away, his battle pets could keep the wild beasts occupied for a while. After all, his battle pets working together weren't any weaker than him. Su Ping felt better. He could do without his battle pets in the cultivation sites. The worst thing would be to waste some energy points on revivals. He summoned his battle pets right away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swirls opened up. The little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon, the Dark Dragon Hound and the Purple Python came out. Having trained with Su Ping and having explored the many different cultivation sites with him, those battle pets had become mystic and vicious in their own right. Su Ping looked at them and he remembered their first encounter when he came to this world. Back then, they were still very weak. The little skeleton was just a common low-rank skeleton. The Dark Dragon Hound was a moon-chasing hound that its original master had abandoned. The Purple Python came out from an egg. While the Purple Python was still at the 6th rank, it already had combat strength of the ocean state, and it also had some primitive energy. The battle pet with the best bloodline was the Inferno Dragon. Su Ping didn't think there could be any other dragon as powerful as his Inferno Dragon on the blue planet. I will leave this place to you. Su Ping told his battle pets about his plan. The battle pets quickly picked up his intentions. The Dark Dragon Hound barked and patted the floor, as if saying don't worry. I will take care of it. The floor would have cracked already if that weren't Su Ping's store. The Purple Python wiggled slightly, eager to get into a good fight. Su Ping looked at the Purple Python. The task given to the Purple Python was to stay on the street, and if Longjiang was breached, the street would be the last safe place. The range of the store would be perfectly safe. The Purple Python was the weakest of his pets. Su Ping was still worried about it. Su Ping patted the little skeleton's skull and said gently, take care of them for me. The little skeleton raised its head with a dull look on its face. Still, the little skeleton nodded. Its cervical spine almost broke and the skull almost fell. Su Ping smiled at the skeleton and turned to the Inferno Dragon. Hey big guy, don't go overboard if the enemy is too strong. The Inferno Dragon scratched its head, trying to comprehend Su Ping's words. After mulling the message over for half a minute, the Inferno Dragon nodded and said, I understand. What accent was that? Su Ping shook his head speechlessly. After talking to the battle pets one by one, Su Ping said to Joanna, can you help me find 40 Void State Beast Kings? It won't be easy. Joanna frowned. Beast Kings at the Void State could be the rulers of an area in the demigod burial. Of course, she could easily contain them, but it would take some time to find them. After all, those Beast Kings would have their own territory, and usually, only 1 or 2 Beast Kings of the Void State could stay in one location. The other way was to find some major beast lord. There would usually be Void State beasts acting as minions. Su Ping knew that this wasn't an easy task for Joanna. After all, time was pressing and it wouldn't be easy for anyone to find 40 high-ranked beasts while worrying about the time. Joanna had already helped him a lot. As the boss of the store, your employee has done what she should do. This is extra work for her. You can put up an employee's mission and she will receive some rewards if she can finish it, the system explained in Su Ping's mind. Every time the system talked, it would be because it had peeped into Su Ping's mind. Su Ping was too tired to complain about that. Luckily, he was still single. Otherwise, he couldn't even think about that. Don't worry. You are too blunt to find a girlfriend, the system commented. What? Suping rolled his eyes. He didn't want to argue with the system at this time. What do you mean by the reward? Do I provide the reward? You can choose any rewards that you want to give her, but you will have to choose from your own collection. You don't have the right to give away items from the system's shop. Suping knew that bitch of a system wouldn't be that generous. Say that again? You won't notice that I'm cursing you if you stop peeping into my mind. If you didn't curse me, why would I have to read your mind? Reading? To hell with. Second offense, the system counted. Suping took a deep breath to calm himself down. Let the great system give you some pointers. As the boss, you have 50 employee merit points that you can use each quarter. You can reward any outstanding employee or you can use the merit points in a mission. She will like this, the system explained. Suping was surprised. I could have 50 merit points at my disposal each quarter? He voiced his question, why didn't I know of this before? I didn't tell you. Of course, you wouldn't know. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask me. Why would I tell you? Suping felt he was going crazy. The system had to be there just to punish him. I'm here to tell you. Otherwise, you would always be a loser, the system said. KO the system wins. Suping decided to get the job done and not be humiliated again. He pulled up Joanna's information. Her merit points were now at 165. She only had 100 when they first signed the contract. She would be marked as an outstanding employee with 200 merit points, while anything below 80 would deem her as unqualified. Joanna had been given some temporary missions distributed by the system and she had finished all of them. For example, she helped treat a battle pet and she gained compliments from the customers. All of that was counted as part of the evaluation. She only needs 35 merit points and as an outstanding employee, she'll have the chance to travel around the universe and visit different worlds for 7 days with nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Suping became jealous of Joanna. A 7-day trip, free of worries. During those 7 days, she could revive all she wanted and she could visit any plane she wanted. Suping had used his free revivals time to visit the chaotic realm of the undead. But Joanna's target was to get to the arching divinity. Suping remembered all the help that Joanna had given him. He was more than happy to grant her wish. Joanna said all of a sudden, I can ask a servant waiting on my original self to come and help us with the capture. Suping was surprised. What now? A guard waiting on my original self, Joanna stated. Suping was curious about her original self. Wouldn't we finish the task faster if your original self could come in person? Joanna wore a troubled look. I wish. But she cannot. What do you mean? Alas, that is complicated. Suping asked her, wouldn't your original self be in danger if you make that guard come to see us? She should be fine as long as we're fast enough, Joanna reassured him. Suping remembered Joanna had mentioned that her original self couldn't join them when they visited the demigod burial. Her original self had to be trapped somewhere, or was tending to injuries at the moment. Then let us hurry. Joanna was the only one who could help him. I have a mission for you. Accept it. Suping asked the system in the meantime, how do I send her a mission request? Write down the mission and the rewards. I will give it to her. The system sounded quite friendly all of a sudden. A frame popped out in front of Suping. It served as a medium for him to write down the mission details as well as the reward. Suping thought about it and began to write. Help capture 40 beast kings at the void state and deliver them to the store. Reward, 35 merit points and a hug. Chapter 678 Hunting and Moving. Seriously? The system sneered. Suping raised his eyebrows. Yes, seriously. He was trying to nurture his relationship with his employee. Beep, beep. Joanna was thinking about where to capture the beast kings when she heard a beep in her mind. Next, a transparent virtual window emerged in front of her eyes. The store owner has given you a mission. Read or not? A mission. Joanna looked at Suping and read the mission. Soon, the description appeared. Helping Suping capture 40 beast kings of the void state could earn her 35 merit points. 35? Joanna could not believe that. She knew how many merit points she had and she was paying close attention to her progress. She was willing to work in Suping's store just because the employees' benefits were enticing. She could visit the arching divinity with another 35 merit points. Accept the mission, Suping said to her, kindly. Joanna took a deep and long look at him, then accepted the mission. Let's go. We should try to get this done while this place is still in peace, Suping said. A swirl appeared next to them. Joanna nodded. Together, they stepped into the swirl. Demigod burial. 2 people appeared on a hill in the wilderness. Joanna looked around, she didn't perceive any danger, much to her relief. She said to Suping, I've sent a message to my original self, the servant will be here soon. We can wait here. Sure. Suping nodded. Joanna went to the side and sat down to think. Suping didn't distract her. The air in front of them began to tremble a moment later. A strong-bodied giant that was close to 5 meters tall appeared. It had a rugged look, deep eyes and a high nose. It seemed that the passage of time had left a mark in his gaze. "Your Highness." The middle-aged giant crossed one arm in front of his chest and lowered his head. "Good." Joanna reacted like a lady of noble birth. "You know why I called you here, right? Take us to the Abyss." "The Abyss?" "That place is run by Tina Crane, the superior god." "Would we?" The middle-aged giant was hesitant. "So?" Joanna gazed at the giant. The giant apologized in a hurry. "I am sorry, Your Highness. Please forgive me." "Do not worry about that. Time is pressing. Let's go," Joanna commanded. Suping looked at her. She looked nothing like when she was in the store. She was the queen of that place. "Yes." The middle-aged giant lowered his head. He was curious about Suping but didn't ask about that human. The giant swung his fingers across the air and made a welcoming gesture. Joanna said to Suping, "Let's go." Suping nodded. He stepped into the portal without asking any questions. The middle-aged giant was even more curious after seeing that Suping was walking in front of Joanna. Even so, the giant held back the urge to ask any questions. There was a transparent corridor inside that spatial swirl. Suping felt like he was walking inside a white misty glass tube, but the texture under his feet was very soft, as if he were stepping on a cloud. Behind him was a powerful presence. The middle-aged giant was the servant waiting on Joanna's original self. He felt that this being was way more powerful than the star-rank dragon he had seen in the world of purple blood dragons. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said, "We're here." Another swirl opened up at the end of the tunnel, revealing the view outside. It was a desolate, dark world outside. It had countless dark patches in the sky, reddish-brown, dark purple, khaki. It was like a cluster of different colored clouds mixed together. Suping stepped out of the tunnel. The chilly wind made him tremble. He was quite resistant to the cold, and yet he was trembling. One could imagine how harsh the environment was. "That's the Abyss," Joanna said to Suping. She pointed to a certain direction. Suping saw a gate. It was more like the railings inside a jail than a gate. Pillars several meters thick were standing there, and the frame of the gate was very high. The place exuded a wild and ancient atmosphere, as well as bursts of a bloody stench. "The Abyss is the largest prison in the demigod burial," Joanna explained. "Not only do we keep gods here, but also extremely violent and wicked beasts. We're going to pick beasts here because they're going to be better than those of the same rank found outside. You wouldn't have to train them." Suping was surprised. He finally knew why Joanna chose to go there. "Thank you," he said. Joanna smiled gently. "Don't mention it. I'm just trying to get the mission done." The middle-aged giant narrowed his eyes. "Mission? Who is qualified enough to give her missions?" The giant found Suping more and more mysterious. "Go ahead. I will let you take care of the rest," Joanna said to the middle-aged giant. The latter lowered his head and said yes. He flew over and soon reached the gate of the Abyss prison. Soon after, a swirl appeared in the air and a man approached them. That man was dressed up like a prison guard, although his uniform had been exquisitely done. The two exchanged some words, then the man darted a glance at Joanna and Suping. Soon, the middle-aged giant returned. "Your Highness," he said. "Yes. We can enter now." "Okay." Joanna nodded. Again, Suping didn't ask any questions. The middle-aged giant unleashed divine energy over Suping and Joanna. He took them to the largest prison in the demigod burial. The world within the prison gate was not what Suping had imagined. It was a chaotic place. There were many islands floating in the air, and there was a large piece of land at the center. Joanna puckered her lips toward the land and explained, "The most important prisoners are kept there. We will only go to the islands. After all, we're only looking for Void State Beast Kings. We don't have to get to that land." "Okay." Suping nodded. He knew nothing about that place. He merely had to follow Joanna's lead. The three of them reached a spacious island. Suping even had a feeling that the island was as large as half a continent. As soon as they arrived, Suping felt that something was hidden in the forest on that island. The middle-aged giant suddenly said, "Get over here." The next second, the air in front of Suping seemed to be boiling. 5 beasts emerged. The 5 beasts were massive, some were even hundreds of meters tall. Their common trait was their violent and wicked nature. They floated and curled up in a lair. It seemed that something had imprisoned them and stopped them from moving. "Those 5 are evil beasts at the Void State," the middle-aged giant said. Suping was shocked. That was the power of a god servant. He had merely said 2 words and then 5 Void State beasts were imprisoned and dragged over. Suping could not even understand that power. "Do you want them?" Joanna asked Suping. Suping came back to his senses and nodded. Yes, yes. The 5 void state beasts were unable to move, but Suping was happy to perceive their violent presence. Those beasts were much more intimidating when compared to similar ranked beasts on the blue planet. Put them away, Joanna said to the middle-aged giant. The middle-aged giant nodded. He didn't do anything but a swirl appeared and the 5 beasts were sucked in before it closed. They're all in my worldlet, the middle-aged giant said. Worldlet? Suping found it interesting. Keep going, Joanna said. The middle-aged giant nodded and closed his eyes. He later yanked void beasts over. Do you want them? Yes. How about those? Affirmative. And this insect? Sure, will do. He was there to find beasts, but somehow, Suping felt he had found a sugar mommy who was taking him to see some luxury stores with her bodyguards. I want that, too. This is nice. Yes, definitely yes. The 3 of them flew past one island after the other. The middle-aged giant would capture the void state beasts so that Suping could choose from them. He was pleased by what the giant brought them in most cases. Several hours later, the middle-aged giant put the last 3 beasts into his worldlet and informed Joanna, Your Highness, we have captured enough. Joanna asked Suping, do you want more? Suping was intrigued but he could tell that the middle-aged giant was frowning. He remembered what the giant had said before they went there. That place clearly belonged to a superior god, Joanna couldn't just do whatever she wanted there. No. Those will do. Suping shook his head. Joanna raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? This isn't like you. What am I like? Suping rolled his eyes and said, It's getting late and I have to take them back. I don't know how many trips I'll have to take. If you say so. Joanna knew that Suping was worried about the situation outside. She turned to the middle-aged giant and said, We can go back. Good. The middle-aged giant was relieved. He used divine energy and took the 2 visitors away from the prison. That prison was quiet. Suping gazed at the floating islands. That place seemed quite peaceful. Joanna corrected him, actually, many crimes and murders are committed here. The noisy guys are killed first. Quiet people are those who can live on in a hunting game. Suping didn't offer a reply. Soon, the middle-aged giant teleported them back to the mountain where Joanna lived on. As the 3 of them emerged, the many celestial gods and 2 god warriors approached them. The god warriors were at the star rank. All of the gods were surprised when they recognized the giant. Your Highness. Your Highness. The gods greeted Joanna. Joanna waved back at them. The middle-aged giant bowed to Joanna. Your Highness, I'll take out those beasts and let 2 god warriors guard them for you. I'll have to go back to your care for your original self. Okay. Joanna nodded. The 2 god warriors were capable enough to contain those void state beasts. The middle-aged giant was relieved. He lifted his finger, a swirl with a golden glow appeared on the ground, many violent beasts came out from the swirl. They rolled out from it, as a matter of fact, because something had wrapped them up in a ball. Dong, dong, dong. Those beasts fell to the ground, making the mountain shake. Shrink. The middle-aged giant shouted. The next second, something miraculous happened. Those beasts shrank from hundreds of meters tall to only a few meters tall. Although shrunk, those beasts were still emitting a vicious energy. It was just that they looked less intimidating. Soon, a set of 40 smaller versions of the void state beasts contained in spheres were placed on the ground. The middle-aged giant said with great respect, Your Highness, I will excuse myself. Joanna nodded. Suping found it strange to see a giant showing such respect to Joanna. Once the middle-aged giant left, Joanna told the god warriors to contain those tiny beasts. How are you going to take the beasts back? Do you have any storage space? Joanna asked Suping. Suping forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I will have to sign a contract with them and take them to the store one group at a time. Joanna could not believe that. Contract? You already have some battle pets. I don't think you have many spots left. Also, canceling the contract would mean that you would get hurt. If you don't have such storage items, I can lend you one. Why don't you just give me one? Don't be so cheeky. I'm okay with that. Suping shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry. I won't take your item. I've asked many things from you and I'm quite mortified. When did you grow a conscience? Joanna asked. Suping rolled his eyes. We don't have enough time. I will start taking them back. You can have your people stay here and watch them. Of course, he wanted to use something to take the beasts back in one go, but the damn rules from the system forbade him to do that. Otherwise, he would have become rich. The entire universe would be his supplier. He could take the most violent beast back to his store thanks to his ability to revive. However, the system rules stipulated that he could only carry beasts he had signed contracts with. Only the power of a contract could avoid the force of repulsion between different worlds. It was impossible to do that with artifacts. Chapter 679 Tragedy Open for Business. Are you sure about that? Joanna noticed that Suping was not joking. You may want to do that, but I don't think you can sign contracts with void state beasts. Even though Suping seemed to be quite powerful, she knew he had not reached the ocean state yet. One could only take on battle pets that were one state higher. It's okay, as long as it doesn't kill me in the first step. Suping knew that once the battle pets were 2 states higher, the power of contract would be weakened and the beasts could devour him without having to be punished by the contract. However, he just had to make sure that his brain would hold when he signed the contract. Devouring him? He could use his fists to discipline the battle pets. He was sure that his brain would indeed collapse if he were to sign contracts with Fate State battle pets. Still, he believed he would be able to deal with those at the Void State. He could cancel the contract when he went back to the store. He could then put away the masterless beasts inside the store's space with force. Well. For a moment, Joanna didn't know what to say. Suping did not explain anything else. He took out the temporary contracts and began to establish bonds with the beasts. 1, 2. Just as he thought, those Void State beasts didn't make his brain collapse. He just felt he was too exhausted to think. Since he already had battle pets, Suping still had room for 5 more. He would have to make the trip 8 times. Roar. A dragon that was covered in array stone armor roared at Suping the moment the contract was done. That was not how a battle pet should look at its master. Huh? Suping raised his eyebrows. Bang. He punched the dragon's head into the ground and dusted off his hands. Come here. Time to go, he said to Joanna. Joanna was speechless. She had never seen something this strange. Soon, the swirl opened up. Suping stored all the beasts in his contract space and went into the swirl with Joanna. Before they left, Suping said, "We'll be back." The other gods stood on the spot, confused. Suping took out the 5 battle pets and the temporary contracts failed as soon as they arrived. Roar. Roar. The 5 battle pets were quite vocal and their bones were cracking. They were returning to their normal sizes. Go. Suping put them away in the store's warehouse space. Soon after, the 5 battle pets vanished from the store. At the same time, Suping then saw 5 cartoon-like avatars on the warehouse information page. He could see each avatar's detailed information by clicking their icons, including their bloodline, rank, and skills. There was a line that said estimated price, but there was a next to the words aptitude evaluation. If you want to do the estimating, you'll need to pay 10,000 energy points. The system sounded quite excited. You have to know that there can be very good battle pets among them. The price would increase if the beast's aptitude is tested to be high. Oh, see if I trust you. Suping complained inwardly. He paid no attention to the system. The point was to get all the beasts back. Let's go back to the demigod burial, Suping said. Soon, the swirl opened up as the energy points were deducted. Suping and Joanna arrived at a strange place and once again, through her original self, she summoned god warriors from her residence to go there and fetch them. Suping signed contracts with 5 beasts more, then went back to his store. In the meantime, in the West Ocean continent. The day was breaking over the West Ocean continent. The first morning light was rising. That scorching ball would always deliver light. A base city was on the verge of collapsing. The battles had stopped. Some battle pet warriors wearing military uniforms leaned against the wall, panting silently. Their uniforms were tainted red by blood. Some had lost arms. Some were putting bandages over their wounds. Some gazed at the first morning light, crying silently. Blood had converged into a river outside that broken wall. They couldn't even see where the spread of corpses ended. The first ray of morning light drove away the darkness, but it also shone light upon the hideous details. There was no telling which corpses belonged to humans and which belonged to beasts. Most of the human corpses had been torn. There were rarely any complete corpses. They saved the base city after a night's worth of deadly battles. But the price was heavy. The base city was empty, utterly empty. Some newspaper pages and falling leaves were being blown across the streets. It was such a bleak thing. The citizens were gathered in the shelter. At the end of the battle, there weren't enough people to go to the shelter to share the news. It's over. A titled battle pet warrior was leaning against the wall. The view of the hellish scene of blood and death outside the wall had overwhelmed him. He didn't feel happy after surviving, he was in pain and misery. 7 of his 9 battle pets had died. One was heavily wounded and he quickly sent it back to the contract space to rest, while the other one was barely breathing. It was lying by his feet. Woo, woo, woo. In the distance, someone was crying. The sadness was contagious. The battle pet warriors who had survived were seized by sorrow. The battle had been so tragic that they didn't feel excited, even after winning. They were just glad it was over. Then, they felt nothing. Ding. Right then, they heard something like a drum beating dong, dong, dong. The tremors were getting clearer and clearer. The sobbing and crying ended. Everyone struggled to stand up and gazed at the view outside the wall. The noise came from the outside. The battle pet warriors widened their eyes in terror. Dust had been stirred up, the noise was getting closer and closer. A chaotic shroud of darkness was coming. Beast. More of them. The battle pet warriors even wanted to give up. They had struggled hard enough to survive even a single night, they had barely enjoyed 30 minutes of rest, but then, more beasts were on the way over. They had run out of ammunition and food supplies. How could they go on? Someone collapsed on the ground. The person slowly took out his weapon, he looked at that sharp blade and he used it to pierce his own heart. He killed himself. He preferred to kill himself, instead of being torn apart by the beasts. While the vibe of despair was spreading, suddenly, there was someone coming in the distance. That person generated a ray of red light from his hand and he smashed that red light into the crowd of wild beasts. Bang! The wild beasts were scattered around. Reinforcements? The battle pet warriors could barely hold back their joy. Bang! 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 That person hurled himself at the wild beasts. Once the tremors ended, the beasts' roars also disappeared. From the dust came the person who was there to help. The white-haired old man announced solemnly, "Where's your leader? Gather everyone and leave." It was Goose Siping. He hurried over to the West Ocean continent. He killed all the wild beasts he met along the way and then searched for any Fate State Beast Kings. He had just arrived at the West Ocean continent when he saw that group of wild beasts. Ah, a legendary battle pet warrior. The survivors gazed at the old man in a daze. They no longer heard the beasts. The old man had to be at the legendary rank to be powerful enough to deal with wild beasts like this. He crushed the wild beasts, all by himself. Go. More beasts are coming, the old man shouted. Afterward, he directly flew away from that place. The survivors were still in a daze after the old man left. They were unable to see Goose Siping by the time they came back to their senses. The survivors looked at each other in confusion. Where should we go? Anyway, staying there would mean that they would have to deal with another wild beast stampede. Soon enough, the survivors sprang into action and began their preparations to depart. In the meantime, Dragon Swamp Continent. Close to noontime. The sun was scorching hot. The Dragon Swamp Continent and the West Ocean Continent were not too far away from each other, while the time difference wasn't as big. The fires of war were raging all across the Dragon Swamp Continent at the moment. Many base cities had ended up becoming the wild beasts' lairs. Humans were losing ground. Most people in the Dragon Swamp Continent were staying in an ancient class of base city, the last stand for humans. Several legendary battle pet warriors were gathered there. All the buildings in the heart of the base city had been flattened to the ground. Standing on the open land was a dense crowd. There was a huge swirl opening up. The people were standing in lines to enter the swirl. Do not panic. Stay in line and hurry. Stay in order. Many people flew around above the open land to maintain the proceedings in an orderly fashion. I have money. I have to get in first. Let me go first. Get out of my way. Go away. Let me go. I'm a mayor. I'm the mayor of the Maya. There would be the occasional burst of chaos when some wanted to get into the swirl first. The swirl was leading to the subcontinent district. The communication channels in the Dragon Swamp Continent were currently failing due to the beast strike. But before that, all the TV stations and media were reporting the strikes. The civilians knew about the impending strike that could affect the entire Dragon Swamp Continent. There wasn't a single safe place in all of the Dragon Swamp Continent. Finally, legendary battle pet warriors reached the evacuation point and that swirl was their only way out. You, get out. Come over here. The ones that were keeping order dashed toward the places where people were fighting and yanked the man who had started it. Get your hands off me. Don't you know who I am? I am the mayor of Maya and my brother-in-law is Master Trainer Carvalho. Do you even know Master Trainer Carvalho? You are just titled battle pet warriors. You would have to beg him to train your battle pets. Let go of me. Let me go in. Behave. How come those insignificant people get to go before I do? Why do they deserve to live? What have they done? Make them go away and let me in. While the mayor cried and shouted, the titled battle pet warrior grabbed him and threw him to the back of the crowd. Now and then, the titled battle pet warriors would yank troublemakers out, they would directly crush them to death if they weren't of high status. Blood would rain down, shocking the onlookers. This isn't going fast enough, it's not fast enough. Two legendary battle pet warriors were standing by the swirl, They weren't happy about the ongoing progress. The swirl was limited. Many people were going in, but that wasn't fast enough. Where are the beasts? I just heard that Major is leading a group of battle pet warriors to fight the beasts at Base City Camper. I don't know how long we have. I think the beasts will arrive in half an hour. Half an hour? Crap. How many people can get away in half an hour? Damn it. The streets were crowded right outside the open area, every place was tightly packed. That class of Base City had never seen that many people in its entire history. There were still some with either wealth or power trying to use their resources to get ahead. Longjian Base City, Subcontinent District. Pixie Pet Store. Again, it was deep at night. There would be some occasional glow in the store as if someone were turning a flashlight on and off. Eventually, the glow stopped. The store was in complete darkness. Suping collapsed on the floor inside the store, panting. He had moved 40 void state beasts and it had been an exhausting feat, both physically and mentally. He could not even think straight. Finally, all done. Suping took a deep breath. He rested for a while and then called Zijin Shui. The latter answered at once. During those eventful times, it wasn't surprising that the mayor would go through sleepless nights. Mr. Su, how are things? Zijin Shui sounded concerned. He was worried that Suping was going to tell him some bad news. You're still up. How is it on your end? Suping asked. Zijin Shui was relieved to hear that question. Nothing as of yet. I heard that the other continents were suffering. I think the wild beasts are focusing on those continents for now. He felt troubled. Their continent's doom would be right around the corner when the other continents fell. Suping nodded. Once the Nordic continent was destroyed, he knew that the same would happen to the other continents. But he was unable to help them. After all, crossing to another continent was time-consuming. He wasn't a Fate State warrior yet, they could do long-range teleporting. Listen, I'm going to open my store for business. Suping went straight to the point. Chapter 680 Pricing. Zijin Shui was surprised. He questioned Suping's decision out of instinct. Opening his store for business. Is that a big deal? Something worth mentioning right now. But the next second, Zijin Shui thought of the battle pets that Suping had once sold. He was panting. Suping had sold Beast Kings once, including the one that Ken Zhuang had. Suping was about to open his store right then. So, he was going to sell more Beast Kings. Mr. Su, can I buy some? Zijin Shui's voice was trembling. He was at the titled rank and he also wanted Beast King battle pets. In the old days, he hadn't had the guts to ask Suping because Beast Kings were rare. Begging Suping for one would be unfair to the others. It would put Suping, as well as himself, in an awkward position. But times were different, he needed Beast Kings. He hoped to participate in the base city's defense when the time came, instead of merely staying at the rear and only giving directions. I don't have many Beast Kings that suit you, but you can drop by and have a look. There might be a couple for you. Suping didn't sugarcoat the facts. Zijin Shui felt both excited and mortified. Mr. Su, thank you so much. I don't know. Don't mention it. I'm doing business, not merely giving them away. Don't thank me. Zijin Shui forced a bitter smile. Given his usual prices for Beast Kings, what was the difference between selling and giving them away? Suping told Zijin Shui to prepare enough money and hung up. Then, Suping called Venerable the Blade and he, too, answered at once. Mr. Su. Suping asked, where are you? Do you have some time? I've just gotten a bunch of Beast Kings. Are you interested? Beast Kings? Venerable the Blade could not believe that Suping was using a bunch in a sentence referring to Beast Kings. The others would only say one or two, but Suping was selling in bulk. I'll be right there. I'm in the Hanchang Base City, Venerable the Blade answered. Suping nodded. Right, bring enough money. I don't sell anything on credit and I don't take any other items in exchange. I only take money. Venerable the Blade asked at once, how much money should I bring? Suping thought about it. As much as possible. Do you have 10 billion? 10 billion. Venerable the Blade felt his heart tremble. 10 billion was not a small number. It was almost 70% of the 5 major families' assets. Not to mention that 10 billion would have to be in cash. He remembered that Suping was selling Beast Kings at 100 or 200 million each. Why did the price increase? Venerable the Blade knew that Suping was waiting for his reply. He said at once, yes. I'll get the money ready. Okay. Suping hung up. 10 billion. Venerable the Blade forced a bitter smile. He could get 10 billion ready, but most of his assets had to do with real estate, treasures and shops. Those things were valuable, but he would not find buyers easily on such a short notice. Cash was the most secure thing in troubling times. After all, once a base city fell or was abandoned, no matter how good the neighborhood was, properties would be worthless. I'll have to borrow some money. Venerable the Blade started to call his friends. At the store, Su Ping then called Qin Zhuang. He could take on more battle pets and he would gladly do so. Mr. Su, are you selling battle pets again? Qin Zhuang was happily surprised. Mr. Su, how many are you selling? I want them all. Not possible, Su Ping said. What? Qin Zhuang realized he might have gotten carried away. It wasn't fair to get all of them. Sorry, Mr. Su, that's not what I meant. I'll be right over, let's talk in person, Qin Zhuang apologized at once. Su Ping was confused. What was it all about? He didn't bother thinking about it. After the call, Su Ping pondered a bit and decided on two people he would give the fruits to. The first was Wu Guanchen, the one who came with Yuan Tanshan but was forced to stay. He stayed to teach Su Linayu as an apology and he had been behaving. Su Ping was able to tell he was a good man. He was merely working for the wrong boss. As for the second person, Su Ping was going to choose from among the 5 major families. The Mu family's leader was not one of his possible choices. That family head didn't make the right choice when the Longjiang-based city had been struck by the otherworld Heavenly King. The Yi family. He wasn't familiar with that family head. As for Liu Tanzong, the two of them had disputes. Even though the man had apologized and they were on peaceful terms, Su Ping wasn't sure if Liu Tanzong would still hold a grudge against him. Also, their competition in the past had taken place because he was just too full of himself. At least, that was what Su Ping thought. So, the next one was from the Zhu family. The Zhu family had created some difficulties for Su Ping, but he later disciplined them by charging into their territory. They had been behaving since then. From their interactions, Su Ping could tell that Zhu Tanlin was a man of principles. He could be a good choice. Su Ping didn't choose Zi Jinshui because of the side effects. The Zhu family head would have a difficult time reaching the legendary rank by himself. He had been at the titled rank for years and his potential was limited. Zi Jinshui on the other hand. His chance of reaching the legendary rank was small, but the good thing was that he wasn't 50 yet. He still had potential in him. Su Ping also knew that the astral powers sealed in the blue planet would soon be released with the removal of the heaven lock. By then, the size of the blue planet and the number of astral powers would grow to unexpected proportions. By then, maybe, reaching the legendary rank on the blue planet would not be that difficult. Zi Jinshui would still have a chance to break through by himself. Su Ping called Wu Guanchen. Mr. Su? It was evident that the man had not yet gone to bed. Wu, where are you? Su Ping asked. Wu Guanchen asked, Mr. Su, what is happening? I'm at the Shenglong defense line. Have the beasts arrived at the Xinjiang defense line? The Shenglong defense line? This reminded Su Ping that Wu Guanchen was working for Yuan Tanshan. Is the legendary battle pet warrior over there? The Yuan guy? Wu Guanchen said at once, yes, it is Mr. Yuan. Mr. Su, I know that you and Yuan Tanshan once had some disputes. But that's water under the bridge, let's just keep it friendly. We're also faced with a special situation. We should fight the common enemy. I heard that the Nordic continent is gone. I don't know if that is true. I was just asking. Don't be nervous. I'm going to give you something good. Do you have money? Su Ping asked. Something good? Wu Guanchen asked, what is it? Battle pets? Wu Guanchen's eyes glowed. The fact that Su Ping had once sold Beast Kings in his store was well known among titled battle pet warriors. He, of course, knew of it. He had seen the Beast Kings. More or less, Su Ping said, and I'll give you a chance to reach the legendary rank. Come here if you're interested. Of course, you'll have to have money, at least 10 billion. The money will have to be in cash, not real estate. A chance to reach the legendary rank? Wu Guanchen was perplexed. A chance to reach the legendary rank? Wouldn't I have to rely on my own cultivation to reach the legendary rank? Can Su Ping help me improve my understanding of power? Wu Guanchen had difficulty understanding this. Su Ping had always been a man of mystery, he knew next to nothing about his background. What Su Ping said got him excited. If he was telling the truth, he would soon reach the legendary rank. Mr. Su, are you serious? Wu Guanchen asked. Su Ping said grumpily, why would I joke around in the middle of the night? Wu Guanchen said at once, I'll be there. Mr. Su, wait for me. I'm leaving right now. You haven't answered my question. Do you have money? At least 10 billion. Don't come here if you can't get enough money, Su Ping said. Once Wu Guanchen ate the fruit, he would sell void state battle pets to him. Otherwise, giving Wu Guanchen the fruit would be pointless. Su Ping was intending to sell him battle pets, Wu Guanchen would need to have enough money for it. 10 billion? Wu Guanchen's head was clearing up. He answered after 3 seconds passed, yes, I'm getting the money ready. Mr. Su, wait for me. I'm coming. Good. Su Ping was relieved. Wu Guanchen was at the peak of the titled rank. Getting 10 billion would not be that difficult for him. Then, Su Ping called Zhu Tanlin. Zhu Tanlin answered 2 seconds after the call connected. Mr. Su? He added with respect, Mr. Su, what do you need me for? I'm going to open my store for business. Do you have money? Again, Su Ping went straight to the point. Zhu Tanlin was thrilled. Yes, 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 how much, Mr. Su? 10 billion. 10 billion? Zhu Tanlin could not believe that. He was there when Su Ping sold the Beast King to Ken Zhuang and knew the price paid. The Beast King was sold for less than 200 million. Why was Su Ping asking him for 10 billion? Zhu Tanlin was thinking, hesitating. He wondered, is Su Ping trying to dredge for money? Or, is Su Ping doing this on purpose to get back at the Zhu family? You don't have that amount? Su Ping asked. Zhu Tanlin came back to his senses. Yes, yes, I do. Just 10 billion. Mr. Su, you're selling battle pets. I will give up the last shot in the locker and support your business. Let me go and get the money. I'll be there in a moment. Okay. Su Ping didn't add another word. Have you collected your reward? He then asked Joanna. Joanna was standing by the pet room door. She didn't look as quiet as she usually was. She smiled brightly at Su Ping and said, yes. A voice popped up and said that I'm an outstanding employee. As such, I'm getting a chance to tour around any world I choose for 7 days. Su Ping knew that the voice had to be from the system. Good. I suggest you wait a little bit. I'll go to the Archene Divinity with you after I finish dealing with this mess, Su Ping suggested. Joanna nodded. No problem. She wasn't in a hurry since she had finally earned her chance. Before she went there, she would first prefer to go back to the demigod burial and make preparations. I'm going to tell her to come, Su Ping said to himself. He sensed that Tang Yuan was sleeping in the same room with Zhong Lingtong. Su Linayu was sitting across the hall in her own bedroom. Time for business, Su Ping sent her a mental message. Tang Yuan opened her eyes in a daze. She was surprised about the voice in her mind. She mumbled, haven't you noticed it's the middle of the night? Who would want to come at this hour? She quietly got up regardless of her complaining. Zhong Lingtong was still sleeping soundly. Tang Yuan exited the room without making a sound. Since Tang Yuan was on her way over, Su Ping pulled up the information page with all the cartoon avatars. Blood Sand Beast, Void State, Combat Strength 32.5, with a price of 32.50 million energy points. Dark Abyss Snake, Void State, Combat Strength 29.9, 29.90 million energy points. Moon Dragon, Void State, Combat Strength 31.4. He saw the detailed information of every battle pet, including their rank, state, combat strength, as well as their skills, bloodlines, and where they were from. Su Ping noticed that the price was related to their combat strengths. Those with a combat strength over 30 would be priced at more than 30 million energy points. Those with a combat strength of 29 would be priced at 29 million energy points. Hey, I've been wanting to ask. What is the corresponding state to those combat strengths? Su Ping asked. Soon, a form appeared in his mind. See for yourself. The system sounded aloof. It said in the form that those at the ocean state usually had a combat strength between 10 to 20. The void state ranged from 20 to 30. For the fate state, it was from 30 to 50. Of course, those were the basic standards. Su Ping remembered that the little skeleton's combat strength had grown to nearly 40. So, the little skeleton's combat strength was close to the fate state's mid-range. Still, the little skeleton was only at the intermediate position of the 9th rank. No wonder the little skeleton's aptitude rate was quite high. Most of the Beast Kings were at the void state, but many of their combat strengths had gone over 30. Indeed, those Beast Kings imprisoned in the demigod burial's biggest prison were outstanding. 6 of the Beast Kings had combat strengths at 36 or 37, and the most powerful Beast King had a combat strength of 38.7. Chapter 681 Head of the Tang family. Will the aptitude assessment aid in increasing the price? Su Ping asked the system after he went through the basic information of the battle pets. The system replied, that will depend on whether the aptitude is good or bad. It's not shown right now. Without seeing that data, the customers can only rely on the combat strengths to see if the battle pets are good enough or not. But, if you allow the aptitude to be tested and shown, the customers will be able to tell in a more straightforward way whether a certain battle pet is average or poor, or something else. So, the aptitude assessment is used to obtain more comprehensive data. True. The system was such a profiteering merchant. Su Ping felt glad that he had not paid the 10,000 energy points yet. He could see if the battle pets were good enough by comparing their combat strengths with the average combat strength of beasts of the same kind. Why would he have to pay extra money to see that? You cannot tell for certain. Some people just don't bother to do the math. it is better to show them directly. Let's say some battle pets have a high combat strength. But how can you say for sure if they're among the good ones or the poor fellas of the same family? Let's take some dragons with very outstanding bloodlines as an example. A dragon may be at a later stage of the void state with a combat strength of 40 or even 50. Still, would you say that the dragon's aptitude is above average? The truth can be that this dragon only has a poor aptitude compared with other dragons of the same kind. This system is snooping around again. Suking was still unconvinced. What's the difference? If you put all the battle pets together, I would have still chosen the dragon even if its aptitude was poor. I would choose the battle pet with the best combat strength. I want to get the one that is cost effective. Your vision is limited, the system corrected him. Some battle pet warriors only go for the battle pets with the best aptitude. Say you have a dragon and its combat strength is way above beasts of the same rank, but the dragon is quite poor when compared to the other dragons. What would I want the dragon for? I want the best dragon, a dragon that is more powerful. Don't you see? Suping raised his eyebrows. He understood this point. Some battle pet warriors who aspired for outstanding battle pets would pay attention to the aptitude assessment. However, such standards weren't as useful on the blue planet. After all, combat strength was everything on the blue planet. No matter how good the aptitude was, the battle pet would have to be trained and developed. What if the battle pets got killed before they could grow? Good aptitude would not help. Let me try this with one. Suping chose the Beast King with a 38.7 combat strength, the strongest of all. Are you sure? Yes. Minus 10,000. 10,000 energy points were deducted from Suping's account. In the meantime, in front of Suping's eyes, the avatar of that Beast King began to light up with a colorful glow. The light disappeared a second later and everything quieted down. Suping clicked on the avatar and he saw some additional information related to that Beast King. Aptitude, poor. Suping was surprised. That was not the result he had expected. He thought that it would at least have an average aptitude. However, it turned out that the Beast King was not even that good. This blue crystal dragon's bloodline is at the star rank. It has also consumed many miraculous herbs and has been mutated a little bit. The dragon is off to a good start, so this combat strength is not surprising. Also of note, the blue crystal dragons with above average aptitude can usually kill fate state beasts when they're at the void state, the system explained. Suping suddenly realized something. He quickly looked at the price. The price had dropped from 38.8 million energy points to 34.83 million. The price dropped. Suping glared at the price. What the fuck? After the assessment, the highest price had dropped by a few million. Suping did a rough calculation. The price dropped by 10%. Just as I said, the price would increase if the aptitude evaluation turned out with a good grade. On the other hand, the price would drop if the aptitude was inferior. The system went on. Since it's the best pet store in the entire universe, you cannot sell battle pets that are not good enough. The price won't change if the battle pet's aptitudes are average. The price will go up if the aptitude goes up and vice versa. You didn't tell me about the price drop. Suping bit his teeth. He was sure of that. Really? I guess that can happen. But you should have thought of this when you heard me talking about the aptitude evaluation. If a good aptitude can increase the price, a bad aptitude would make the price drop. That is a reasonable rule. Price increases and decreases go hand in hand. The system sounded quite calm. It didn't sound remorseful about forgetting to mention the drop in price. Suping took a few deep breaths to clear out all the angry thoughts in his mind. So, the battle pets sold in this store should have at least an average aptitude to be qualified for the store. Yes. You learn fast. Then I won't assess the aptitude of the other battle pets, Suping said. No problem. The system knew that Suping was hopping mad. When you find such battle pets and you have no confidence about their aptitude, I suggest you don't make the aptitude show, in case selling the battle pets would embarrass the store. Just let the customers choose by themselves. Suping was speechless. He was selling those Beast Kings at such a low price. He was doing the customers a favor. However, the system was making it sound like he was scamming his customers' money as it was. Never mind. Suping decided not to check the aptitudes of the other battle pets. Even that dragon's aptitude wasn't good enough. He didn't have the courage to do another check again. Maybe you'll find a Beast King with low combat strength and a poor bloodline but a good aptitude. The system was trying to tempt Suping. Again with the snooping around. Suping had become used to it. He snorted, I'll think about this after I'm able to understand Beast Kings better. He realized that he didn't have enough knowledge about the beasts. He had seen more kinds of beasts than anyone else on the blue planet. Still, the question was that he had seen them but he didn't know them, he didn't know anything about their bloodlines or their combat strength. If he wanted to be confident and save some money when he tried to evaluate the battle pet's aptitudes, He would have to pick up some knowledge in that regard. Soon, Tang Ryuan arrived at the store. She looked at Suping, who appeared to be in high spirits, and Joanna, who was standing outside the pet room quietly. Tang Ryuan pouted and complained, "Why are we opening up the store at this hour? I thought you would cultivate at night. What is wrong with you today? I would be in danger if you really knew my patterns. I am breaking the norm, you know." Suping made up an excuse. Bah. Tang Ryuan curled her lips. She looked at the night sky and asked, "Who would come at this time? How about I be your first customer? Train my battle pets. I want to make some contributions since the wild beasts are striking everywhere in the world." Suping was about to say no when the system gave him a warning. He had to accept her order. Get ready to pay the fee. Refuse no one. That was a rule from the system, not Suping's. But with the system in the picture, he couldn't have set any rules himself. "I cannot believe the time for you to serve me would come. Now, Su, give me a big smile." Tang Ryuan was overjoyed since Suping agreed to it. She knew asking Suping to train her battle pets wasn't easy. When comparing the effects of his training, the money she would have to pay him was nothing. Piss off. Suping rolled his eyes. The system said that he had to accept all customers, but it didn't say he had to sell with a smile. Tang Ryuan chuckled and stuck her tongue out. She then quit fooling around and summoned her battle pets, choosing the professional training. She had 4 battle pets of the 9th rank in total. The professional training fee was 1 million for every pet. The price for professional training was 100 times higher than the average training. She had to pay 4 million in total. Tang Ryuan didn't mind that amount of money. She transferred the amount to Suping without batting an eye, and soon, the beautiful beeping sound reminded Suping that money had entered his account. "What? Since when did you have this much money?" Suping was curious. "When did this girl become rich?" "Huh, surprised, aren't you? I'm the family head right now and I have much more money." Tang Ryuan grinned. She soon remembered the past dispute between Suping and the Tang family. Her grin vanished after that. Recently, after the strikes began, the Tang family anticipated that the world could change drastically and many major forces would be reorganized. The Tang family asked me to be the family head several times. I said no, but the situation is critical at this time. Even though the Tang family is. Anyway, some of the family members were there when I grew up. I didn't want to see anything bad happen to them. "So, you're the family head now?" Suping raised his eyebrows. That girl was the family head of one of the 4 ancient families in that subcontinent district. "Just for now. I will quit when a suitable person is found, either by me or by them." Tang Ryuan bit her lips. She stole a glance at Suping. Compared with the position of a family head, she preferred to stay there as a temporary employee. "Good for you and for me. See, you have money now and you can support my business," Suping said casually. He didn't want to increase her burden. What happened between him and the Tang family was in the past and he no longer minded that. If he were still obsessed over it, he wouldn't have allowed her to go back and lend them a hand. That is not the point. Tang Ryuan stomped her feet. "Yes. You're clever. Wait a minute. Yes to what?" Right then, they heard some people coming. Suping said to Tang Ryuan, "Now, be a good girl and entertain the customers. I am also your customer." Tang Ryuan shouted at him. Suping told Joanna to take Tang Ryuan's battle pets to the pet room and replied to Tang Ryuan, "But you're also my employee, a temporary one. You don't have to stress that." Tang Ryuan was clenching her teeth. They then heard a gentle voice. "Mr. Su, Miss Tang." Ken Zhuang arrived at the store. He cast a glance at the purple rat that was sleeping soundly by the feet of one of the dragon statues and went into the store. Tang Ryuan knew that Ken Zhuang had reached the legendary rank. However, she was no longer that wary of them ever since she went back to the Tang family and saw a legendary battle pet warrior get killed with her own eyes. Tang Ryuan pushed down her fury against Suping and went to greet Ken Zhuang. "Mr. Ken, how come you know we are in business at such a late hour?" "Mr. Su told me," Ken Zhuang said to the girl with envy. "Miss Tang, you're still young and yet you've already been named the family head. I might have had to bow to you if I weren't lucky enough to have reached the legendary rank." "You know about that?" Tang Ryuan raised her eyebrows. "Yes, I do. It's kind of hard for me to ignore the fact when your family has sent over quite a few titled warriors," Ken Zhuang laughed. Right then, Zhu Tanlin and Zi Jinshui arrived. "Hi, you're all here." Zi Jinshui was surprised to see such an ensemble. Indeed, those people would always show up whenever Suping opened his store for business. Zhu Tanlin felt frustrated since he had to compete against all of those people for battle pets. He hurried to greet Suping and then saluted Ken Zhuang. He didn't have to be so polite around Ken Zhuang in the past. But he had to act respectfully since the latter had reached the legendary rank. Mr. Su, where are the battle pets that you're going to sell? Ken Juang went straight for the kill. Su Ping said to his customers, have you gotten the money ready? I have placed the battle pets in the showroom and you can choose anyone you like. But you can only buy the battle pets for yourselves. You will also have to sign the contracts right here. Su Ping took his customers to a side hall. The light was bright and on the wall hung a screen upon which many battle pets images were being projected. In the middle of the showroom were the holographic images of the available battle pets. The projections allowed the customers to see all their details. Of course, the projections were only a dozen meters tall, instead of hundreds of meters tall. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment as they saw the rotating projections. Those projections were quite lifelike, the violence in their eyes was clear. They could tell right away that those were all Beast Kings. It was also the first time that Tang Ryuan had seen those battle pets. Her jaw dropped. It was an amazing feeling to be surrounded by that many battle pets. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more people arrived. Mr. Su? Someone shouted in the store. I'm here. Su Ping recognized that it was Venerable the Blade's voice. He arrived with Wu Guangcheng in tow. Following the voice, Wu Guangcheng and Venerable the Blade soon arrived at the showroom. The projections took them aback as soon as they stepped into the room. All those battle pets are on sale. You can choose anyone that you like. Basically all of them are at the void state, which works perfectly for you, Su Ping briefly introduced. Chapter 682 All of them. Venerable the Blade could not believe this. The battle pet projections were dazzling, they had to be dozens of Beast Kings there. Su Ping was going to sell dozens of Beast Kings? Where did he get all those Beast Kings? They gazed at Su Ping with shock and questions. Mr. Su. I can have whichever one I like? Ken Juang had to ask. He could not stop his voice from trembling even though he had reached the legendary rank. Of course, Su Ping nodded with a smile and said, but not just one. You can get as many as you want as long as you can sign the contracts here, and that you have enough money for them. As many as we want. His dear customers narrowed their eyes, they felt their hearts were racing. Su Ping was selling dozens of Beast Kings in one go and they were the first ones to arrive. They could get all they wanted. So, they could fill all of their contract spots with Beast Kings. The thought of filling all the spots with Beast Kings excited them. Go ahead and start choosing. Su Ping did not want to waste more time. Something could go wrong outside at any time, no one could tell when the wild beasts could get there. His customers thanked him and started to go around and check the projections of the battle pets. If you want to see their details, unleash your astral powers into the projections and the information will show up in front of you, Su Ping added. His showroom had all sorts of advanced technologies. He believed that such a type of technology would be a commodity only seen in the Interstellar Federation. Detailed information? They quickly poured out astral powers into the projections and the words began to merge in front of them. Name, bloodline, rank, combat strength, skills, etc. Such details. They were even seeing what to feed the battle pets and what kind of environments they liked. The later stage of the void state? Venerable the Blade and Ken Juang were in disbelief. Those battle pets they were seeing were more powerful than they were. Of the entire tower, only 12 were at the void state. At most, each legendary battle pet warrior would only have 1 or 2 Beast Kings of the void state, the rest of their pets would usually be at the ocean state. Su Ping's battle pets on sale could crush void state legendary warriors. The two curled their lips. They were at a loss for words. In the meantime, Tang Ryuan, who was there as an attendant, Zi Jinshui and Shu Tanlin poured out their astral powers into the projections of the battle pets that they liked. Soon, they were able to see the description. The 3 of them were surprised by what they were seeing. Those Beast Kings were at the later stage of the void state. One more step and those Beast Kings would reach the fate state. The 3 of them read the information carefully. The more they read, the more envious they became. They eventually stopped pouring out astral powers and the information vanished. Later stage of the void state. Those battle pets were too powerful for them. Zi Jinshui and Shu Tanlin felt sorry. They began to check the other battle pets. Again? The later stage of the void state. Zi Jinshui and Shu Tanlin were dumbstruck. That one was the same as the previous one they saw. What? The two wondered where Su Ping could have found those battle pets and why he was so eager to sell them. How rich would he have to be that generous? The two lingered for a bit as they appreciated that battle pet before they switched to the next one. Once again, they were frozen on the spot. Yet again. The later stage of the void state. Once they had given up on that battle pet, they heard Venerable the Blade and Ken Juang shouting almost at the same time, Mr. Su, I want this one. They seemed to be in a rush, as if afraid someone else would get ahead of them. Ken Juang and Venerable the Blade had already run to Su Ping and they were ready to pay. Su Ping cautioned them, are you sure you found the right one at first glance? Don't you want to go around and check out the others? There might be some battle pets with skills that don't work well with you. As for the price, it is included in the introduction at the bottom. Haven't you seen them? Introduction? Venerable the Blade and Qin Zhuang blushed. They didn't finish reading the information before they rushed over to say they wanted to pay. After all, those were battle pets at the later stage of the void state. They couldn't have battle pets more powerful than those. They did not care if the battle pet's skills were suitable. They didn't have to fight alongside the battle pets. Those pets could overwhelm the enemies on their own. I am gonna go ahead and have a look. Venerable the Blade hurried to check the information of the battle pet he was intending to buy. Venerable the Blade felt that he was a lucky guy because the first battle pet he had seen was at the later stage of the void state. It would be a good idea to try my luck at the lottery. Of course, he wasn't interested in getting any money. Winning a lottery was not as efficient as hunting beasts. After all, the cost of hunting and selling beasts was almost negligible. The price. Venerable the Blade skipped the rest of the information and reached the end. The price is 317 million? Venerable the Blade wondered if he was counting the zeros wrong. A battle pet at the later stage of the void state was being sold at around 300 million? Su Ping was practically giving out the battle pets for free. Venerable the Blade was confused. He turned around and gazed at Su Ping, who was calmly standing there. The former remembered how Su Ping was defending the Longjing base city. He had been there to make vigorous efforts in order to turn the situation around. He then saved the day after killing countless wild beasts. Maybe selling those battle pets is in a way like charity for Su Ping. Venerable the Blade exclaimed inwardly. He couldn't find any words to describe how much he respected Su Ping. Mr. Su, the price is a little over 300 million. Yes, that is correct. Su Ping nodded. I told you to bring 10 billion. I don't know how much you have with you, but I think spending 3 to 4 billion would be enough to fill up all your battle pet spots. Venerable the Blade was stunned. At first, he did wonder if Su Ping had written down the price wrong. But it seemed that there were no mistakes. He was even thinking about letting Venerable the Blade fill up all the empty spots. Venerable the Blade had not checked the other battle pets, but he could tell that those were all Beast Kings. After a moment of silence, Venerable the Blade put forward his question. Mr. Su, are you thinking about letting me get those Beast Kings so that I can fight better in the upcoming strike? Su Ping answered honestly. That is true. The wild beasts from the deep caves are coming and they're going to reach every corner of the world. I cannot save the world by myself. I hope you can help me. But we would be using the battle pets you gave us and it would still be you who will save everyone. Venerable the Blade thought to himself. He gazed at the young man who deserved all of his respect and admiration. Venerable the Blade took a deep breath and promised solemnly, I understand. Together, we will defend the territory of all humankind till the last moment of our lives. Don't get all sentimental on me. I know you will. Su Ping smiled. Go and look at the battle pets. Take your time. Tang, come and help me. Tang Ryuan, who was still absorbed in reading the information of the third battle pet she had seen, had to give up checking the beast's stats. She ran to Su Ping and asked, help you with what? Write down the names of the battle pets that they want to buy, Su Ping said. Tang Ryuan looked at Venerable the Blade, Zi Jinshui and Qin Zhuang, who were trying to move closer to say something but were hesitant, then pouted at Su Ping. I just saw some of the battle pets and they're all at the later stage of the void state. I want more battle pets. Do you have any at the later stage of the ocean state? Can I choose one? Do your job, Su Ping refused mercilessly. He didn't recall whether he had any battle pets of that rank. He might have one or two. Of course he would have saved ocean state battle pets for her. Tang Ryuan curled her lips but said nothing else. But Venerable the Blade was surprised by what she said. She saw 3 and all were at the later stage of the void state. He couldn't help but ask Su Ping, Mr. Su, how many void state beast kings do you have in total? Qin Zhuang, Zhu Tanlin, and Zi Jinshui had the same questions because all the other beasts they had seen were at the later stage of the void state. Zi Jinshui didn't know if they should feel sad or happy about this. They wondered if all the battle pets were at the void state. If so, no matter how astonishing the pets were, they would have wasted the strip. After all, neither of the two would have been able to choose battle pets like those. Basically all of them, Su Ping said, that is why I told you to take a good look and find the ones that best suit you. Take your time. Silence fell. They were all dumbstruck. Tang Ryuan was the first to come back to senses. No wonder this guy wouldn't let me choose. None of the battle pets would suit me. I knew that this guy would keep the goodies within the family. So? Qin, have you decided which ones you want to buy? Su Ping asked Qin Zhuang. Qin Zhuang laughed a hollow laugh. No, not yet. I'm just checking at the moment. He didn't have to rush into anything since all the battle pets were at the void state. He could pick the ones that best suited him, or the one with the highest combat strength? Venerable the Blade was still baffled. So many Beast Kings of the Void State. Mr. Su, you. That's my secret. Su Ping smiled. Venerable the Blade knew he had crossed the line. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. That is not what I meant. It's okay. Go ahead and find the battle pets you want. Su Ping did not mind that. Venerable the Blade and Qin Zhuang strode away. Zhu Tanlin and Zi Jinshui looked at each other and both were smiling bitterly. Zhu Tanlin said, Mr. Su. I don't think there's much for me to do here. Since all the battle pets available are at the Void State. Zi Jinshui felt a little bit better than Zhu Tanlin. Even though he couldn't buy those battle pets himself, he knew that having that many Beast Kings of the Void State on their side would form a force even more powerful than the tower. Su Ping had made greater contributions on his own than the tower itself. I called you here for a reason. Su Ping looked at Wu Guangcheng, who had not spoken. He had clearly been unable to hide his disappointment. I have 2 fruits that can help the 2 of you reach the legendary rank. Afterwards, you'll be able to buy those battle pets. Fruits? Legendary rank? Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guangcheng were taken aback. They stared at Su Ping in disbelief. They would have questioned that statement if they hadn't seen all of those battle pets at the Void State first. They were sure that Su Ping was most likely serious. Su Ping was a man of mystery that they couldn't fathom. The fact that they could reach the legendary rank seemed too good to be true. They felt they were dreaming. Zi Jinshui was frustrated since Su Ping didn't include him. Venerable the Blade and Qin Zhuang stopped what they were doing and turned around in shock. Tang Ryuai knew that Su Ping would not joke about those matters, but he didn't think of her. She felt sorry for herself. Hold your horses and listen. Su Ping smiled. First of all, the fruit is expensive. Second of all, taking the fruits has some side effects. For example, you'll be weaker than the other legendary battle pet warriors at the Ocean State and you'll be limited to the legendary tier, or even just the Ocean State. You may not be able to make further breakthroughs. Wu Guangcheng and Zhu Tanlin were sobered up by that explanation. Su Ping was serious. They were thrilled. As for the side effects, it was something they could live with. They would never be able to reach the legendary rank on their own. At least that's what they thought. The overall situation would continue getting worse. They believed that reaching the legendary rank could greatly benefit them. At the very least, their chances of survival would increase. I'll take it. As a family head, Zhu Tanlin was quick and resolute when it came to making decisions. No matter how expensive it is, I am willing to pay for it, even if it means I have to break the bank. Mr. Su, thank you for this great opportunity. He bowed to his waist. Chapter 683 Promotion. Wu Guangcheng then snapped out of his shock. He bowed to Su Ping and expressed his appreciation. Mr. Su, the same goes for me. Su Ping knew that the two would be excited about it, but they were still taking it much too seriously, even more than he had expected. Don't mention it. Remember, this is a business deal. Just think of it as regular shopping. The two smiled bitterly inside. Yes, it was a business deal, but Su Ping had the right to pick his buyers. They were grateful that Su Ping had picked them. The price of the fruits. Su Ping remembered he had not seen the price yet. He quickly transferred the 2 fruits from his storage space to the store. The fruits were categorized as pet food. The price was 500 million? Su Ping was surprised to see that the fruit was more expensive than the battle pets. 500 million for one fruit. Wait, was it expensive to make a person reach the legendary rank with 500 million? Su Ping felt he had been deeply affected by the system. 500 million per fruit, Su Ping announced the price. This made it seem as if he would have just decided the price right then and there. 500 million? Wu Guangcheng, Zhu Tanlin as well as Venerable the Blade and Qin Zhuang who were standing nearby were stunned by the amount. Since when reaching a legendary rank was this cheap? A chance to reach the legendary rank was being sold at merely 500 million? They believed that Su Ping had just made up the price. This guy. Why did he have to name a price when he was practically giving out the fruits for nothing? What a proud man. Mr. Su, just 500 million? Zhu Tanlin was still unable to believe it. The price came as a shock to him. It wasn't that the price was too high, it was much, much too low. That was a real chance to reach the legendary rank. Zhu Tanlin was below the legendary rank, but he held the conviction that legendary battle pet warriors could have their way in the world. Why else would the rank be called legendary? Wu Guangcheng was not any less surprised than Zhu Tanlin. He felt the same thing. Do you think the fruit is too expensive or too cheap? Su Ping teased them. The question left Zhu Tanlin wide-eyed. Too cheap, of course. Mr. Su, this fruit is precious, but you're merely asking for 500 million in exchange. I don't. He found no words to express his appreciation. Really? I told you that the fruit has some side effects. This is just the legendary rank. If you ask me, I think 500 million is too high. After all, those battle pets at the void state are just around 300 million. Suping tried to comfort Zhu Tanlin. He was telling the truth. Even a battle pet at the later stage of the void state would only be sold at about 300 million. It came as a great surprise to Suping that the fruit would be priced at 500 million. Venerable the Blade, Tanger Yuan, Zijinshui and everyone else was speechless. Even 500 million was too high? Indeed, Mr. Su was an enigma that they could never solve. Anyway, no sane person would sell battle pets of the void state, let alone in such an amount. No one could have gotten that many void state battle pets to sell. You, go ahead and pick the battle pets. You, come with me. The fruits are over here. Suping ended the discussion about the price. Since the two had agreed, he wanted to get on with the transaction and give them the fruits at once so they could start choosing battle pets. Suping left Venerable the Blade and Qin Zhuang for Tanger Yuan to entertain while he ushered Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guochun to another side where all kinds of pet food were on display. The customers would rarely notice that side of the wall. After all, Suping was the most famous for pet training and the pets he sold. Here you go. Suping took out 2 shining fruits from the array of various pet foods. Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guochun were so excited that their lips were trembling. In the meantime, the two glanced over the other items. OMG. The fruit that could help them reach the legendary rank had been placed right here in a place open to the public. They were just past the counter. Again, they felt awestruck. Suping gave each one of them a fruit and told them to pay for them first. If they ate the fruit before they paid, the system would strike them to death with the strongest lightning bolts they would ever see. The two felt a certain weight in their hands. The fruits felt warm as if they were breathing creatures. The two were so thrilled that they would have forgotten to pay for the fruits without Suping reminding them. He was asking for such a small sum of money that they had barely remembered it. Ding ding. He heard the alerts coming from his phone. Suping then looked at the balance of his account, 500 million per person. That amounted to 5 million energy points. At the moment he had 10 million energy points in total. That was enough to update the store from level 2 to level 3 10 times over. But the store was already at level 3. He would need 100 million energy points to get the store to level 4. The amount of energy points required to get the store to level 4 from level 3 was much higher. Suping complained inwardly. But he also supposed that the store would experience a great change with the upgrade. Selling the 2 fruits alone wasn't enough to earn him enough energy points to upgrade the store. However, the void state battle pets were being sold at about 300 million each, that is 3 million energy points. Selling 10 battle pets would earn him 30 million energy points. He could collect enough energy points with the sale of about 30 battle pets. If he could sell all 40 of them, he would have more than enough to upgrade the store. What a rewarding trip. But it had also been an exhausting trip. Suping was acting as if he were fine, but signing and cancelling contracts with 40 battle pets one by one had taken a toll on his spirit. He could revive in the cultivation sites, but the tiredness of his spirit would not be erased unless he died because of spiritual strikes. However, for the tiredness that came with continuously signing and cancelling contracts, it wasn't something that he could get rid of with revivals. Zhu Tanlin scratched his head. He asked gingerly, "Well, Mr. Su, how do we consume this?" Wu Guochun gave Suping the same look. He did not know, either. Suping came back from the math he was doing. He smiled at the two. "Just eat it. This is a kind of fruit, so eat it as you would a fruit." "Is that it?" But since Suping said so, it must be the truth. What a simple way. A family head that could influence an entire base city and a senior healer at the peak of the titled rank were holding each shining fruit like the little match girl held with the last match she had. They carefully and gently took a bite of the fruit. Somehow, Suping felt that view was offending to his eyes. Plop, plop, plop. A BGM from Chuka Ikoban would be the best for this moment. The two opened their eyes as if they would have just had an epiphany. The scent from the fruits was mild and the pulp was soft. What made them lose themselves in the taste of the fruit was that the pulp would melt in their mouths. The pulp turned into pure and profound astral powers that surged into their bodies, spreading across all the cells. It was as if their bodies were a pile of firewood that had just been ignited. Boiling. Thrilled and intoxicated by the taste, the two abandoned all manners and quickly finished the fruits. Still, they made sure not to miss a single drop of juice. The fruit had no pits inside. They finished the rest of the fruit, including the small twig that remained of the fruit. Suping wanted to tell them that the twigs had no effect whatsoever, but he held back the urge since the two seemed to be enjoying the fruits immensely. After all, titled battle pet warriors would easily digest those twigs. Suddenly, their clothes were ripped open. Soon after they ate up the fruits, Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guochun suddenly felt a strong gush of astral powers inside them. Their clothes were blown up and their momentum was rising. Their astral powers were growing, there was a sense of vastness being integrated to their bodies. To grow from the titled rank to the ocean state, astral powers would not only grow in quantity, but also become purer. To make a simple analogy, if the astral powers of a warrior at the titled rank was 100, then the astral powers of another at the ocean state would be 10,000. Added to that, the 10,000 worth of astral powers would be more powerful than 1,000,000 worth of titled rank astral powers. Vast and profound, compressed and pure, that was why the warriors at the ocean state could easily overwhelm titled rankers. The former didn't have to use any skills, astral powers alone would be enough to crush someone at the titled rank. That was the strength of the legendary rank. Kenjuang and Venerable the Blade, who were at the moment looking at the battle pits, felt something. Surprised, they shifted their attention to the new sources of energy. They turned around, only to see that there were two people catching up to their rank. The legendary rank. Venerable the Blade and Kenjuang hurried over. Tang Ryuan and Zijinshui went after them as well. Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guocheng's tops had been ripped to pieces, revealing their masculine chests, while their pants remained intact. Kenjuang narrowed his eyes. There was no heaven's test looming above them. However, the two had indeed reached the legendary rank. Venerable the Blade saw that as well. He was surprised. He knew that Su Ping wouldn't have joked about the fruit's capabilities, but to actually witness how Su Ping helped two people to reach the legendary rank was still astonishing. Zijinshui and Tang Ryuan were stunned as well as envious. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they were jealous. They had to be. If Su Ping would have given them the chance, they would have also reached the legendary rank. But Tang Ryuan quickly comforted herself. She was the head of the Tang family. She would reach the legendary rank by herself sooner or later. Zijinshui, while feeling disappointed, began to calm himself down as well. Whoever Su Ping picked, it would be good for them in any case. Zijinshui thought that he was on good terms with Su Ping, but he had to accept the fact that Su Ping had closer friends. Wu Guocheng and Zhu Tanlin opened their eyes. They felt the flow of profound astral powers and how their senses had been heightened. They were so excited that they were beside themselves. Congratulations. Congratulations, you two. We have two more legendary battle pet warriors. Haha. Venerable the Blade and Kenjuang approached them with bright smiles. Su Ping had the means to easily promote two warriors to the legendary rank, yet he always claimed that he was still at the titled rank. No one would believe that. Venerable the Blade and Kenjuang sensed that Su Ping was at the titled rank, but they didn't trust their senses. Wu and Zhu came back to their senses. They knew that they had indeed reached the legendary rank. The two noticed that, just like Venerable the Blade and Kenjuang, their astral powers were extraordinary, profound and compressed. They were at the legendary rank. Zhu Tanlin turned around and bowed to Su Ping again. Thank you, Mr. Su. He sounded sincere. Wu Guocheng bowed to Su Ping as well. Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Ping helped them up. I told you that this is just a business deal and you have already thanked me before. All right, now, you have become Ocean State Legendary Battle Pet Warriors. If you have any questions, ask those two in your own time. Now, go ahead and pick your battle pets. At the mention of the battle pets, Venerable the Blade and Kenjuang cupped their fists at Zhu and Wu and hurried back to the display room. Zhu and Wu had also reached the legendary rank, meaning that they were also going to compete for the battle pets as well. They had to hurry up. Wu Guocheng and Zhu Tanlin said more words of appreciation to Su Ping and dashed into the display room. Having just reached the legendary rank, the two ran so fast that they could hardly stop. Su Ping went back to the display room with Zijinshui and Tang Ryuan. He patted Zijinshui's shoulder and said, Z, go and pick some battle pets at the ocean state. Buy anything that you like. You have good potential, I hope you can reach the legendary rank by yourself in the future. Best of luck. Zijinshui thought that Su Ping was merely comforting him, but the sincere look in his eyes had proved him wrong. Zijinshui was baffled. Good potential? Why didn't I see it? He wasn't that talented when compared to Venerable the Blade. He was already in his 40s, but he was still at the titled rank. He wasn't confident that he could reach the legendary rank. But Su Ping had just said he had good potential. Maybe that was true? Zijinshui shook his head. He decided not to think about that. The priority was to get over the crisis. Since Su Ping did not comfort her, Tang Ryuan pouted, I will reach the legendary rank. Su Ping rolled his eyes and said grumpily, you should aim higher. Your goal should be to reach the star rank, okay? You will have to deal with more and more powerful customers. A legendary rank girl is not good enough to be my employee. Focus on your cultivation when you have time. Don't go and fool around. Tang Ryuan glared at him, are you out of your mind? The legendary rank is not a high aim? The star rank? Are you kidding me? You can say that, but I don't have the courage to think that. Never mind. Set up a small goal for yourself. Hurry up and get to the legendary rank, Suping said. She wouldn't work harder if he didn't push her a little bit. Chapter 684 The Contract Bond. Venerable the Blade and the others were checking the battle pets in the display room. They would at times inform Tenryuin about the ones that they wanted to buy. They are all at the void state, the later stage. They had seen over a dozen battle pets. They were surprised after confirming that Suping didn't lie to them. All those battle pets were at the void state. Did Suping find those battle pets in the deep caves? That would be funny. Defeating the deep caves with the deep caves? Soon, many of them had decided which battle pets they wanted to purchase. 6. There was hesitation as he looked at the projections of the other battle pets. He had 11 spots, but he already had many battle pets. He only had 3 spots left, yet he was buying 6. That was to say, he had to cancel 3 of his contracts. Of the 8 existing battle pets, he could decide on 3 that he could be okay with parting. But the other 5. They had accompanied him for a long time and they had saved his life. He could not give them up. Venerable the Blade wasn't the only one struggling. Kenjuang soon ended up in the same situation. He already had many battle pets, apart from the Beast King that Suping had sold him. The other battle pets were his old pals. Should I give them up? Kenjuang's face reflected his inner struggle as he stared at the void state battle pets. Suping noticed that. He knew what they were thinking. That struggle was something he had expected and he saw it as a test for them. Would they give up their old pals and choose the new ones that were more powerful? Or would they stick with their old friends? Either way, there was neither right nor wrong. After all, the wild beasts were coming. Choosing their old friends would mean that they were loyal, but it would also mean that they would not become powerful enough. They would be doomed in times of crisis. But to give up all the existing battle pets? Suping didn't think he could do that, either. Mr. Su. Vexed, Venerable the Blade asked Suping in a low voice, do you have any locking chains or beast cages? What are those things? Suping was confused, but the system offered a timely answer. Locking chains and beast cages are low-rank beast-containing tools developed on the blue planet. They can keep the beasts contained, but if they can easily struggle free if the creatures are vicious enough. That answered the question. So, a low-level beast-catching ring. That is correct, the system said. Suping said to Venerable the Blade. I don't have them, but I think the other pet stores should sell those things. You want to use them on the battle pets you'll cancel contracts with, right? Venerable the Blade was surprised to learn that Suping didn't have those things in stock. How did he capture those beasts, then? With his fists? Venerable the Blade curled his lips. That's not impossible. If so, I'll have to go to another pet store, Venerable the Blade answered. I want to keep the battle pets that I cancel contracts with by my side. I'll have more room for contracts when I reach the void state. I will take them back by then. So, he's unwilling to give up his old friends. Suping nodded. No problem. You can cancel the contracts here and you can leave them in my nursing pens. You can come back to fetch them when you find the locking chains. Of course, I do charge fees for the nursing pens. Venerable the Blade was relieved. That's fine. He could cancel the contracts first without having to shop for locking chains. Kenjuang strode over and said to Venerable the Blade with a forced smile, Hey man, I see that we haven't chosen the same battle pets. Alas, Mr. Su has more than enough battle pets. Venerable the Blade answered. I would have fought with you to get the battle pets if Suping were only selling 1 or 2. Kenjuang twitched his mouth. That was true. Kenjuang asked Suping, Mr. Su, I have chosen 8. I heard that you have nursing pens. Do you have more left? Yes. Suping answered briefly while casting a glance at Kenjuang. So, he was keeping 2 or 3 of his battle pets. One of them would be the Beast King he had bought the last time. Back then, he said that Kenjuang could only cancel the contract with the Beast King after 10 years. The rule had been set up to avoid any reselling or anyone from torturing battle pets. But in special cases, the contract could be cancelled earlier with his approval. For example, Suping would have given his permission if Kenjuang wanted to replace that Beast King with those at the void state. After all, he had gone through the trouble of getting so many battle pets over in order to help everyone be well equipped to deal with the upcoming strike. Good. Kenjuang was relieved. Knowing that Suping was serious when it came to battle pets, Kenjuang explained, I will ask my family members to come back and pick up those battle pets soon. They have been with me for a long time. Truth be told, I feel sad about parting with them, but the good thing is that I can give the battle pets to our young family members. That way, my battle pets can guard the Kin family for generations to come. That would be great, Suping praised. That was a smart choice. If the day came when he had to cancel the contract with a battle pet, he would try to let Su Linayu have his battle pet. That way, his battle pet would eventually take care of her and he would still see his battle pet. Venerable the Blade heaved a sigh. He was alone, He didn't have a big family. He would have to take back the battle pets he cancelled contracts with someday in the future. Wait, maybe I could take in on some students? Venerable the Blade was interested in that idea. He could give his battle pets to his students later on. That would be good for his students and his old pals would still be close. Good idea. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the plan. A smile returned to his face. Hurry up and cancel the contracts. You will feel vulnerable in the next couple of days. Let's just hope the wild beasts don't come soon, Su Ping said. Of course, there was nothing he could do to change that. The good thing was that, even if they were vulnerable, they could still send out their battle pets to the battle. After all, those battle pets might be of greater help than Venerable the Blade and Qin Zhuang themselves. Sure. The two summoned their battle pets and cancelled the contracts one by one. A glow covered the two and their respective battle pets. Once a contract was cancelled, the memories of their time together would be wiped away from the beasts' minds. They would see their past masters as strangers. On the other hand, humans wouldn't be affected by this. Roar. After a short moment of confusion, a 9th-rank wind ape that Venerable the Blade had started to get violent. The beast showed its teeth and made threatening gestures. The wind ape felt that something had been removed from its head. The loss brought discomfort. It could not determine what had been lost since there was no longer any recollection of it. The resulting frustration stimulated the wind ape's violent nature. Venerable the Blade gazed at his wind ape, feeling sad and sorry. He tried to reach out and comfort his battle pet. Roar. The wind ape stared at Venerable the Blade while being on high alerted. It seemed to be saying, "Do not come over." Venerable the Blade felt sick at heart. He heaved a sigh. "I'm sorry." Roar. The wind ape felt a certain threat from him. "Mr. Su, where are the nursing pens?" Venerable the Blade asked Su Ping. Whoosh. A girl with a perfect figure and a perfect face appeared next to Su Ping. It was Joanna. She wore her golden hair down and her collarbones were sexy. She stared at the wind ape and a glow of golden light emerged from her eyes. She didn't do anything, and yet the wind ape's eyelids suddenly closed. The pet almost collapsed on the ground. Some invisible energy lifted its body. "Take it to the nursing pen," Su Ping said. Joanna nodded. She turned around and took the wind ape to the pet room. Venerable the Blade and Qin Zhuang narrowed their eyes. Joanna didn't unleash any astral powers. Even so, they both felt a tremble in their heart when she was standing next to Su Ping. Their instincts urged them to drop to their knees and bow. That girl had almost killed Yuan Tanshan when he visited the store. Venerable the Blade forced a bitter smile. Su Ping's store hid a lot of undiscovered talents. Venerable the Blade went back to cancelling contracts when he calmed himself down. Before he cancelled the contract, Qin Zhuang also said to a 9th-rank stone turtle with a sigh, "Goodbye, my old friend." The turtle was large and it moved slowly. The turtle then raised its head and tenderly gazed at Qin Zhuang, the look that expressed its affection and sadness. Qin Zhuang could barely look at the turtle. He cancelled the contract. Soon, a glow appeared over the turtle and disappeared. The creature appeared to be baffled, but the confusion disappeared not long afterward. The turtle looked around on full alert. It built some defensive layers and stepped back, viewing the nearby people as enemies. Joanna stepped over. The turtle felt drowsy and soon after, Joanna moved it to the pet room. Qin Zhuang was turning pale. No one could tell whether the cancellation had worn out his spirit or if he was saddened by the goodbyes. He kept silent for a moment, then he summoned another one and cancelled the contract. One after one. Goodbyes after goodbyes. Soon, they had finished the process. The two looked ghastly pale, they could barely stand. The process had taken a toll on their spirits, they would feel weak for a couple of days. Su Ping sighed. He suddenly had a question. Why couldn't the pets preserve their past memories when the contracts were cancelled? It would be much better if a contract that could protect the pets' memories existed. This time, the system didn't answer. He didn't know if the system had chosen not to peep into his mind at the moment, or whether it simply didn't have an answer. The two rested for a while. They paid Su Ping for the battle pets and they picked them one by one. The battle pets that were hundreds of meters tall would shrink to dozens of meters according to the rules of the system. But the sizes of the battle pets would not affect the contract signing whatsoever. Roar. The battle pets were no longer mere projections. The energy that belonged to beasts at the later stage of the void state began to spread out, startling everyone present. They would have run away if it weren't for the fact that Su Ping was there. Terror. Venerable the Blade, who was getting ready to sign new contracts, stared at the battle pet he had just bought. The coldness and violence were visible in the battle pet's eyes, but there was something he had not perceived from the projections. He started to get goosebumps. "Don't worry, it won't attack you. Go ahead and sign the contract," Su Ping encouraged him. The system would stop the beasts from striking no matter how vicious they were. Out of instinct, Venerable the Blade wanted to ask Su Ping if he was sure that the beast wouldn't strike, but eventually decided otherwise. He reached out with trembling fingers and drew the lines of the contract. Soon after, a glow covered the battle pet and Venerable the Blade. As the force of the contract vanished, the battle stopped, looking at Venerable the Blade with violence, but the coldness in its eyes was still frightening. Venerable the Blade was able to perceive the battle pet's feelings and thoughts through the bond established by the contract. He immediately told the battle pet that he bore no ill will, then he carefully patted the beast. The battle pet didn't fight back. Venerable the Blade felt relieved. He did feel violence, coldness, anger and pain in his mind. This vicious guy had surely gone through a great deal of suffering. Venerable the Blade felt sorry for the beast. It was just like when you saw an unknown person wallowing in misery, you might not even feel a thing. But the contract made everything different. He was looking at the battle pet as his family. He felt sorry and he wanted to take care of the battle pet. "Let's fight together from now on," Venerable the Blade whispered to the battle pet. The battle pet darted a glance at the person that was patting its legs and snorted. That expression could have been a show of contempt or its approval. Ken Zhuang immediately began to build contracts with the battle pets he had bought. Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guocheng looked at each other in astonishment. Those were battle pets at the later stage of the void state. How terrifying. They believed they would have soaked their pants if they had seen those beasts in the strike. The two focused their minds and quickly began to choose battle pets for themselves. Chapter 685 Level 4 Store. Soon, Venerable the Blade and Ken Zhuang finished signing contracts with all the battle pets they purchased. With the addition of so many battle pets that were at a state higher than theirs, both felt that even their spirits had been improved. "Mr. Su, thank you." The two expressed their appreciation with sincerity and respect. They had become new men within a matter of hours, and that was all because of Su Ping. Not even the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower could have defeated them. If anything, the two believed they could easily rout the former. Su Ping smiled. This time, he didn't stress that this was just a business deal. If they wanted to thank him, he would gladly accept. The two purchased 14 battle pets in total with an average price of 300 million. He had made 40 million energy points in total. Counting the two fruits he sold, he had earned 50 million energy points. The rest of the energy points would come from Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guanxin. Wu Guanxin and Zhu Tanlin then selected the battle pets they liked. The two favored the same battle pets several times. But they discussed it and agreed to mutually compensate depending on each choice. They managed to settle all the issues personally. Su Ping didn't have to intervene, he just waited to get the money. Zhu Tanlin bought 10 battle pets. He had 11 spots and he only kept one of his original battle pets, the first one he ever had. The battle pet was with him when he grew up and they went through hardships together, especially when he was still a young man. The emotional bond between them was deep, he wouldn't trade it for a stronger pet. As for the other battle pets, just like Ken Zhuang did, he was going to leave them to the young people in his family. He would no longer use those battle pets, but the young in the family would surely contend over those battle pets. That would help in solving problems like the lack of battle pets for the core family members. Wu Guocheng picked 9 battle pets. He already had 4 vacant spots before he reached the legendary rank. After all, he was a healer and an assistant to battle pet warriors. He was a quiet man who never liked fights. As such, he didn't need many battle pets to add to his strength. But things were different that day, because most of the battle pets were at the later stage of the void state. He had to buy them, he had to. All of them had to say goodbye again and again to their old pets. Su Ping was getting emotional, however, he also knew that life was always like that. Wu Guocheng and Zhu Tanlin's combat strength had a drastic increase after signing contracts with new battle pets. The two were new legendary battle pet warriors. Theoretically speaking, such legendary battle pet warriors would have barely gotten a hold of 1 or 2 ocean state beasts. However, the two had better battle pets compared with some of the senior legendary battle pet warriors of the void state in the tower. One of them had 10 battle pets at the later stage of the void state. The other one had 9. They could simply stand there and let their battle pets out. They would be able to defeat many void state warriors. This was to change a fowling piece for a big gun. Venerable the Blade and Ken Zhuang exclaimed that they hadn't been as lucky when they reached the legendary rank. Unlike those two, they didn't have the chance to reach the peak of their lives the moment they reached the legendary rank. "I am so glad that Mr. Su is in our Longjiang base city," Ken Zhuang thought. He felt honored by him. Venerable the Blade looked at Su Ping and he was thinking along the same lines. He got curious all of a sudden. Su Ping was willing to sell that many battle high-ranking pets. So, how powerful would his battle pets be? He found it too intimidating to ponder any further. And yet, his curiosity was growing. His nature was not of the gossiping kind, but interest got the better of him. He felt compelled to ask, "Mr. Su, you're selling so many outstanding battle pets at the void state. What are the battle pets that you're using? Qin Zhuang, Zhu Tanlin and the others locked their stares onto Suping as soon as the question came out. Me. Suping answered at once, you've seen my battle pets, like that Inferno Dragon. Seen well. They indeed had seen that Inferno Dragon. They would have definitely regarded that Inferno Dragon as the most outstanding battle pet they had ever seen before their purchasing visit. After all, it was a dragon at the upper position of the 9th rank. Of course, the dragon would not seem as frightening when compared to Beast Kings. They could tell that Su King would not give up that dragon. Su King was a man who upheld loyalty. Besides, they were amazed by that dragon's combat strength. They believed that the dragon was not any weaker or was probably even more powerful than the average Beast Kings at the Ocean State. They had no idea how Su King had trained his dragon. Anyway, since Su King is selling Void State battle pets, he had to have some Void State battle pets too, right? Su King showed no intention to keep talking. Venerable the Blade didn't pursue the matter. Battle pets were critical for battle pet warriors, just like secret skills, battle pets could also act as secrets. You can head back home to continue with your businesses if you're done here, Su Ping said. Remaining there to continue that conversation was pointless, he had other things to do. His customers weren't happy after Su Ping urged them to leave. They came back to reality from the joy of getting new battle pets. What was reality? The reality was that they had to deal with the wild beasts from the deep caves and a strike of unknown proportions. They had obtained a lot of Void State pets, but they fell back into a cloudy mood when they thought about the Nordic continent's demise. Qin Zhuang was the first to say goodbye. Mr. Su, I will never forget about your kindness. I'll excuse myself for now, so I can make further arrangements. Su Ping nodded. Venerable the Blade, Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guancheng also bid him farewell. Before Wu Guancheng left, Su Ping suggested, I will leave the Shenglong defense line to you. Remember, you must have at least one battle pet with you to protect yourself. After all, some legendary battle pet warriors or Void State beasts can teleport and kill you on the spot. Wu Guancheng nodded. I will. Don't push yourself too hard. After all, there's another legendary battle pet warrior at the Void State in the Shenglong defense line. Don't do all the work on your own, Su Ping added. Wu Guancheng knew what he was referring to and nodded in understanding. After Wu Guancheng left, Su Ping asked Zijin Shui, so, have you found Beast Kings you like? Even though most of the Beast Kings were at the Void State, he had also shown the Ocean State Beast Kings he had captured before. Zijin Shui smiled and said, 3. Can I buy them all? Of course, Su Ping replied. Zijin Shui was overjoyed. He didn't get any Void State battle pets nor reach the legendary rank, but he was happy enough to have bought 3 Ocean State battle pets in one deal. Su Ping sent him out from the store after he paid and signed contracts with the battle pets. Soon, Su Ping, Tang Ryuan and Joanna were the only ones in the store. Regardless of the presence of the two girls, Su Ping went straight to check at his books. Su Ping earned 65 million energy points with the battle pets that Zhu Tanlin and Wu Guancheng had bought. He then made over 70 million energy points with the 3 battle pets that Zijin Shui got. Adding the other 50 million energy points, he had made 120 million energy points. Counting his previous balance of 20 million energy points, he had amassed a total of 140 million. He could upgrade the store. Su Ping was in a happy mood. He asked the system, what are the new functions of level 4711? Functions of level 4 store include, 1. Advanced nursing pens, 100,000 astral coins per hour, 2. Level 5 chaos spirit pool for incubation, update requires 100 million energy points, 3. Dummy trainer can train advanced battle pets in bulk, 4. Virtual battle venue, 5. A chance to relocate the store within a certain range randomly, 6. The system's shop will reach level 4 and there will be 1 refresh per week. The merchandise will be better. Su Ping clicked his tongue every time he heard a new function. The 5th one was of particular interest to him. Relocate the store randomly? So, the store could be moved to another location? That was a strange function, but he wouldn't use that function right then. The wild beasts could arrive at any time. He had to stay at a Longjiang base city. He had to protect his home. Chapter 686 Chaos, Migration. How long will it take to upgrade the store? 24 hours. The system knew what Su Ping was thinking. All functions of the store will be suspended during that time, including the safety zone. Su Ping was prepared for that answer. He pondered about it. 24 hours. Given his current combat strength, he should be able to manage. Some of the store's functions would not help him deal with the beast strikes. After all, his focus would be on the outer wall, beyond the store's range of influence. As for pet training and sailing, they weren't features that could directly turn into combat strengths on the spot. He could also sell all the battle pets he had before the upgrade. The only thing he worried about was that the wild beasts could show up in a too violent manner, they would be able to breach and flatten the Longjiang base city. Suping decided to upgrade the store after assessing his own strength. He should be able to stop or distract the wild beasts for a while unless the beasts were at the star rank. Also, it might be of help on the battlefield if the systems shop could offer high-quality products after the upgrade. Suping decided at once. He turned over to look at Tang Ryuyan. Tang Ryuyan? You're the head of the Tang family, right? Tang Ryuyan was alerted. Why? You should have titled Battle Pet Warriors in your family who serve under legendary Battle Pet Warriors from the tower, also to go there and collect information there, correct? Suping rolled his eyes at her. He wasn't trying to pick a fight with the Tangs? Tang Ryuyan was relieved. Of course, even though we don't have legendary Battle Pet Warriors, we have to know what they're up to. We don't want to offend them and get into trouble. And of course, any small present coming from a legendary Battle Pet Warrior would mean a great deal of benefits to us. Suping looked at her. Regardless of what the Tang family had done to her, she still thought of herself as a member of the Tang family. She might never think otherwise. He didn't blame her. He was in no position to say otherwise if she could find it in her heart to forgive the Tang family. So, you must know some basic information about the legendary Battle Pet Warriors in the tower. Do you know anyone who has a kinder personality? Suping asked. Tang Ryuyan thought of something. Are you planning on selling the other battle pets? Yes. Suping didn't say anything else about it. He had to get rid of the battle pets so he could upgrade the store at once. Tang Ryuyan was curious, why won't you sell the battle pets publicly? Those legendary battle pet warriors would swarm over. You can gain popularity if you sell one to each of them, and you can also solve the hatred between you and the Tang family. Solve it. They do not deserve it. Suping sneered. I would have sold all those pets to you or any of the titled battle pet warriors of the 5 major families, if it weren't for the fact that those battle pets are at the void state and can only be sold to legendary battle pet warriors. No one from the tower has the right to enjoy this, he said calmly as if stating a fact. Tang Ryuyan was speechless. She had always known how proud Suping was and he had always been like this. However, she knew that Suping had every right to be that arrogant. As a matter of fact, the tower had made the wrong decision by turning hostile against him. The Tang family is on friendly terms with some legendary battle pet warriors, but merely at an acquaintance level. I don't know them well. I'll have to ask, Tang Ryuyan answered after some thought. He knew what she meant by acquaintances. That meant relationships built on money. Not just astral coins, but also rare and cherished resources. They would eventually earn a legendary battle pet warrior's friendship, or pity, with such wealth. Okay. Suping nodded. Do hurry. Okay. Tang Ryuyan knew that time was of the essence. She took out her phone and called Tang Linzhen, her father and the former family head. Several reports reached the intelligence station of the subcontinent district while she was making the call. The West Ocean continent was gone. That was a bolt from the blue. Once again, the intelligence station was in complete silence. The West Ocean continent was gone? Overnight, 2 continents were destroyed. But the Tower Master had actually gone to the West Ocean continent. Why had it been destroyed? If so, had the Tower Master died? Everyone knew that the Tower Master was the most powerful man in the world. The most powerful. If he were to die, what else could be done? Would there be any hope left? This time, even the legendary battle pet warriors in the intelligence station were struck speechless. Aside from the reports about the West Ocean continent, another piece of news reached them from the Dragon Swamp continent. That continent's inhabitants were trying their best to get to the subcontinent district, but there were problems. The wild beasts had reached their last line of defense. Humans and beasts were fighting a desperate fight. The flames of war were raging high. That was a piece of bad news, but those in the intelligence station were relieved. The fact that people of the Dragon Swamp continent could relocate was because of the Tower Master's battle pet vulture. Since the relocation was still ongoing, it would mean that the vulture was still there. If the Tower Master would have died, the contract with the vulture would have disappeared, a masterless fate state battle pet would have joined the wild beasts' ranks. The people in the intelligence station were able to calm down after confirming that the Tower Master was still alive. Still, the doom of the West Ocean continent was still threatening to hear. Not even the Tower Master had been able to stop it. The wild beasts were frightening. There was another concern related to the migration news. What could they do with the people that came from the Dragon Swamp continent? People got to work and soon devised a plan. Those migrants would be sent to the base cities across the 3 defense lines. That wasn't a hard plan to come up with. The hard thing was how to settle interests-related disputes. The night had fallen, but the base cities were as bright as day. Longjiang Base City. The gates around the outer wall were slightly opened, many vehicles were coming inside. There were lots of people riding on the car hoppers, Some of them were in suits and some were in rags, but they were staying together. What a visual contrast. Whatever they were wearing, they had the same expression on their faces, terror, and confusion. Those people had been sent to the Longjiang base city. Apart from those citizens, there were battle pets following the vehicles. Some of the battle pets were like bears, some like wolves, and some like lizards. Battle pet warriors were also relocating. They could be of some help to the base city. Those people came from different base cities across the subcontinent district and some were from the Dragon Swamp continent. Per Si Jinshui's orders, the shantytown residents were relocated in the uptown area. If they were able to survive after that disaster, their descendants would later become residents of the uptown area. It was a great chance for those people. After all, they would mostly struggle their entire lives without ever being able to get out of poverty. It was hard to make a living. It was even harder for the poor. But in times of chaos and disaster, hope and opportunities would come along as well. An area was prepared as a refugee camp to receive people from other base cities. The general public would settle there and the battle pet warriors would go to the less developed areas in the uptown area. A curfew had also been enacted. As for the battle pet warriors, the ones of advanced rank were included in the official army troops. They had to go to the battleground, while having gained some freedom at the same time. The titled battle pet warriors who had moved in had more say. They could buy a place for their family members elsewhere, but those family members would have to register their information at the government offices. Those people would then become residents of the Longjiang base city and they would have to pay taxes. Everyone was jittery in the face of disaster but orders were being followed. Is this the Longjiang base city? I heard they have a legendary battle pet warrior here. He's a member of the Ken family and his title is Raging Spirits, the one who earned his name 30 years ago. I heard that this base city once survived a strike from one of the Heavenly Kings, the other world Heavenly King. You're right. This base city has more talents than we know of. We should be careful. My battle pets are starving. Do you know any high-end pet stores around here? Let's find out. I heard that the Nordic continent and the West Ocean continent are fucking destroyed. Damn it. Do you think the subcontinent district can survive? We have to, right? Or else what? Should we kill ourselves? The relocated titled warriors soon formed groups of their own. They knew that the 5 major families would devour them one by one after the disaster if they didn't. Inside the Pixie Pet Store. Okay, I got it. Tang Ryuan hung up and said to Su King, there's a legendary battle pet warrior known as Nightingale. He's a good person and he has done some charity work, like adopting many children. He trained them to become titled battle pet warriors who are staying in different continents. Su Ping nodded. Call him and ask him if he wants to buy battle pets. Don't you need more information? Tang Ryuan was gloating after Su Ping said yes without hesitation. I will tell them to call him. She called her father again. While they waited, Su Ping summoned the little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound and sent them back to his contract space. He noticed that some people were walking over. It was 4 in the morning, way past curfew. Those people didn't seem to belong to the 5 major families across the street. Is this the one? Yes, I heard word that this store is the best. The battle pets trained here are completely different. Really? Whoa, those 2 statues sure are scary. The 4 approached the store and they were attracted by the dragon statues. Surprised, they cast a few more glances. The more they looked, the scarier they would be. It was as if the dragons were coming to life because of their gazes. Whoosh! A faint purr dragged them back to reality. They saw a purple fur rat under the statue. What a large lightning rat. Is this even a lightning rat? The 4 looked at each other. A lightning rat with a 3rd rank bloodline was at the 6th rank. We have customers. Go and receive them, a man said coldly inside the store. The next second, a pleasant and at the same time enticing voice said yes. A girl with a pretty figure came out and stood by the door. Welcome. Please come in. What a beauty. That was the first thing the 4 thought, but then they were wide-eyed the next second. They were able to tell that the pretty attendant had profound astral powers. She didn't unleash them but they could still sense this. She wasn't any weaker than they were. Is she at the titled rank? A titled rank girl is the greeter? They looked at each other speechlessly. A moment of silence later, a middle-aged man came back to his senses. He gazed at Tang Ryuan and asked, I heard that this is the best pet store in the Longjiang base city. Is that true? What you heard is true. Tang Ryuan smiled happily. She had become more and more skilled with that professional smile. She was smug about it. Look, I'm such a professional. Dude, you really should think about making me a full-time employee. It was clear that Su Ping didn't have the ability to read her mind. Well, that pet store had to be the best in the base city since a girl at the titled rank was receiving them. Not even the multi-city or continent-wide franchises could offer that level of service. Hi. The middle-aged man smiled and walked up the stairs. He didn't treat Tang Ryuan as an attendant. That girl was younger than they were. Of course, unless she had altered her looks with some secret skills. This way, please. Are you here to train battle pets or to buy battle pets? If you're buying, we don't have any 9th rank battle pets at the moment. We only have some Beast Kings left. Tang Ryuan was having fun. Chapter 687 Elementary Rules of Wind Beast Kings? The naughty girl's teasing worked. Those people were startled. Tang Ryuan was chuckling, but she sounded serious. Was she telling the truth? They could hardly believe it. Beast Kings? Are you teasing us? Seriously? They would have pulled long faces at any other person for making such an inappropriate joke. However, that girl was at the titled rank. They didn't know much about her, as such, they were afraid to provoke her. After all, they had just moved to Longjian. They were completely unfamiliar with the place and the people. Of course I'm telling you the truth. Our store doesn't lie, Tang Ryuan said with pride, but whether you can buy them is dependent on whether you're powerful enough. What? They looked at each other speechlessly. Tang Ryuan didn't elaborate further. She showed them to the display room with a mysterious grin and said, "You can choose any of the Beast Kings here." The display room was quite spacious and the lighting effect added a certain futuristic feel to it. Many large 3D projections were shown in the middle of the room. Those people had never seen that style of decor, which surprised them. Tang Ryuan then taught them how to use their astral powers to see the information of each Beast King. Following her instructions, they walked to a Beast King's projection and poured in their astral powers. Information popped out soon after. The four were dumbstruck. Beast King? Later stage of the void state? Since the crisis was at hand, many legendary battle pet warriors would move around in public. Many titled battle pet warriors had learned about the different states of the legendary rank. What the four were seeing in the information came as a complete shock. "Tang, don't be naughty," Su Ping said grumpily. Tang Ryuan smiled embarrassingly and stuck her tongue out. "The only battle pets available at the moment are those void state Beast Kings. You have to be at the legendary rank if you want to buy them. If you want pet training, please come this way." The four put away their astral powers and the information vanished in front of their eyes. They looked at each other and they began to understand what was going on. So, all the Beast Kings were at the void state, they could buy them but they would be unable to sign contracts. So, this girl was making fun of them. They pulled long faces at the thought. They didn't know the girl and what she was capable of, but they would not allow themselves to be teased like that. I knew that they couldn't have Beast Kings on sale. Those are just projections. What a big load of nonsense. I don't know where they got those fancy devices, but I cannot believe this is the best pet store in the Longjian base city. You're only using those things to fool us. We came here to buy pet food. I didn't know your store was like this. Don't think you can bully us just because we're not locals. Let's go. So this is Longjian base city. How disappointing. Once angered, those customers dropped all politeness. They were no longer in the mood to buy anything there. Tang Ryuan was at loss, that was just a spur of the moment. There were so many void state battle pets there, she was so excited that she wanted to show off. She didn't know she would get in trouble. She started to panic, she then turned to look at Su Ping, afraid that he would blame her. He didn't blame her though, he merely rolled his eyes at her. She knew at once that she had truly screwed up. "Well, good sirs. I didn't mean it. This is just a joke. We have some of the best high-quality pet food you can buy. You won't be disappointed." Tang Ryuan tried to save the customers. She finally understood that her job was not an easy one. Customers would even beg to get Su Ping to train their battle pets in the past. As such, she had also become the target of such buttering up efforts. However, those four at the titled rank had never been there before, it was unlikely that the four would surrender to her pretty looks at once. "This is your marketing scheme, right? You have a girl at the titled rank to greet customers and you pretend to be all mysterious. Then you showed us all those useless things. Huh?" Two of the four titled warriors showed their contempt. They believed they had seen through the store's methods. All bark and no bite. Just the same old, same old. They were so familiar with the customer tricking schemes with fancy overlays to rip them off. The four had run some family businesses themselves and they knew all about it. Tang Ryuan was panicky. This isn't a lie. The battle pets are real and they are on sale. It is just that you're not at a high enough rank to sign the contracts. Our stuff is real. Humphrey, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Everyone can manipulate those projections. Why didn't you write down Fate's date while you were at it? A short middle-aged man snorted. Forget about it. Let's go. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the four was more composed. He didn't argue with Tang Ryuan, he believed it was best for them to simply leave. That store had a girl at the titled rank as the greeter and was known as the best pet store in all of the base city. The store had to have some secrets. Probably the source of their funding came from the 5 major families. Since they had just moved in, it would be to their best interests not to get into any conflict with the 5 major families. The other 3 knew what their leader was thinking about. They stopped arguing. It wasn't like the store could rob them directly. Tangryu was worried since they were leaving for good. She wanted to ask them to stay but didn't know how to go about it. Should I beg? But she could not bring herself to do that. She was at the titled rank and she was the head of the Tang family. She would feel humiliated to be servile just to appease them. Wait a moment, please. Suping stepped forward. He frowned at Tangryu who was still hesitating. He didn't scold her, he would deal with her later. I am the owner of the store. I am sorry if my employee has offended you. I apologize on her behalf. Suping stood in their way and apologized sincerely. Next, he bowed to them. Tangryu was dumbstruck. She would have never believed this. She always thought Suping was a man of pride. He had never treated anyone differently, not even when it came to his recurrent customers. And yet, he was at the moment apologizing to some titled battle pet warriors. Just 2 hours before, Suping had promoted 2 people to the legendary rank. Huh? The middle-aged team leader frowned. Suping's apology made him feel a bit better. You don't have to apologize. We have other things to do, we won't be taking any more of your time. He didn't mention the fact that they had been teased. It wasn't necessary. Suping shook his head. My employee has offended you but she didn't mean ill. Also, all the items you saw on sale in the store can be bought as long as you are qualified to buy. Like the battle pets you saw, only legendary battle pet warriors can buy them. But you can enjoy the pet food and the pet training services. Again? Enough is enough. The middle-aged man was getting impatient but he controlled himself. I see. We were just window shopping. We didn't find anything particular we wanted to buy. He gave a look to Suping that said, you cannot force me into buying anything. Suping knew what the 4 had to be thinking. What a troubling problem. To show you how sorry I am, each of you can enjoy something for free, but the spending cannot exceed 10 million astral coins. 10 million? The 4 were astounded. A pet store could only offer so many services and none of them should be that expensive. 10 million. It would be like a superannual card that could allow them to enjoy all services for free till the end of their lives. I am sorry but we don't need anything. The middle-aged man shook his head. He was determined to cut all possible ties with the store. Free stuff wasn't easy stuff. The store could hunt them down and make trouble for them. Staying away from the store is the safest option. As long as the store owner isn't crazy, he wouldn't badger us like a crazy dog. That was what the middle-aged man was thinking. Suping immediately guessed what the middle-aged man was considering. He heaved a sigh inwardly and said to them, I see that you don't trust my store. I have no other choice but to let them out and meet the customers. The 4 raised their guards, livid with rage. Is this guy going to resort to violence? What a gangster store. He was trying to coerce them in broad daylight. Well, night light. But still. How dare he force them in broad moonlight? They readied themselves for a fight and fixed their eyes on the door. They would be safe as long as they could make it out the door. They believed that the Longjian base city would still aim to uphold law and order. Internal strife among humans would be frowned upon at that critical time. However, the next second, the 4 felt chills running down their spines. There was something sinister, terrifying, vicious and it was right behind them. They summoned the courage to turn their heads, only to see something that scared them out of their wits. It was a beast that was over a dozen meters long crawling on the ground. The beast turned its spine-covered and black-scaled head toward them. They smelled a foul stench coming out from that mouth. Horrifying. This was the beast they had seen the projection of. But that was not a projection. It was real. The beast is shrunk while it is inside the store. If you still doubt me, I can let the beast go out of the store and you will be able to see its true form, Suping said with a sigh. We never practice fraud in the store. I sincerely hope that you can trust me. Sincerely. Sincerely. They were so frightened that their legs were shaking. The beast was too close to them. They could smell that fetid odor and feel that warmth. Of course they would believe it was real. What is up with this store? Seeing that the 4 were pale with fright, Suping said to the beast, go back. In a blur, the beast went back to the projection. That overwhelming stress vanished, but the presence of the beast had already left a mark on the minds of those 4. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, Suping said with pure-heartedness. The 4 titled warriors came back to their senses. They tried to turn around to look at Suping, only to find that their necks had been rendered stiff from the shock. Finally, they were able to see him. The sincere look on his face made them feel a spread of warmth. Their hearts started to work again. Was that really Two of the four started to talk, but they seemed to have lost their ability to articulate. Yes, really. Suping was patient. It was my employee's fault. She has an attitude, so she unwittingly misled you. But everything in the store is the real deal. I can promise you that. The four looked at each other. They had to believe him after seeing that vicious beast. But that beast was at the void state. Is it really on sale? The four no longer dared to ask another question under Suping's gaze. They were afraid that he would get that beast out again, so they would trust again. Well, we understand. The middle-aged team leader was still pale. He had a strong mind, but he was nevertheless merely at the titled rank, way weaker than the Void State Beast King. That beast was more violent than any other Beast Kings they had ever seen. I heard that you were looking for pet food. I wonder what you want. Maybe I have it, Suping asked, but he was focused on what the system had just said. Mission to save the store's reputation was completed. The reward is elementary rules of wind. That was a great reward. Just then, when those men were leaving while questioning the store, the system got pissed and gave him that mission. Of course, he gladly obliged. He hadn't received any side missions like that one ever since his store had become famous. A long time before, he noticed that the system would get angry and give him some missions every time someone questioned the credibility of the store or his training skills. However, later on, his reputation became so good that all the customers became regulars. No one ever questioned him again. It wasn't as if he could just go and ask someone else to challenge him. The system would read his mind all the time, and the challenges he begged for would not count. That being said, even without the system giving him a mission, he would not have allowed the four to leave just like that. He cherished the reputation that he had worked so hard to build. At the end of the day, he had to strengthen the employer training. Suping darted a glance at Ryuan, who was speaking at him. She immediately looked away when she noticed he was looking at her. She interlocked her fingers nervously. She was getting ready for some reprimanding. Well. The four titled battle pet warriors looked at each other. They had to think twice before saying no under the circumstances. They were still panicking because of that beast. Chapter 688 Mutation. Pressured by Suping's gaze, the four had to say what they were looking for. Only two kinds could be found in the store. He randomly collected pet food in the cultivation sites, never aiming for bulk or variety. The other pet stores would grow or procure pet food for all families and all ranks of pets. That was basic for pet stores. The four were surprised after seeing that Suping had only been able to find two of the ones they were looking for. Still, they held down the urge to ask questions after the recent scare. They were the customers. And Suping was polite. But somehow, they felt a knife was being held to their throats. This is Diamond Dragon Grass, which is suitable for your battle pet, the 9th rank 3-clawed flame dragon. Unit price is 1.85 million Astral coins. Suping handed over the grass. Did you say 1.85 million Astral coins? The four were wide-eyed. One measly bite of pet food was that expensive? They would have to spend over 10 million if the dragon wanted to take a few more bites. They were at the titled rank and were quite well off. Still, spending almost 2 million in one blow was a bit of a stretch. It's just one bite. That's outrageous. The middle-aged team leader asked, do you accept payment by card? You don't have to do that, Suping said, I told you. You can enjoy getting anything below 10 million for free. The middle-aged man replied, I cannot do that. I have to pay. I insist. If you say so. Suping nodded. He didn't turn the man down. The middle-aged man. I was just being polite because I was afraid you would target me. Why did you agree to that? The middle-aged man smiled instead of revealing his frustration. He swiped his card while cursing inwardly. He took over the glass jar that Suping handed him. The man found that the jar was hot and the heat was radiating from that diamond-shaped red grass blade inside the jar. How could a single blade of grass give off such heat? His interest was piqued. The man observed the grass in more detail. This is a thunder vein fruit, suitable for all battle pets of the thunder family. I only have 2 left and they are sold at 1.5 million each. You can have both if you want. Suping took another jar from behind the counter. The 2 purple fruits were the size of cherries and the veins on the surface were twisted, like dragons. Well. The old man who was talking with Suping felt his jaw drop. 3 million for 2 fruits? This man is robbing us. Since that middle-aged man had made the previous purchase, the old man decided to buy the fruits after a moment of hesitation. He would consider it as money being spent to fend off evil. Do you need anything else? Suping asked. The 4 shook their heads at the same time. Nah. We're good. Saying yes was daunting at this point. No kidding. Even pet food is forbiddingly expensive. They could not even imagine how expensive the rest of the items were. They pocketed their stuff, said goodbye and left. The 4 then finally felt they could breathe again after they went out the door. The main pet store in the Longjian base was A trap. They hurried away and soon began to fly. They were heading to the uptown area where they had recently moved into. I cannot believe I had to pay 3 million for the 2 fruits. Fuck. I thought we were making quick cash in the past. This is what making quick cash really looks like. So, this is how things move in Longjiang. What a dirty base city. I agree. The 4's hearts were still fluttering with fear. Anyway, I cannot believe that Battle Pet is real. The void state. Heavens. Can you imagine that? I'm wondering if we were suffering from some illusionary skills. I still cannot buy it. It is beyond reason that a store like that can sell Battle Pet at the void state. Or, do you think the actual boss is a legendary Battle Pet warrior? I heard that a member from the Ken family has reached the legendary rank. Is the store one of the Ken's businesses? I'm just glad that we didn't do anything out of impulse. I'm sure that we would have died miserably if we had fought a legendary Battle Pet warrior. They looked at each other, still panicking. They had just gone out to find food for their pets, but they almost ended up becoming someone else's food. That store was surely being run by brigands. Suping turned his attention to Tang Ryuan after the 4 customers left. I'm sorry. Tang Ryuan left a hollow laugh and apologized sincerely. Sorry for what? Suping said calmly. Sorry that I teased them. I shouldn't have bragged. Tang Ryuan said quickly and stole a glance at Suping. Suping was unable to get angry at her looking like that, he merely snorted to show his attitude. I'm glad you realize what you did. I don't care if you're the head of the Tang family. Remember this, you are my employee while you're here, and your duty is to receive customers. If they don't offend you, you cannot offend them. Do you understand? Yes, I do. I do. Tang Ryuan bobbed her head with unfettered enthusiasm. Her attitude could not be better. Suping added snappily, don't be so goody-goody now. You almost destroyed the store's fame. Tell me. What should I do to you? You can do whatever you want. Tang Ryuan suddenly blushed. You will have to clean the bathroom for a month, Suping said. Shocked, Tang Ryuan raised her head and looked at Suping with her watery eyes. That would be an awful waste of my skills. I can warm up your bed or get you drinks instead. How about that? Getting me drinks is part of your job, Suping said, and I am too busy cultivating to sleep in beds. If you have nothing to object to, this will be the end of the discussion. No, I do object. Can't you think of something else? Since you already said yes, we will start from today. I will leave the bathroom duties to you during this month. In the meantime, Suping told the system that it didn't have to take care of the bathroom in the store. The system answered gladly, yes, sir. You. Tang Ryuan was dumbstruck. Suping then left without hesitation. Tang Ryuan was so pissed she wanted to crush something, but the only thing in her hands was air. In the meantime, the 4 titled Battle Pet warriors had already returned to their residence. One of them teased the 2 who had bought the pet food, do you want to find out the effects of millions of worth of pet food? The middle-aged team leader and the old man looked at each other. The old man snorted and opened up a swirl, amid lightning bolts, a 9th-rank Thunderhorn Pegasus stepped out. Eat this. The old man opened a jar and threw the 2 fruits to the Thunderhorn Pegasus, which seemed to be quite interested in the fruits. It opened up its mouth and swallowed the fruits whole. The 2 cherry-sized fruits were not enough to make it feel full. Still, the Thunderhorn Pegasus seemed to be ecstatic. It stomped the ground with its hooves. Moments later, strong bolts of lightning surged out from the pet. Huh? The titled Battle Pet warriors were surprised. 3 of them stepped away, in case they would get hurt. The old man stood on the spot, wondering what was happening to his ride. He saw that the lightning bolts around the Thunderhorn Pegasus were growing until the Thunderhorn Pegasus was submerged in lightning. A few minutes later, the lightning bolts began to contract, converging on the pet's horn. The horn was getting thicker and thicker. Is it growing up? The old man opened his eyes wide. His Thunderhorn Pegasus had a bloodline at the upper position of the 9th rank, but the pet had just reached the 9th rank. However, it broke through to the intermediate position because the thunder grains on its horn had increased from 3 to 6. The Thunderhorn Pegasus gradually calmed down, but it was obviously happy. It rubbed its head against the old man's neck, while the latter was at a complete loss. The other 3 were also speechless. 2 fruits and the pet grew. How strange. Soon, the 2 of them turned their gazes to the middle-aged man. He looked at the diamond dragon grass and he was full of anticipation. Would his battle pet? Soon, he summoned his 3-clawed flame dragon, a beast with bloodline at the peak of the 9th rank. But the dragon was not that powerful when compared with other dragons. An inferno dragon could have overwhelmed a 3-clawed flame dragon by its mere presence. Even so, that dragon was still a good battle pet. Here. The middle-aged man opened the jar and the surge of heat surprised and excited him. He used astral powers to pick up the diamond dragon grass and feed it to the 3-clawed flame dragon. The latter had a lazy look in its eyes, but that soon changed upon seeing that blade of grass. The beast then concentrated, keeping a firm gaze upon the blade of grass. The dragon had stuck its tongue and eaten that blade of grass before the grass even reached its mouth. The red blade of grass appeared to be tiny when compared to the dragon's mouth. The middle-aged man could tell that his battle pet was happy and thrilled. He was also getting excited. His dragon pet had reached the intermediate position of the 9th rank. A dragon would be perfectly safe after being able to reach the upper position. It would be perfectly safe unless it had to deal with some beast kings. A few minutes later, the three-clawed flame dragon roared so loudly that the others in the neighborhood were alerted. The three-clawed flame dragon's scales were trembling and its wings were flapping. The dragon seemed to be in so much pain that it was going to fall at any time. The middle-aged man was able to sense that the dragon was experiencing pain and a burning sensation. Is this food harmful to the dragon? The middle-aged man asked himself. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do, other than sharing his astral powers with the dragon. But the three-clawed flame dragon seemed to be in a much bigger pain. Its cry was miserable. The dragon scales began to crack and the wings began to crack as well. The broken pieces of dragon scales fell to the ground, like burned pieces of skin. The dragon fell to the ground and its bones were making sounds. Damn it. Why? The middle-aged man stared at his battle pet in agony. He was losing his mind. Was he sending his own battle pet to his death? Roar. The next second, he heard a different kind of dragon roar. It was similar to the dragon's previous roar and yet different at the same time. The new roar was more violent. And it had been the three-clawed flame dragon that was roaring. While the middle-aged man's gaze held surprise, the dragon pet's wings were split, new wings emerged, and from the wound new wings were developed. They were larger, and they had sharp spines on them. New dragon scales were growing out as well. The new dragon scales were of a blood-red color. Is that? I think the dragon has just mutated. The other two titled battle pet warriors were transfixed. The three-clawed flame dragon was much more intimidating than before. The cry of misery vanished. The three-clawed flame dragon stood up again, but this time, the dragon seemed to have become a king of fire. I've never seen any dragon like this in the illustrated book. I think this is a mutation. So intimidating. I've only felt such power among the top 10 dragons. Is it all because of the pet food? The old man approached the others with a dull look on his face. He still thought that he had been extremely lucky that the food made the Thunderhorn Pegasus grow. However, this middle-aged man's dragon mutated directly. The middle-aged man came back to his senses. The bond of contract confirmed that this familiar and yet strange dragon was his three-clawed flame dragon. What is that? A battle? From the distance came many titled warriors while living nearby. The middle-aged man then sent his three-clawed flame dragon back to the contract space, but he was still all worked up. Once could be a coincidence but not twice. It was beyond comprehension, for that pet food to have such effects. No wonder that was the best pet food in Longjiang. Remembering that Su Ping still had much more pet food at the store, the middle-aged man turned around and left. He had to get there. Hey, what's up? Someone arrived and stopped them. An old man with gray hair and a pair of emerald earrings came out from the ground. He smiled a refined smile. Oh, it's you. Tell me. What's that noise? The middle-aged man seemed to be scared of the old man. He told the old man their story after a second of hesitation. Chapter 689 Return at the store. Tang Ryuan was cleaning the bathroom for 5 minutes when her phone rang. Her family was calling. So, how is it? When will Legend Night Eagle get here? Tang Ryuan shot out the question. But the caller said nothing for a few seconds. Eventually, an old man said bitterly, My lady, Legend Night Eagle said he wasn't free. Not free? Tang Ryuan rolled her eyes. You can't make time to buy Void State Beast Kings? What is he doing? Did he leave to support the other continents? Tang Ryuan asked. She would understand and admire him for it if that was the case. After all, if that person valued humans more than acquiring new battle pets, it would mean the Tang family had not befriended the wrong person. Well, the Tang family elder didn't know whether to tell her the truth or not. Uncle 7, be honest. Tang Ryuan frowned. She ordered like a family head. The Tang family elder forced a bitter smile. My lady, he didn't believe us, at all. He thought we had made it up. He just found an excuse and he warned us not to butter him up by playing such games. He said he didn't have time for this. What the hell? Tang Ryuan wanted to call names right away. Buttering him up? The Tang family doesn't need to butter up an Ocean State legendary warrior. She would be more careful if Legend Night Eagle was at the Void State, but the fact was that he was only at the Ocean State. She had in fact witnessed how someone of the same rank got killed right in front of her eyes. She wasn't at the legendary rank but her mind was. She could not help it since she was working for a freak like Su Ping. Who else in the world could have sold that many void state battle pets? As far as Tang Ryuan could tell, not even the Tower Master, the de facto leader of the Blue Planet, could have such courage. She had never met the Tower Master, but she was sure of it. Doesn't he know me? Didn't he know where I'm working? Tang Ryuan asked. She went back to aid the Tang family and wiped out 2 ancient families in the process. That was sensational enough. The whole upper class of the entire subcontinent district learned her name after that fight. She never hid the fact she was working for Su Ping. Anyone could find out about this. Not only was she powerful, the most important thing was that she was working for Su Ping. They could ignore her identity as a family head, but they would have to be mindful of the fact that she worked for Su Ping. But Legend Night Eagle still thought the Tang family was trying to get in his good graces. Tang Ryuan was so angry that she burst out laughing. After the outcome broadened her mind, she stopped caring about that legendary battle pet warrior. He didn't know about your exploits, and he didn't think much of Mr. Su. The Tang family elder said in a low voice. He was afraid that a certain someone would overhear their conversation through Tang Ryuan's phone. What Tang Ryuan did during the Tang family crisis had stunned everyone. Afterward, the Tang family did some analysis and realized that Tang Ryuan's achievements had everything to do with the young man that captured her. The Tang family kept the information about that young man as a closely guarded secret. Damn him. Tang Ryuan used foul language directly. Doesn't he know what I did? I finally had a chance to pretend to be something and he didn't see that? He didn't know? How unfair. We're giving him a chance to develop and he doesn't want that. We will find someone else then. I will videotape how we sell the Beast Kings and you will send that video to him without saying a word to him. Let's see how he feels about that. Tang Ryuan was clenching her teeth. Okay, sure. The Tang family elder felt their family head was no longer the fair lady she used to be. She was setting herself free. That had to be due to the company she kept. Su Ping had indeed heard the conversation. Still, he couldn't care less. It was Legend Night Eagle's loss. He had no trouble finding customers. Beep. Right then, Su Ping's phone rang. Su Ping recognized the number. Mr. Lee? Don't call me Mr. Lee, I don't like that. We're brothers, remember? Li Yuan laughed. Su Ping smiled. Have you finally come out? Li Yuan couldn't have reached him on the phone if they were still in the deep caves. Yes, all of us made the trip. The wind seemed to be heavy where Li Yuan was, but his voice was clear. Long story short, we began to ask around about you as soon as we came out. You're awesome. I cannot believe you managed to escape from the corridor again. I don't think there are many among us across the 5 fields who can do this. Su Ping replied, I got lucky. It wouldn't have been easy if the beasts hadn't left the corridor. They weren't there when you got in? Damn it. Those bastards had a plan and I knew it. We almost got trapped in there and we had no idea about the things happening on the surface. Li Yuan interspersed his talk with curses. He then thought of another question. Have you gone to the deepest level? Yes. Su Ping told Li Yuan about everything he had seen, including the formation. What if he knew something? His explanation was received by silence. He then heard some gasps after a dozen seconds passed. 8 Fate State Beast Kings were in there? There are more that have already gotten out. How many beasts were able to reach the Fate State inside the deep caves over the years? What should we do now? So, we only got out to seek our doom? Listen, how did Brother Su manage to hide himself when so many Fate State Beast Kings were inside? That's a great question. Su Ping recognized those familiar voices. Are you all staying together? Li Yuan came back to his senses. Yes. We're heading to your hometown, we should be arriving shortly. We heard about what happened, so we're going there to discuss a plan with you. Let's talk in a bit. Okay. Su Ping agreed and exhaled in relief. He was glad that Li Yuan and the others had gotten out at such a critical time. Their help would aid in lifting some stress in the coming battles and Su Ping could find masters for his remaining battle pets. I have friends coming. Tell your family that they don't have to find anyone else, Su Ping said to Tang Ryuan. Tang Ryuan had also heard the conversation and she knew about Li Yuan, the senior legendary battle pet warrior who had been staying inside the deep caves for a long time. She had once taken care of Li Yuan's family for a while. Sure. Tang Ryuan called her family at once. If Legend Night Eagle would have gone there and bought those battle pets, he would have thanked the Tang family and the Tangs would have found a good friend. However, Legend Night Eagle just had to be too blind to notice. There was nothing she could do about it. As long as I am still here, I will forever be my family's anchor, she said to herself. Many people entered the store moments after Su Ping ended the call. Su Ping thought it was Li Yuan. He was surprised since they had gotten there in a flash. But he then noticed that it was a group of titled battle pet warriors. Wait, what? Su Ping was curious. He went outside. Dozens of titled battle pet warriors had arrived at the store. They stood by the door and made a large enough crowd. The titled battle pet warriors of the Ken family who were staying across the street were startled. They hurried out to look. What is that? Did Mr. Su summon them? I can't believe Mr. Su knows that many titled battle pet warriors. I can. Mr. Su is a person who sells beast kings. But why are there so many of them here? Are the wild beasts coming? The titled battle pet warriors of the Liu and the Zhu families were also outside and observing the situation. This is the place. The titled battle pet warriors noticed the people from the Qin, Liu, and Zhu families. They were surprised to find that many titled warriors living on those poor-looking streets. Those people were local titled warriors. We bought our pet food here. We asked around and people say this is the best pet store in the Longjiang city. Go in and have a look. You will find beast kings on sale, said the middle-aged man who visited Su Ping's store to an old man with emerald earrings. The old man was at the peak of the titled rank. He had great resources and connections. At one time he had fought against 5 others at the peak of the titled rank to be the leader of all the relocated battle pet warriors. There was a lot of open and covert strife, and that old man had easily defeated his competitors, eventually becoming the leader. Beast kings? Really? I heard that Longjiang has a legendary battle pet warrior. Is he in fact the owner of the store? If so, he can indeed put his battle pet here as a marketing ploy. Either way, let's check it out. They were all curious. They were new to the Longjiang city, but they understood the place was in the shanty town area. And yet, the street wasn't at all shanty. No local titled warrior would want to live in a shanty town area for nothing. Look, such a fat lightning rat. A lightning rat? I don't think so. The energy inside it is too profound. Someone noticed the lightning rat under the statue. It looked like a lightning rat, but they were able to tell that it had been able to reach the 6th rank, which was strange. We have customers. Go. Su Ping saw the 4 titled battle pet warriors who had previously visited the store and quickly understood the purpose of that hubbub. Tang Ruyan was surprised. The store had been closed for days. Why would that many people decide to go there in the middle of the night? She also understood when she saw those 4. She pouted. She had tried every possible way to make them stay, but they had insisted on leaving. They then realized how good the store was and visited them again, but she got punished nonetheless. Though unhappy, she still remembered what Su Ping had told her. She took a deep breath and adjusted her mindset. Since she was there, she had to do her job well. Hi, welcome. Tang Ruyan flashed a professional fake smile. It was a fake smile, but it was a smile on a pretty girl's face nonetheless. Even a fake smile would be pleasant enough. The titled warriors were surprised to notice that Tang Ruyan was also at the titled rank. Several people in the crowd seemed to be more dumbstruck than others. It's her. Those people shuddered in fear as they stared at the pretty smile on that pretty face. They would never forget that girl. She had been the girl who had once calmly destroyed ancient families, slaughtering more titled battle pet warriors than anyone could imagine. Chapter 690, Feeling him out. My lady. You must be the current head of the Tang family. The old man wearing emerald earrings stepped forward from the stunned crowd. He didn't appear as composed as he did when the group arrived. He never expected that he would see that vicious girl from the Tang family there. Also, why was she acting like a greeter girl? Wow, he knows me. Tang Ruyan raised her eyebrows. She was gloating again. It seemed that her heroic deeds when she helped the Tangs had impressed many people. She had surely earned fame across the subcontinent district. She cleared her throat and answered, "We have no head of the Tang family here, only a working girl. You're welcome to come in and have a look if you're here to buy something, but please don't gather around like this if you're not." A working girl. The onlookers were speechless. The head of a family, the biggest ancient family of the subcontinent district, was calling herself a working girl. You're insulting the working class. The old man wearing emerald earrings answered after hesitating for a bit, "Well, we are indeed here to buy pet food." He suspected that the new head of the Tang family probably didn't want people to know she was working there. She had to have some secret agenda. He then decided to play dumb in case he found out something he shouldn't. After all, the Tang family had become the most powerful family in the continent after devouring the resources of the other 2 families. They had at least 100 or so titled battle pet warriors, including Tang Ruyan. No one would dare to offend the Tang family. Come in. Tang Ruyan nodded. The old man with earrings nodded. He was about to walk up the staircase with the crowd in tow when he heard a noise approaching. The noise was loud, but the titled battle pet warriors were still able to hear it when it was still far in the distance. They were able to tell that more than a dozen people were approaching. They turned around and saw the dozen people coming close in an instant. Whoosh! One of them vanished in the air, then reappeared right above the crowd. "Brother Su, we're here." He laughed heartily. "Brother Lee." Su Ping came out from the store. Apart from Li Yuan, he saw Captain Yi Wuxiu, the old man that they called Mo, and a man from the Han family. The four were old acquaintances from the ice field, and the other legendary battle pet warriors were guarding the other fields. He had met them the second time he visited the deep caves. "You're all here?" Su King was surprised. "Yes, I dragged over. We've heard about everything that's happened. The tower is disappointing. I heard that a whole continent was already gone." Li Yuan was laughing one moment, but he pulled a long face the next second. A continent was destroyed. How many died? He could not even imagine that. Su Ping knew that their information wasn't up to date because a second continent was added to the list. As such, he could estimate the time when those legendary battle pet warriors left the deep caves. While Li Yuan was talking to Su Ping, the many titled warriors present gazed at them in confusion. They realized they had never seen those people before. The tower? Disappointing? Those words did not make sense. Why would a titled warrior talk about the tower like this? They remembered how he teleported over. Only the legendary battle pet warriors aside from some freaks could master that skill. Is this man a legendary battle pet warrior? The elders of the Qin, Liu, and Zhu families were also stunned speechless. Since they knew that Qin Zhuang was at the legendary rank, they immediately noticed that the new arrivals had a similar rank. Some of them were 10 times or even 100 times more powerful than Qin Zhuang. Horrifying. How could Mr. Su gather so many legendary battle pet warriors? He's like a second tower master. "Brother Su, I heard that you have the ability to finish warriors at the void state," said a middle-aged man in black armor who stepped closer from behind Li Yuan. The look in his eyes was cold and determined. That was due to prolonged battles he had experienced. Just standing there was threatening enough. Su Ping didn't feel offended by that challenging statement. He replied with a smile, "Brother Li has told you, right? He always says wonders about me. Don't take that too seriously." But his smile disappeared. He was telling you the truth. He would be modest when necessary and not when unnecessary. Otherwise, he would be seen as a fool. Li Yuan had pulled this crowd together to fight against the wild beasts.